cared about us. They really never cared about us. They only want what they can take, don't care what's in their way. Prophesized our progeny's downfall. I seen it written for it hit us all. Keep falling on a sword in a rich man's war. What are our sons really fighting and dying for? Seen a cycle repeat, we just play a role. Different faces, same script, take the same toll. Don't care who fall, long as they pockets still grow. That's when I had to stop and ask what I really know. Don't believe a story, you better pick up a book. Tell lies to vision about the souls being took. They sell you a dream and then they tax your soul. Give you enough to get hooked, not enough to be whole. It's on us to be for us, nobody else. They really never cared about us. About us. They only want what they can take, don't care what's in there. We're born into a system that's built to divide. Different shades, different lines, now we choosing sides. Out here arguing loud while they move in silence. Turn struggle into profit, turn pain into violence. Every headline is stripped, every story a play. Keep the focus on the surface, never show us the way. Keep us chasing distractions, we stay stuck in debate. While they write another chapter, deciding our fate. Teach the youth what to chase, but never to build. Give them dreams with no tools, now their dreams unfilled. Turn survival to a cycle, now they can't escape. Give them just enough hope so they stay in their place. It's on us to be for us, nobody else. What's in their way? Never, 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 never care about us. No, no, never, never, no, never care about us. It's on us to be for us. Nobody else.
Salute, and welcome back to Blizzard Abroad. Tonight, on tonight's stream, we're going to talk about politics. It is the politics talk. You guys asked for it. I'm going to deliver it, a space where we could talk about politics. Now, no arguing, no fighting, no tearing each other down. Just trying to connect and have a conversation. Find something that we can agree about, without destroying the person if we disagree. That's what tonight is about. So I want to set the tone. I want to set the stage. I don't know who we got in here, but salute to you, whoever we got in the building, man. I hope you're having a great week so far. And looking forward to the holiday weekend coming up, the long weekend. So salute to y'all. So I want to set the tone, man. First, I want to say, tonight is not about winning an argument. It's not about putting anybody else down, man. We need to have spaces for the everyday man and women where we can just talk, man. Not run away because a person is not saying what you believe in or what you agree with. Not tearing somebody down because, it's not the values that you hold. The way to come together, the way to build is to look past your disagreements and try to find things that you can connect on. And that's what Blizzard Abroad is about. Saranala is in the building. Salute, brother. How you doing, man? I hope everything is all right with you too, brother. I hope you're staying strong out there, man, and just living life, man, and just I wish you good things, man. But I see you're doing it, man. So salute to you. Um, so first off, I want to say, man, shout out to everybody in the building so far, man. It's not about left or right tonight, man. It's not about left or right. You hear that all the time, and it's not about Trump good, Biden bad, Biden good, Trump bad. Every political conversation comes down to the same thing, right? But the truth of the matter is that, everybody thinks politics right now is at an all-time low. It's designed to be exactly the way it is. And instead of, us being angry and upset at the people actually at fault, we're upset with our neighbors. We're upset with our coworkers. We're cutting family off, right? We're not talking to family members over politics, man. But the thing about it is, there is not a time in American history where politics was perfect, where they did not play dirty. And I'm going to touch on that a little later too. But first, I want to ask y'all a question, man. What's one word, if you could put in the chat, what's one word um, that you think of off the top of your head when I ask you, how does politics make you feel today? If you could type that in the chat, man, whoever we got in the building, man. And I'm sorry, but I had to put, for tonight, I had to put the vertical stream on subscribers only. So it's going to be a little thin in there. It's going to be a little thin in the vertical stream because I'm not tolerating no BS tonight, man. I don't want to be called the N-word in the chat or nothing tonight, man. I don't. Usually I could deal with it, but not tonight, man. So salute. Saranala said, it's sad but true. We usually have to choose the lesser of two evils. It sucks. I'm libertarian for small government, but unfortunately that's difficult to accomplish. Absolutely, man. What up? What up to my brother Cisco? He said, exhausted. Me too. Me too, man. Exhausted, man. Exhausted, man. Like I said, man, I had to, why I wanted to do this specific politics stream, is because it seemed like every stream we were having ended up turning to politics. People want to talk about it, but it's frowned upon. Even bringing politics up is because we don't know how to talk to each other. We don't know how to, everybody says agree to disagree, but then they'll just go away and never come back, if they don't agree, or it turns to personal attacks. Because today, politics is becoming our identity, right? I cringe when I hear someone say, I'm a Democrat, or I'm this, or I'm that. Frustrated. He say, Serrano, he's frustrated, man. I think we all are, man. We're all just fed up, man, with the current administration. But on the opposite end, there were people that were fed up with the last administration, because we've made politics a fucking sport. We've chosen sides. We've dug in, And I'll be honest, man. The people who truly are independents, that are in the middle, it's more exhausting for us. Because, I feel like I take the punches for both fucking sides, man. Because if you're not on one side or the other, you're the enemy. And that's what it's come down to. Like I said, that could be a family member, it could be your neighbor, it could be your coworker, because we let politics define us. We let what happens in that ballot box define a whole person's being. And I don't believe that's true. Like I always used to say, and I got some mindful salute, nephew. He said it is, bro, definitely. I always used to say, and people never understood when I said, I spent my time in the streets, you know what I mean? And I always used to say, I had some good conversations with some crackheads, man. I ain't gonna lie. I've had some good conversations with some crackheads. I could learn something from even a crackhead. And everybody like looks at me like, what are you talking about? What could you learn from a crackhead? Why would you even? But then we look at our dear brother, Calvin. He lived that life, man. I would have been talking to him even when he was doing those things because I know it's still something in there. I can see something in there, man. But a lot of y'all wouldn't even have given him the time of fucking day, you know, until he made it. But what I'm saying is that stop judging a book by its cover. Stop letting a political party define who the fuck you are, how you think, how you act, who you hang around with, who you talk to and have conversations with. You know what I'm saying? Salute, salute. Life Without Limits is in the building. Salute, brother. You on the road, Cisco's on the road, getting that cheddar. Crackheads sometimes are some of the smartest people. Yes, like I could have that confidence. Always could. Always felt comfortable having conversations. Now, am I gonna invite them over to dinner or over to meet my family? No, no. But I can have a conversation. I feel like even though I'm not the most talkative person. I'm not the most outgoing person, but I know how to have conversations. I know how to listen to people. And the art of actually listening to someone is lost. It's lost today. We can't do it. I see it all the time, man. I experience it all the time because I am a listener, you know. I can see the difference, man. People do not want to hear what anybody says unless they agree, you know, unless it matches with to whatever agenda they're pushing. When did we stop listening to one another? Have we ever listened to one another? Truly, I don't know. I just know it's getting out of hand now. Sharonda says everyone can learn something from everyone. We're all humble, bro. You are human, bro. Same emotions, same red blood. We all got our own experience. People will be interested in and can learn from. I agree, man. That's how I try to live my life, man. You know, I mean, if somebody's saying some, you know, just something stupid, I mean, I'm not gonna sit there and listen to it. But for the most part, I will hear somebody out. You know, whether I agree with them, whether I don't, you know, I'll give them a space to talk and talk. If you talk yourself into a pit, then that's on you. You know what I'm saying? Especially on my stream, I let people talk and I let whoever's out there can judge them if they want to, you know, but I'm going to let you say what you got to say. As long as you're not harming anybody, as long as you're not disrespecting anybody, I just let you talk, man. Like some people just want to talk, man, and be heard. I think people listen to each other before our time, but I think collectively we need to get back to that. Absolutely. Absolutely, man. Everybody's tired, man. Like, everybody's tired, man. It's exhausting. This political climate we're in is exhausting, man. And like, I'm not saying anybody's wrong for being exhausted. You know what I'm saying? But I think the problem is who we blame for that exhaustion. You know, like I said, we're blaming the everyday man and woman who did not engineer this political machine that we're all suffering under. Right? We need to start blaming the people actually responsible for this shit, man. Richard is in the building. Salute, bro. He said, we are gone from the days when the only time we got to hear politics was on Sunday mornings, pre-cable. Absolutely, man. Absolutely, bro. There's whole industries built up around pushing that shit, man. You know, CNN is not a news channel. It's a propaganda machine. Fox is on the other end, you know, propaganda machines, man. Like, Ray says, I'm a registered Democrat, and that party has gone it's ventured so far from what it used to stand for. Yeah. I've never been registered to a political party. I never will. It sucks for me because I don't, get the vote in the primaries. That does suck. I ain't gonna lie. But I just can't throw my lot in, and I don't get it, man. Like the way I was raised in my community, it was vote blue no matter who, no matter who. Like that's I can't say I was specifically taught that, but it was inferred. It was inferred that you voted Democrat. It's what we do as a people, and I know it's wrong. you know, But once I got the right to vote, I wasn't listening to that shit. Like, no, I vote for whoever I want to vote for, who I think is best going to help me. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy you say that because I'm actually already in the process of exposing the people responsible. I uploaded a preview of the project an hour ago. I seen it come up. I just didn't have the time to get in there, but I'm gonna check it out. So, Ronald, that's just freedom of speech, bro. It's the fundamental thing of our country. If we can't understand that people have their own opinion and accept it, it all crumbles. Yep. But the crazy part about it is nowadays, I'm not pushing back on you, but the crazy thing about it is nowadays, the people who are against like canceling people for freedom of speech are the ones doing it now. So it's just like it's on both sides, man. And that's my message, man. It's both sides, man. We gotta start choosing us, man. We gotta start choosing us, the everyday regular fucking people, man. We gotta choose us. It starts at home first. It expands out into your community, and then it gets bigger than that, man. If you ain't taking care of your home, if you ain't taking care of your community, I don't want to hear shit you gotta say about national politics. You know what I'm saying? If you're not voting locally, I don't want to hear shit about what you have. I don't want to hear your opinion. I mean, I'll listen to it, but I'll let you talk. But at the same time, it's like, yo, we gotta take care of our homes and our communities and our families first. You know what I'm saying? Like that. What's more important than that? The most outrageous thing is that most people don't fucking vote. Excuse my language. We're not voting, man. We're not voting. And the numbers pan out. If you've ever done any research, a third of Americans do not vote in 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 national elections. One third of eligible voters in America do not vote in national elections, man. 33%, right? And that's why I always said I always said, man, I'm not, I hear you, but I'm not gonna go be arguing and getting stressed out with people who probably not gonna really show up to vote, and they just want to argue. They just want to complain about the politics. You know what I'm saying? And the number is higher. I think it was up to like 60% or more that don't vote in local elections. And it pans out. It pans out, man. Ray lives in my city. Um, only like I forgot the number, man. I should have looked it up, man. But I didn't plan on bringing it up. But the local election, the number that voted for mayor and alderman, the number of people that actually voted it was embarrassing in a town in a city this big. And I think it was like 20,000 or something, man. And like it's ridiculous the number. It's absolutely ridiculous. But then I gotta sit around and have political arguments with people, you know. It's like for what, man? Let me just go in here and do what I gotta do. That's where it starts at. He says, we do. Salute, come on. He said, yeah, I hear you. True facts. We need to hold people up, top accountable. Absolutely, man. Because we all down here suffering, man. We're all down here together suffering. That's what I see. It won't matter if I blame the other aisle or not. We're suffering together, man. And the people up top are benefiting regardless of who in power. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of who the president is, they're benefiting regardless, man. That's the way the system is set up. But we're bumping heads, man. It's designed to be that way. Like Ray Shar was saying, man, we're not getting news anymore. We're getting propaganda, bro. Non-stop channels, man. The news used to be an hour. It used to be an hour. Now it doesn't go off because they figured us out. They figured us out, man. As long as they keep us divided, as long as they keep us angry, we'll keep showing up. You know, and what they'll do is they'll put a battery in our back and they'll point us, they'll scapegoat our neighbor and say, look at that MAGA, or look at that leftist woke. He's your problem. Look at that immigrant. He's your problem. Look at that black person. He's your problem. The white person. We're divided. I don't even know how many more ways we can be divided. How many ways are we divided in this country? Race, ethnicity, economic status, political affiliation. How many more ways can we be divided as a people before we truly have no say? We're almost there already, right? We're almost there, man. Ron Lawson, salute, brother. Both sides for sure. I'm tired of getting called all type of names by people who say they are the most welcoming because I'm a Christian. Also see the Christians that are assholes and do not represent correctly. Yeah, like I said, I don't care if you're a Christian or not. I don't care if you're a Republican or not. I don't care if you're Muslim. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I really don't care what you are. None of that shit really defines the person that you are. To me, it doesn't. It doesn't, right? If you're a good person, you're a good person, man. How do you treat your family? How do you treat your friends, right? Do you show up when you're needed? Are you a masculine man? A lot of that shit matters to me more than who the fuck you went in the ballot box and voted for. I'm sorry, it does. It does. That matters more, man. Are you out here causing pain and harm in the community? That matters more to me than who you voted for. That's also true. If you go overseas and expect it to be the same, you have to assimilate. I feel like in the States, we're getting too many ideologies clashing on them. Yeah, because we're honestly, I don't know the solution, man. All I know is we need to bring it back home, man. We need to bring it back home, man. And take care of ourselves, man. To start taking care of your neighbors, start taking care of your family members. We need to start, man. I ain't saying I'm perfect at it. I'm not, but we need collectively need to start taking care of the people around us. I don't care if my neighbor is Republican. I don't even know if my neighbor is Republican or not. But if he asks me for help, if he asks me for anything, cup of sugar, or I don't care what it is, I'm gonna fucking help him because he's been a good dude to me, man. So what if I find out he a Republican? I'm not gonna talk to him anymore. He got four daughters. He's a loving father. He takes care of his family. Right? I'm not gonna talk to him because he's a fucking Republican. Like, really? Does that make sense? It doesn't. I think one side is more interested in the almighty dollar. Our country is rich enough to spread the wealth around. I agree, but how do we get them to do it? Frank Tate, salute, Mr. Tate. How you doing, man? Let me catch up on these comments, man. I think our votes matter more on the local level. To me, the national level seems like aesthetics. It's so twisted, bro. Like, I live in Connecticut, man. I live in Connecticut. I don't know if I gotta say more than that, but the vote is blue. It's blue, no matter what, man. No matter what. Doesn't mean that my vote doesn't count. I just know that even if I voted red, it is the overwhelming majority of the state that I live in, the district that I live in is blue. You know what I'm saying? Like I live in one of those states. Yeah, since voted on the national levels for sure. Juice, salute, man. Salute, Juice. I had a similar conversation in Stanford today, Blizz. There's a difference between voting and supporting. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's what's up. Exactly what I'm talking about. Be a good person. The Filipino community I live in reminds me of the small town I grew up in. It's humbling, man. Yeah, it's getting to a point, man. I was going to talk about social media, but we all know about social media, man. We all know what it does, man. The algorithm and what it feeds us, man. But we feed it to ourselves. We feed this shit to ourselves because we click on it, right? If we don't click on it, the algorithm is not going to show it to us. Believe me, man. So we can't blame it on the algorithm. We set the algorithm. What we're interested in, what we're talking about, what we're searching, what we're hovering on, what we're watching, and it just gives us more, you know? It's only one side that does not preach togetherness and want everyone to benefit in this rich country of ours. You can say that, but maybe one side is performative. And this is what I'm saying. This is why I always get caught in the middle. I always get caught in the middle because I always want to bring it back to the middle, back to the middle. Because, like I said, I'm not here to talk about left versus right. I'm not here to talk about Trump versus Biden. We've had that argument over and over and over and over again, right? I'm not going to tell you who to vote for because I respect you. But what I want to talk about is what's underneath this. Like, how do we as a people, because like the title says, we all lose, man. If you're in a certain class, it doesn't matter if you're white or black. It doesn't matter if you're an immigrant. If you're in a certain class, you're losing right now. You know what I'm saying? Luckily, some of us have the stock market like the way it jumped today. Like a lot of us don't have access to that, man. A lot of us don't have access to that. You know, there's a lot of people losing on both sides. On both sides, there was a lot of people still broke and doing bad in the last administration. I know a lot of y'all don't agree with that, but it's true. And there's some people who are lucky enough to be in an economic place or financial place where honestly we'll be all right no matter who's in there. Y'all think that this is objective truth of good or evil, or what makes you a good person or bad one? I don't. I think some things are advantageous for others and not so advantageous for you. Yeah, salute, salute. Yeah, I don't think it's good or evil. I think there's right and wrong. Like I said, I don't agree with the current administration. I don't support the current administration, but I'm not blaming my life's problems on the current administrations. So at the end of the day, man, I gotta figure a way out of this. I gotta figure a way out. Regardless who's in office. I have to. There's no way around it, man. And sometimes it's easier, sometimes it's harder. And I agree, sometimes administration in there makes it easier or harder. But it's more what affects me more personally is what's happening on the local level. You know what I'm saying? And that's where y'all don't show up to vote, man. That's where 60% don't show up to vote. I don't know if y'all want to, if y'all got time, y'all on the computer, look up the voter turnout in local elections in your area, whatever area you're in. Look that up, man. You're gonna be ashamed of your fellow citizens when you look up the voter turnout in your local elections in your area. You're gonna be ashamed. I'm telling you, man. Go with right or wrong. Then what's right for you is right. Exactly. Exactly. Exactly, bro. But you know what? Just because we don't agree on that Doesn't mean I don't fuck with you, but you know what I'm saying? You're my family. I don't care who you vote for. I don't care what religion you are, man. It doesn't matter to me, man. I see past all that shit. There's run of the mill inefficiency and corruption, and then there's what we have going on right now. I get you, man. I get you, man. Let me read something. All right. I want to read something because I made sure I made a note of some things in here that I did want to bring up. I wanted to bring up, the incident between I want to bring up the incident between Burr and Hamilton, man. So 1804, and I'm reading this now, guys. 1804, Aaron Burr was the Senate Vice President of the United States. Hamilton was a founding father and built the Treasury. He was one of the architects of America, as we know. He spent years publicly calling Burr dangerous, corrupt, and unfit for office. Burr challenged him to a duel, right? Hamilton showed up. Burr shot his ass in broad daylight, shot him. Hamilton ended up dying. The vice president of the United States shot I believe he was the Treasury Secretary at that time, bro. He shot him, man, over a political feud. You know what I'm saying? He got charged with murder. He finished out his term, right? Do I need to say more, bro? This is the history of America. You think it's bad now? You think it's dirty now? This is the history of America, man. This is facts. This is history. All right. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna take an opportunity to make a point. So it ain't about you either, nephew. But salute to you, man. We also need personal accountability. Absolutely. Mayor, council member, school board, commissioner, chief of police, sheriff. Absolutely, man. It's pretty thought provoking without objective morality. I don't see how you can logically decide right from wrong in most instances. Ron Law says, hey, Blizz, we get the truth out there and make it crystal clear to left and right. Truth is true. Fact check everything demanded. Absolutely, man. I don't think nobody's really pulling the wool over. I don't even think nobody's trying to pull the wool over nobody's eyes nowadays, man. They just doing whatever they want. I agree on that point. They just doing whatever the hell they want. Here it is. This is what I was talking about. Juice says local election turnout in my area is typically averaging 18 to 22% of eligible voters. And you telling me that it matters, it matters what happens. It does matter what happened at the top, at the very top, but this affects you way more, man. Tell me it don't, man. It does. This is where the fucking problem is at. These are the people you're sending to Congress. You know what I'm saying? Like, this matters, man. This is the people who are ruling on things that affect you every single day. You know what I'm saying? It reminded me of Andrew Jackson and Charles Dickens. So that dude was behind a woman, Juice. Wow, that's sad. It was 75% turnout. It would probably be bad. Exactly. Exactly, man. And the crazy part about it is when local elections come around, there's no fanfare about it. They don't want you to turn out, to be honest. They don't want you to turn out and vote. There's no big, and I know in my area, there's not. If you weren't up hip to it, you probably wouldn't even realize, mayor, yeah, but alderman, school board, you know what I'm saying? Like all that shit. There's no big fanfare about that. Election day, elections, turn out to vote. There's none of that. They do not want you to show up to vote in local elections. They love having that 18%. Because then they just keep the status quo and nothing changes. But we're sitting up here complaining about potholes, but we won't show up to vote. It's Ron in the vertical universe. Yeah, salute Ron. Brian, you might be the only one over there, man. Especially it's on like subscribers only. I know that's gonna mess with my numbers, but like I said, man, I don't want to do it tonight. Like if y'all seen that last short I uploaded, that was personal, man. That was for me. I'm glad it resonated with some of you, but shit, we all get stressed out. All right, let me read you another one. Let me read you another one from history. 1856. Charles Sumner was filibustering on the Senate floor for 2 days, man. He delivered a speech called The Crime Against Kansas. It was basically against pro-slavery senators, and he called them out by name, and he mocked one of them personally because that person had a physical disability. So 2 days later, Congressman Preston Brooks walks onto the floor while it was mostly empty, walks up to Sumner, beat him unconscious with a cane, right? Sumner was out for 3 years, right? They didn't arrest Brooks. They didn't get expelled. They censored him, which basically is like a reprimand. You know what I'm saying? But Brooks resigned. Brooks resigned and he went home. He got reelected immediately upon returning home. Right? His fucking people actually sent him canes commemorating the ass whooping that he delivered to the senator. You know, that's history. That's American history. That's American history, man. It's always been dirty. It's always been dirty, man. Since day one, if you ask me, I'm sorry. I know a lot of people, like I said, I'm a proud American. I'll sign up right now to go defend this country. I absolutely would. No matter who's in office, it's still my homeland. You know what I'm saying? But I can say that and still say system's rigged, man. Danny Burger Stream not here with us horizontal. You know what I'm saying? It's fun. Like it's crazy, but like how they used to get down, bro. Like they used to be dirty as hell, man. That's politics. And I'm not saying it excuses what we see going on today. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is like people love to look back and romanticize shit. You know what I'm saying? But this is how it's been. Like, look at our history, man. That's terrible funny, man. Morality is such a complex issue. Yeah, it is. It is, man, because like, I mean, I guess religion was supposed to solve that, but it didn't. It didn't. Because you can't dictate someone else's morality. In my eyes, you can't. You know. So, yo, man, I'm from Southern Illinois. Basically, the entire state is red besides Chicago. Chicago runs our state. It's depressing. Imagine a small, heavily populated area controls your state. Yeah. Crazy how that works, man. Morality is very subjective, man. People don't realize that locally it doesn't matter what party you vote for. But communities that regularly have the high percentage voter turnout get the attention of the local officials. All right, I'm not gonna talk too much longer, man. I know y'all want to jump up on the panel. Give me about 5 more minutes. And I'm just trying to set the tone and just trying to, get my view out there. I think y'all probably know my views already, man. Like I'm a true independent, man. I really am, man. Because I believe identity politics, man. You get stuck in the corner, man. You get stuck in a corner and you start rooting for a side, and that's the sad part because you're not voting on issues anymore. Once you're stuck in that corner, you're not voting. So I don't know. I didn't look that up, man. But yo, damn, 70%. Damn. Once you choose a side, man, it's almost like every bit of information that you get, it has to go through some litmus tests. That's what we're seeing out here, man. That's what we're seeing, man. And I don't like it. I can't dictate what nobody else does, man. All I can do is give you my opinion and the way I see things, man. I'm gonna open up the panel. I'm just gonna ask, like, if you disagree, like Cisco says all the time, man, disagree with the point. Don't focus on the person who's saying it, man. You know, you want to beat the hell out of somebody's point, fine, man, but just don't attack someone's character, man. No name calling or anything like that. I'm not opening up this for that. You know what I mean? I want to have real conversations, you know, and hopefully it doesn't turn into, just finger pointing, left, right, left, right. You know what I'm saying? Because we could do that all day. We could do it all day. We've done it for hours and hours on this on this stream before. You know what I'm saying? You check out the moral landscape. It may change your mind about morality being subjective. I get it, but that's maybe 10% area of the state. I think we should move back to city states. Miss Wishy's in the building. How you doing? It's good to see you, Miss Wishy. How are you? So we're in here, man. So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna open up the panel, man. Y'all asked for this space. Here it is. I hope I could deliver for you guys. I'm gonna try to moderate it and keep it on track. But then again, I'm not gonna censor none of y'all. So let me get this. Absolutely, Ray. I was stunned. I was stunned when we first started hearing about like stories about people like disowning their family members, like getting to forces over politics. I was like, damn, I can't imagine that. Like, I cannot imagine like cutting a family member off because they didn't vote the way I thought they should vote. It's unbelievable, man. But if that relationship was, if that's what your relationships mean to you, then, I might not want to be your friend. You know what I'm saying? In the first place. So dropped the link. Can y'all see the link? If y'all want to come up, let me know. And while I take this, I'm going to take a moment to shout out my members, man. 13 members. So salute to all of y'all, man. Billy Times, Ray MC Gunner, T Blizz, Tyrone, my cousin. My Views Your World, AJ Salute, Mrs. Generous, lovely wife of Cisco. My mama's in there. So salute mama if you watching. Beach of Life, Icy Baby, Mark Wright, Russ, Kamal, and Cisco, and Ryan. Wrapping it up, Ryan. So salute to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all, man. I know I need to deliver more for y'all, man. But honestly, I'll be honest with y'all, man. I've been being told to go harder and be more consistent on YouTube, but I'll be honest. Right now, my focus is school. Like, and I'll be honest, man. So if I ever go MIA, just know I'm okay. I'm putting in work behind the scenes, because I got goals that I'm gonna hit them no matter what. And that's what happened recently, man. I kind of wore myself down, man. Second day of the term, two assignments completed, like bang bang. So I'm on track to graduate with my bachelor's in 2 years, and that's my goal, and I'm gonna hit it, man. And then once I get that out the way, I know 2 years is not a short amount of time, but that's the goal, man. Everybody saying hi to Wishy. Thank y'all for saying hi to Wishy. Everybody say hello to Wishy. I think I got you a Nightbot now. Let me see. This is her channel. Go check her out, man. Lovely personality. Lovely personality, man. And an infectious laugh. So y'all go check her out. Did it go down there? Yeah, there it go. So Ron says, wish I could afford the memberships for y'all. I follow. Got more pride. Nah. It's not even suggested, man. I don't even really like pushing it. It's there. And yeah, they get certain perks. They're gonna get certain perks, but absolutely not necessary, man. Just like all I want is a like, man. Yo, for real. Hit that like button for your boy. That's all I want, man. Hit that like button, man. Struggling with morality has been a major part of my life. Not mine. It's never been mine. I never struggle with morality. I don't know why. I just even when I was doing bad shit, I don't know. I guess I just live life, man. Live life, man. I don't know, man. If you got a good heart and a good mind, I don't think you need to worry about it because you do good things. You do good deeds, man. But we're all gonna fall short. We're all gonna fall short at times, man. You know. So like I said, the floor is open. Anybody want to come up? If not, I'm gonna keep y'all know I'll be prepared to go. I'm actually prepared to go tonight. So if y'all just want me to talk, I'll talk. I always hit the like for people I watch and promote y'all to other people. Thank you, man. Yes, you did, man. Especially in Mad Matt's stream. So I appreciate that, brother. I really do, man, because I don't promote a lot. I don't promote myself. Maybe not enough, but I saw that and I appreciate that, man. So thank you, Serrano, man. Sorry, I'm back. We just finished dinner. Do what I can. Absolutely, man. Appreciate it too. Um, so where does this leave us, man? A divided public, man, a divided people. Like I said, man, we all lose. You see, Nightbot dropped it right on time, man. We all lose navigating today's political world, right? No matter how much, if you're a Democrat, no matter how much you complain, Trump is in office. Midterms coming up. Get your people to show up. Man. You can't tell nobody how to vote, but get them to show up, man. And particularly get them to vote in local elections, man. You know what I'm saying? Cisco's in the building. Cisco's in the building. Let me finish what I was saying, bro. Then I'm like I was saying, man. If you're a Democrat, man, Trump is still in office, man. What you could do, get your people to show up to the midterms, man. Send a message right now. Because honestly, I'm rooting for the Democrats, man. I'm not a Democrat, but right now, I'm rooting for y'all, man. I hope y'all show up. I'm gonna show up. I'm gonna be there. That's one thing. I don't like either side, but I'm gonna fucking be there, man. So salute, Cisco, brother. How you doing, man?
What's up, bro? I'm good, man. We just finished having some good ass
Got a
Indian
little,
food. It was
got a little.
amazing.
Nah, let me stop.
Yeah, man, for real. Probably do. We had, what was it called? It was I had shrimp masala and that naan bread, the garlic naan bread. Man, it was good, man. It was
Okay, okay.
good. Yeah, just chilling.
What you think about tonight's topic, man?
You know me, man. I'm not a very opinionated person. I couldn't care less. I don't care. It's whatever, man. It's whatever, dude.
Yeah, okay.
No, man. The biggest problem that I see is that most people in America, anyway, and probably everywhere, but most people in America, they don't. I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna say most people don't have the time to invest in really learning about our politics in this country. and they don't have the time to, to learn the history of this country, uh, just plain history or political history. And I think most people, what's going on in politics on any given day, it just flows right over people's heads most of the time because they don't, it's just not a world that they live in. People get their news about politics from Facebook or from their friends, and they believe that what they hear there is the truth because they don't realize there's a whole other actual reality that's going on outside of Facebook and their friends. It's kind of like, you've got some books at home that you read, right? And you focus on those books, and you think those books like have good information, and they do. But there's a whole library on the other side of town that if you're unaware that that library is there, you might just think that the books you have in your little library at home, that's all you need to know, or that's all there is to know. And you fail to realize that there's literally millions and millions and millions of other books out there that you just don't know anything about. And so, you know, I find that when I talk to people about politics, as someone who, I'm not going to say I'm an expert by any means. There's people that know way more about it than me. There's people that keep up with it way more than me. I don't keep up on it as much as I used to. But I would say the average person in this chat, they probably don't even pay attention to that stuff on a day-to-day basis. They're not really concerned with it. A lot of them just don't want to hear about it because like I said, it's exhausting and it's frustrating,
Absolutely.
and they feel powerless, and they don't, but it doesn't stop them from having opinions. It doesn't stop them from voting. And so when I come up on a panel like this, my goal isn't to down a bunch of people and say you're all stupid. My goal is to say, educate yourself more. Get away from your friends, get away from Facebook, you know, actually go and find different media that you're not actually a part of right now, and go and see what else is out there. Listen to other news networks. I've listened to Fox News. I've forced myself to listen to Fox News sometimes because I want to hear what's going on over there. I want to hear what they're telling their viewers. And it's hard, man. It's hard to sit there and
Exactly.
listen. But I
Exactly.
mean, there's just no way you're gonna really truly know what the hell's going on out there if you don't immerse yourself in that to some degree, at least, once a week. Because
Yeah,
things
some
literally
some
things are
people
changing every day.
some people don't want to know what's going on. Like they keep their head buried in the sand. They don't want to know, like you said, because it stresses you out. Like I honestly though, I was on something else you said about the news. I always say this, and I've said it before. It's like I read my news. Like I get my news off of Google News. May not be the best source, but what it is. And I was telling a coworker today, just today about it. He's like, Google News, that's left wing. And I said, no, Google News, what it is, just collection of different news sources. And I had to actually like open up my phone and show him what I was talking about. Just you know, one story I clicked on, and then it says a button under there saying all sources or something like that. You hit that button, everybody who's covered that story comes up.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? You'll see a Fox News,
And you can
New
click on any
York
of them.
Times, and you click on any of them, and what are they saying different about this same exact subject? And you could see the difference. Like you can see the different spin on it. But that's
Well,
how
that's
I
the
read
thing.
my news. I can't just sit there and let them dictate to me the tone I want to receive this information in. You know what I mean? I can't just sit there and take their spin, whether you agree with it or not. You know?
Well, that's the thing is that, to a large degree, unless you're an independent journalist yourself, you're not going out there and finding the news and covering it. You're getting your news. Everybody in this chat, I'm pretty sure, I don't know anybody in here who's an independent professional journalist. There's nobody in here that is going out there and going and getting the news themselves. You're getting your news from somewhere. And the places that you choose to get your news from matters because there are objective facts that are occurring out in the world every single day. And there are some people that go out there and they do their best just to leave the facts out there for you to look at. Here's the news, here's the facts. And then there's people who they want to take those facts and yeah, they want to put some type of spin on it or put some type of view on it. And it's not that that's necessarily a bad thing because I don't want somebody just to get up there and tell me, okay, this is what happened today. A fire happened, and there were 6 fire trucks that showed up, and they put the fire out, and they saved 4 people. That's the news. Okay. I mean, that's cool. That's all facts. But you know what I also want to hear? Hey, there were reports that the tenants were talking to the manager saying, hey, the electrical in the building is not very good. We need to get it rewired because a fire is going to happen. Okay, somebody
Yeah,
could say, well, they're just spinning it against the manager. Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, could it be that they don't, that the news is trying to get the manager? Yeah, maybe. But a little bit of quote unquote spin or putting like a human
yeah. The manager was a
element in
Democrat,
there.
or
Yeah, he was a
that's
Democrat.
the
He
part
didn't
that
he didn't
don't
want to,
matter.
what I mean?
Like,
The
you
the
know what I mean?
tenants were all
But
Republicans. I mean,
all right,
but
so
there's a certain amount of spin that you have to accept. But when you're going way out there, that's where you're running into problems. And that's what we have right now. We have news sources they're literally arms of political parties. They're arms
exactly.
of
All right.
people in
Case in
government.
point. Case in point. I don't know if I should pull this up or not. If y'all want me to, I'll pull up the actual article. I'll search for it. But ABC recently ran a fucking ridiculous. They should have pulled that story by now. The headline was, Venezuelans return to Venezuela the day of the earthquake. You know what I mean? Did you see that story?
Yeah, I saw that.
And it kind of like put it on Trump. And it's like, dude, he didn't summon that earthquake. I understand he sent them back to their country, but that amount of spend is absolutely ridiculous. And I'm not defending him, but I'm just saying that was like so blatant, so obvious spin. It didn't make any sense. It was like, all right, he could have never timed out when the earthquake was going to happen in Venezuela back to back. But supposedly the plane landed like an hour before the earthquake, and they were in a hotel. And God bless them, or whatever y'all want to say. Thoughts with them. I hope everybody's all right. I don't think so, but it's like, man, you can't go that far and not get caught out.
Okay, well let me play devil's advocate though real quick. So if what Trump is doing, if the Trump administration is doing things that are illegal, in other words, and I'm not saying this is what's happening in this particular case, because I haven't looked at this particular case and found out for myself if it's true or not. But I know in past cases, it is true that they are doing things that are illegal in terms of sending people back to their home countries without due process. It's been occurring. One of the biggest gripes that I hear of people on the so-called right is that, well, nobody was complaining when Obama was deporting more people, record people. Okay, well, 2 things about that. I didn't hear anybody on the right cheering for Obama saying, good job, Obama. None of them cheered him on for that. They complained about everything else, but the thing that they want the most, one of the things they want the most, to close the borders and send everybody out of here, he was doing that. And nobody gave him any credit for that. So that was interesting. The second thing is when Obama was doing it, he was following the law. He was making sure people got due process. The Constitution doesn't just apply to U.S. citizens; it applies to everyone on U.S. soil in different degrees. And so before people come to this country, even if they came here illegally, they still get due process. What the Trump administration is doing is they're sending people back without due process. These people are not getting to see a judge. They're not getting to file paperwork. They literally just passed a thing. The Supreme Court has literally passed a thing saying that, people coming to the border and saying, hey, I'm running for my life from cartels or my government because they're trying to kill me. They're saying, well, those people have no standing in the US because they're not in the US yet. So yeah, it's okay to just to kick them to the curb. And yeah, you could say legally, yeah, that's true. But again, if you're gonna stand, if you're gonna have the stance in America that, we're here trying to protect people from that type of, horrible regime or horrible crime, you can't just tell people, yeah, we support you, but then when you come here, no, get the fuck out of here. Okay. So the thing of it is, when they're talking about that earthquake, a lot of people don't really pay attention to. Remember, I was talking about the facts. They don't pay attention to what the facts
Yeah.
are. Trump sent these people back to Venezuela. Now, let's just say he did that illegally, right? If somebody gets on the news says Trump illegally sent these Venezuelans back to Venezuela, a lot of people, depending on what side of the aisle you're on, Some people are going to say, I don't give a shit. They need to be back in Venezuela. That's where they belong. And then other people are going to say,
Absolutely.
well, he can't do that. That's illegal. But here's the
Absolutely.
thing, that a lot of people that are so called in the middle, they don't want to go either way, right? They don't want to pick a side. But sometimes human interests will make them pick a side. So if you can tell them, hey, not only did Trump illegally send these Venezuelans back to Venezuela, but guess what happened? Because he sent them back to Venezuela illegally, and again, it wasn't his fault that the earthquake happened, but if he sent them back there illegally and the earthquake happened and they were killed as a result of that, it matters. It does matter, because they should have never been there. So again, not saying that the earthquake was his fault or he did it on purpose to get them killed, but when you're doing the news and you're trying to get people to understand that, hey, red flag,
Yeah.
sometimes having that human interest will get
It
people's attention.
says that. It's a it's a fucked up story. The
It
way it
is
was
fucked up.
written. There was the way it's written, and it's sad that they passed away. But you know, I just don't get the spin. Why do you need that spin on top of that story? It's taking advantage of an already horrible situation to
But is it
rile
spin
people
though?
up.
Is it spin? You need
It's
people getting riled up. You need people getting riled up. If the Trump administration
not
is
if you're a
brick,
news source. Not if
no,
you're a
you
news source. Not
that's
if you're an
part of
objectable news source.
our journalistic history in this country, bro. You
I
know,
know it is.
it isn't all about just talking facts. That's what I was saying. It's not all about just telling the facts. The facts and how they play out in all of our lives matter. Okay, if it
Yeah,
doesn't
but the
affect our
problem
lives,
is we don't
why do we
need
even care?
our news sources being an arm of a political party. That's what I'm saying, man. The
I agree.
information that we get, if you're gonna be objectable news source and you're gonna cover the news, you cover it down the middle, right? There are certain times where, yeah, one side is wrong, you're gonna report on it, you're gonna say they're wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. But the lobbying part, that's the part that gets me. And that's the part where I get upset, even as somebody in the middle. Because being somebody in the middle who refuses to pick a side every fucking time on every issue, right? Some things I do, some things I don't. You know what I mean? I see it. And I think I see it way more than a lot of people because I'm not invested in either side. I really not. I'm not invested in the left. I'm not invested in the right. You know, I think the people in the middle who are truly in the middle actually see it right down the middle. I see where your side fucks up. I see where the other side fucks up. And I don't think a lot of us are able to see it
Honestly, don't think
because
you're
we
in the
choosing
middle.
a side.
I don't think you're in the middle. I think most people who think they're in the middle, they're actually not in the middle. I think what people are confusing is political parties versus right and wrong. Okay, so I'm an independent. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I'm not registered to either one of those. But I tend to side more with Democratic, principles and ideals because, in my opinion, objectively, they have a more moral platform than does the right side. And that's my personal opinion, but it's also objectively measurable. And that's why I was telling Ray about that book, The Moral Landscape, because I think it is true that you can act morally and make it under an objective framework. It's not just subjective, right? Subjective would be saying, "Hey, I'm a Christian, and I believe God says these things, and so therefore these things are good." Okay, that's very subjective. That is not at all objective, right? That's very subjective because depending on what God you serve, your morality could vary widely, and there's no rhyme or reason to it other than God said so, right? Whereas if you say, "Hey," um, I feel my personal goal is that I want to do the least harm to people and maximize good for people. And there's ways we can objectively measure that. There's ways to objectively measure what's harmful to people and what's good for people. And if we base our decisions on that type of framework, then it's very easy to see how objectively we can choose what's right or wrong. Now, it doesn't work in every single situation. There's going to be some gray area, but at least working under that framework, we can all work from the same place. Whereas Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, they can't work from the same place because they're all doing these
Yeah,
subjective rules and regulations, right?
yeah.
So
They all have
I
different
just
frameworks. You're talking
I
about ethical
feel,
frameworks.
yeah, ethical frameworks, very different ethical frameworks. But like I said, I don't think you're in the middle. I think you have a moral code that you follow. You're saying I'm not, I'm in the middle between Republicans and Democrats, which again, that's kind of a vague place to be. But if I asked you certain specific platform points, right? If I told you, are you for or against a woman's right to choose, you would have an answer. If I told you, are you for or against being able to legally use marijuana, you would have an answer. If I told you, if I just kept going down the line about all these different issues that the Democrats and the Republicans differ on, you would fall onto one side or the other. I doubt very seriously you'd go right down the middle. And that's true of I think most people, so I just feel like a lot of people haven't really spent as much time thinking about this stuff very deeply because like I said, it's not sexy to talk about this stuff. It's not entertaining. It's more frustrating than anything else. And when you don't have all the facts at your disposal to really have an intelligent conversation about it, you're just spouting nonsense. You're just repeating and regurgitating memes and what your friends said. And for me, it's like it's
Yeah.
very frustrating to talk to people
'Cause
like that.
a lot of people don't have the time. I'll be honest. I mean, you
And they
should make the
don't.
time. You should make the time, especially if you're going to be, you want to be an informed voter. You want to be a better citizen. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
honestly, a lot of us don't have the time. And it sucks, but that's the way our economy is set up. That's the way society is set up. Probably in more places around the world that actually have a higher voter turnout and a high, a more knowledgeable um, electoral base or whatever you want to call it. But I want to say, I want to highlight this message from AJ. He said local elections are important. Trump is only in office for 2 more years. What does the Democratic Party run on in 2028? I think they need to take a clear stance on issues and stay the course. Like I said, I don't want to make it left or right, but this is a good question. This is a really good question.
Yeah, I mean, look at what they ran on in 2024. Literally the same stuff. They should be running on the same stuff. I don't I To me that's an easy question to answer. The Democratic Party does have a very clear stance on pretty much all of the issues. It's just whether you agree with it or not. They have a very clear stance. And like I said, the things that and we talked about this before, the things that Kamala Harris was running on, nobody in here even knows what it was because none of you guys looked it up. None of you went to the website and found out what her platform was. None of you, went and said, okay, this is what she's for, this is what she's against. You just had a caricature of her, of who she was, because you heard it from your friends, or you heard it from Facebook, and because she's a woman and because she's a minority, you're not going to take it seriously. So F her. That was the stance of a lot of people.
I mean, a
And
lot of people I knew, actually saw her talk,
they
and
just didn't like
I
the way
mean,
she
that was it.
talked.
That was it. That was
I
it.
mean,
It was like,
how
nah,
shallow can you be though? How shallow
that was
can
a
you be?
lot
I
of
don't like the
people.
way she talks. I don't like the way she
No,
talks. I
not
don't
just
like
the
the
way
way
she
she looks.
talked, but the way she carried herself, her conversation when she talked. Um, Not just the way she talked, what she said when she talked,
But
how she
look at
presented
Donald Trump.
herself.
People were cool with that
Hey,
though.
no, but like
Like
I said,
you can't
I
say I don't
can't
like the way she
tell.
talked, but then oh, Donald Trump, he was a Rhodes
But
Scholar. Like
no, the
what?
point
Makes
is,
no
people
sense.
can and they did. They shouldn't have,
And
but they
those people
did.
are people
You know
that
what I
are
mean?
fools. They're
You know what I'm
fools because
saying?
they're not basing their vote on things that matter. I,
That's
I
the
I can I couldn't
population.
care
That's the
less.
population of
That's
America, man. I think
exactly, and
there's a
and
lot of
that's why
them
you have
here.
a
I
and that's why
agree.
you have a certain segment of our population that believes that we should not be a democracy. We should be a autocracy because the vast majority of people are too stupid to go out there and vote in a way that's really intelligent and meaningful. That's what people think in this
Yeah,
country,
I actually
and
think
they're
if
not 100% wrong. I
no,
mean, they're not.
I actually think if Kamala Harris ran again, she would win. If she polished up her talking points, narrowed down the platform to the most important uh, you know, key issues that the Democrats want to push, I think she would win. I think they absolutely will run away
At,
with
th-
this election.
at this
But they
point, I don't
won't
know.
do it. They're not gonna do it,
I'll
you
tell
know?
you what I do believe. I'll tell you what I do believe. If Gavin Newsom which a lot of the right wing people, they hate Gavin Newsom. They don't really know why they hate Gavin Newsom, other than oh, he's elitist. They can't really give you a real detailed reason why they don't like him. But
I don't like him.
setting well, I mean, you probably
I
can't
don't
give me a
like him.
detailed reason why you don't like him though.
I don't like
If
him because
do
he's
you
condescending. He's condescending, but I could tell you this: if he's the best candidate, I'll fucking vote for him. That's the difference. You know what I mean? If he's the
well,
best candidate, I will vote for him, whether I
I'm
like him or not. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not really sure what you mean by condescending. I mean, I don't know how many times you've actually sat down and listened to him talk, but again,
No,
setting that
I
aside,
see. He's not my governor. That's the one
no,
thing. So
I'm glad he's my governor. I'm glad he's my
until
governor.
recently, he wasn't even on my. I knew the name, but I'm
Yeah.
not really gonna look up what the governor of California.
Well,
You know what I mean?
yeah, no, who
Because
would unless you
you know
live
what I
here?
mean. Yeah. So
The only
until
other reason you
recently,
would have,
but actually, the first time I actually ever listened to him speech was when he was talking to a bunch of black educators, and he was basically, I don't even know if he knew he was doing it, but he was belittling them. And it pissed me, it turned me off to him. I'm sorry. If that's the first time I'm seeing you and you're sitting there like, hey, I'm just like you guys. I didn't do good on the SAT either. And you're talking to doctors and fucking lawyers. It's off-putting. And that matters
right,
to people. If that's
right.
the first thing I ever see you do, it's off-putting. But like I said,
I
if
agree.
he goes up against somebody and I think he is the best candidate, I absolutely vote for him. I don't have a problem.
But there's a big difference though, Blizzard, between saying something like that, which again, I've listened to Gavin Newsom speak quite a bit as a citizen of California. I've listened to him speak quite a bit. I've got his book over here on my bookshelf. I haven't read it all, okay. But what I can say about that dude, from my personal impression, is that he's a pretty genuine guy, and he really wants to help people, and he really wants to, make America better. He wants, the most amount of people to succeed. Does he say stupid shit sometimes? Yeah, but everybody says stupid shit sometimes. It's just, I think what his intentions were in that situation was to connect with people. But the way he did it, yeah, it was awkward, and it was
It was
silly,
weird.
and it was and
It's
it was
weird.
disrespectful the way it came out.
So
But that's not his intent, and that's not who he is. And once it was pointed out to him that that was the way that it came across, he apologized, and he said, yeah,
okay.
that didn't come out the way that I wanted it to. But here's the thing: there's a big difference between him saying something like that, which people jumped all over because he's got to be perfect, and then a guy that says, I like to grab by the pussy. Okay, that just went right
Uh,
past everybody.
No,
No,
it did. No,
it
it
was
didn't.
cool. No, it was cool because that dude got elected president twice. It was cool. He literally said
Yeah.
that. This
All right.
guy
So
got.
it's my I know for a fact that Joseph is in the back. Joseph, I'm gonna let you up in 1 second, bro. It's my job, and I believe this because it's the type of person I am, right? If he wins the nomination, it's my job to do my own research on this man, right? It's my job to do the research on him and see if I really want to vote for him or not. I understand that a lot of people don't, but it's also his job to go out there and correct the record, which you saying he's already did. I didn't see it, but this is what I'm saying. It's on both sides. It's not just the voter. It's also no, not both sides of the political aisle. Both sides as a voter and also as a candidate. You know what I'm saying? You come out there and stick your foot in your mouth. You get your ass out there with the same amount of vigor and correct it publicly. I didn't see the apology. Like I
But let
said,
me ask you this: if we
if
sat
he
down, if we sat down right now, if I said, Blizzard, we're gonna put your life on the line right now, and if you don't come up with the right answer, you're gonna be unalived immediately. I'm gonna go into the Internet Archives, and I'm gonna look up every bit of evidence or every bit of video I can find on Gavin Newsom. I'm gonna go through all of it, and I'm gonna find every single time he says something that was offensive or untruthful or totally derogatory to people in an unnecessary way. I'm gonna find all of it, and then I'm gonna go run Donald Trump, and I'm gonna do the same thing, And I said, Blizzard, now which one of those two guys do you think I'm gonna have a huge trove of information on of all the times they did that, way greater than the other one? Who would you put your life on? That the guy that had the most just horrific and horrible things to say and lies and all that, who would you put your money on if it was your life?
I don't really understand that question,
Between
but
Gavin
I
Newsom,
know.
okay, look, between Gavin Newsom and Donald Trump, right? Everything in media, internet, everything he's ever said that we have on tape, everything that
Who
Donald
would
Trump
have
has ever
more?
said, who would have more things where they were either being dishonest or where they were saying things that were intentionally
Oh, Donald
disrespectful
Trump.
to other people?
Donald Trump,
By
100%.
far, by
Donald Trump,
far.
100%.
Okay, but he became
100%.
president of the United States
That doesn't,
twice, and we're
but that
holding
doesn't
Gavin Newsom
negate.
to a high, super high level. But we didn't do that with Donald Trump. As a country, we didn't do that with
What I'm
him.
saying is that it's his job to overcome that.
It is.
He's a candidate. He has to overcome that. The
He
Democrats
does.
have to be 100% on in their messaging. It's not going to be just, oh, these voters are dumb, we're not even going to go talk to them.
But that
Like, you
was
know what
my
I'm
point.
saying? Like, you
Right. But
can't
that was
do
my
that
point.
this election. You can't do it.
My point
You
was
know?
this though. If Gavin Newsom would have been running for president instead of Kamala Harris, and he was saying running on the same platform that she ran on, setting aside the fact that there was potential, shenanigans with voting, which I don't 100% believe that that's true, but potentially could have been, who knows. But setting that aside, Gavin Newsom would be president of the United States right now. Donald Trump would not be president of the United States right now. I think Kamala Harris was just not palatable as a woman and as a minority to be voted in by the majority of people in this country, because America is still a very misogynistic country. It's still a very racist country in many ways. And that's just a fact. And if you disagree with that, I would
Yeah,
argue that
I
why don't
agree.
you go and look at all the prior presidents before Obama and tell me how many of them were other than white men? And you can't say, oh, well, they were the best for the job. No, they weren't. No, they weren't. Okay. We've never had a president of the United States that
But
I feel was the best and brightest that we have to offer in this country. But that's a fact. I mean, there's just they didn't want Obama two. They didn't want that. Okay. And that's unfortunate, but that's why we got Donald Trump, a guy that has had, multiple wives, multiple children by multiple wives. He's been convicted of
yeah, but I
felonies,
don't see he's in
charged
there
with,
now.
all
So
these
it's like,
things, all the things they're worried about black men doing. This guy literally did it. He's been president twice.
yeah, but what's the next step? You know what I mean? He's in office already. I
Yeah.
don't
The
think
next
they're
step
gonna
is they
be
they do.
successful impeaching him right now.
uh,
Midterms coming up. How do we mobilize our people, your people, you know what I mean, to get out there and actually fucking vote? That's what's gonna matter, man. That's what's gonna matter. If I don't actually think I'm gonna go out here and convert a MAGA into voting the opposite, other than what a MAGA is. Not that, and I don't even got nothing against MAGA. They're who they are, and I like that they are what I expect them to be when it's time for them to act that way. You know what I'm saying? So
well, I'll tell you
they're out
this. I'll tell you
open.
this.
You know who they are. You know what I mean? So how do we like get rally our community to actually show the fuck up, man?
Well, I'll tell you what, voting since that election in 2024, voting nationwide. I mean, from what I've seen, voting nationwide in local elections and primaries is up everywhere. More people are coming out to vote now than they were 2 years ago. So, and that's one of the reasons why you're seeing a lot of stuff happen right now, is because Republicans are scared as hell right now. They know that Trump is extremely unpopular. They know that they don't have a real platform to run on that anybody supports. A very small minority of people support their platform. So they know they can't win a fair election. They know they can't, convince people that they're right. So they're doing everything they can to try to stop people from voting. And that's why you're seeing all these laws that are going in. You're seeing the Supreme Court gutting the Voting Rights Act. You're seeing these different states, you know, doing all these little shenanigans that, they're trying to, gerrymander as much as they can to push all these different communities out so that they can keep the status quo. And before somebody jumps in and says, well, California did it because Texas and other states did it. So we're not going to let other people cheat and then just say, oh well, let's play by the rules while they're cheating. So yeah, California did do it, but it's to even the playing field. In
Yeah,
fact, Democrats put a
two
bill
wrongs make it
forward.
right.
Well, in this case, it's like you either cheat or you lose, right? Because I personally think gerrymander is cheating, no matter who does it. But if somebody else is cheating, guess what? I'm gonna be cheating too. Okay, so they actually Democrats actually put forward a bill to make gerrymandering illegal, and not one Republican voted for that. All the
Mhm.
Democrats voted for it, but none of the Republicans voted for it. So that tells you everything you need to know about what Republicans think about the voters. They don't respect any voters. They want to be able to choose who their voters are, and they want to be able to put people in the
They
ballots
both
that
they both gerrymander though. Like it's been
no, no,
going
no,
on
no, no.
forever. They both gerrymander, bro.
It's if you go look it up,
That's
bro.
one thing I
How
can say.
many
They both
states? How
gerrymander.
many states? Yeah, but look, that's like me and you saying, well, everybody breaks the law. Yeah, you're right. Everybody breaks the law, but some people speed and other people go murder 12 people. Okay, so you can't say, oh, well, everybody breaks the law though. No. Gerrymandering is a huge, huge part of Republican strategy in red states, a huge part. It is not that way in Democratic states. It's not. Do they do it? Yeah, they do it, but to the scale of Republicans, and you can look that up. You can look it up.
I know, but they do it, and that's what I'm saying. It's like
You're
it's
killing me, Blizzard.
weird.
You're killing me, bro.
I'm just saying, bro. I understand to the level, but it's like, all right, Cisco's going 10 miles over the speed limit. I'm like you because you use that speeding. You're going 10. I'm going 25.
Yeah, but listen to how that
You know
sounds
what I
though, and
mean?
that's part of the problem, bro. Listen
You're
how that
going 10.
sounds.
I'm
Well,
going
everybody does it.
15.
Everybody does it.
It's wrong
Democrats,
across the
Republicans,
board.
they're all the same.
It's
They're
wrong
just
across the
different wings of the
board.
same bird. We can't. That's the problem with this country is we think that it's all the same, and
What I'm
it's
saying.
not the
But what
same.
I'm saying is like you can't hold that moral high ground if you're doing it. That's the problem. It's like where I get confused because where I have the where I step in and be like, no, you're both fucking doing it.
But
You know
Blizzard,
what I'm
if you and I agree to have a knife fight at midnight tonight, we both agree to have a knife fight at midnight tonight. I show up with my knife and you show up with a gun. Okay. Do you think that I have to keep the moral high ground and say, well, we did agree to have knives, even though he has a gun
No,
now, I'm gonna
no,
go ahead
no,
and go into the
no.
fight.
It's not a
Okay, guess
gun.
what? I'm going to get a gun too.
It's
And
not a
yeah,
gun.
we're
It's not a
both
gun.
violating. Wait, we're both violating what we agreed on. But guess what? I am not going to be killed because you're cheating. So when you say, "Hey, Democrats and Republicans both do it," first of all, it's Democrats do not gerrymander to the scale that Republicans do. That is a fact. Look that up. And number two, okay, like I said, California did literally gerrymander their voting districts because if they didn't do it, Republicans were going to gain way more seats in the House of Representatives. So California had to do it, and other states were trying to do it, and they had Republican legislatures that shut them down, unfortunately. But
Yeah,
if
but
you know that the other party is cheating, which that's what gerrymander is, it's cheating. Okay, you're picking who your
it's
voters
cheap.
are,
Fucked up.
right?
It's
But if
wrong.
you know your
Absolutely
opponent
wrong.
is cheating, are you going to keep playing by the rules? That's what Democrats have been doing for so long. And that's why Democrats lose these elections because they keep playing by the rules.
Yeah,
That's what
but
they need to do
like
different.
I'll go back to the
And
knife
that's why
gun thing.
Gavin
Let me go
Newsom
back to the knife
is a
gun
different
thing
kind of
because I
dude.
think that set the tone all wrong. It's not a knife versus gun thing. It's you bought a knife, I bought a bigger damn knife. You know what I'm saying? So you can't say it's unfair because I bought a bigger knife. We agreed to knives.
No,
That's
that's
how
not
I
how it
see it.
is.
That's truly
That's
how
not
an
how it is.
independent mind sees that, bro. It's
But Blizzard,
truly how an independent mind sees it when he says, no, both of you are cheating.
right, but listen,
That's what I mean by independent
you're not
mind.
you're
You're
not doing
both
a
fucking cheating, bro.
you're not doing a direct
No,
analogy,
they're
bro.
cheating more than I'm cheating. They're cheating more
No,
than
no,
I'm
no.
cheating. So
Remember what
they're
I
wrong
said.
and I'm not wrong.
Remember what I said. A bill was brought into Congress to make gerrymandering illegal. One party said,
When?
yes, let's do this. This was years ago. They, one party said, yes, let's do this. The other party said, hell no. Okay, so that is not, one party saying, well, let's have a knife fight, and one party saying, well, I'm going to bring a bigger knife. No, that is literally saying, hey, let's all use knives. And one party saying, no, we're going to bring a gun. And that's just the way that it is. And if you can't fight fair, okay, what does that say about your platform? What does that say about who you are as a party? And like I said, Democrats have been trying to play by the rules and take the higher road and all this crap. And that's lovely ideals. But at the end of the day, what ends up happening is Republicans are putting things into place. Like I said, Supreme Court just gutted the Voting Rights Act. Laws that were put into place to keep this stuff from happening have been stripped away. And the exact thing that was happening back in the 60s, the 50s and 60s is happening again. They are trying to keep people who are minorities from voting. They're trying to take away their power in the ballots. And that's what's happening in a lot of these red states. That's cheating.
Yeah,
That's straight up cheating. And you're not
2022.
seeing that in blue states. You're not seeing that. I mean, that's objectively, demonstrably true.
I get what you're saying. I absolutely get what you're saying. Neither side should be doing it.
Please
Neither
bring
side should be doing
Joseph
it. I
up.
mean, Joseph's in there. He's in there.
Bring him on up. He
He's
says
in
this is
there.
Cisco. This is Cisco abroad show. Yeah.
Like I
Yeah.
said, I didn't want this to be like a back and forth because I was looking something up, but I don't want this to be just a left versus right type of thing. Because like I said, bro, if we in the same tax bracket, if we in the same community, it don't matter if you're left or right. It don't matter, man. We in the same boat. Like gas prices don't just go up for Democrats when a Republican in office. It goes up for both of us. So we can sit here and argue left or right all day. The problem is when it's time to show up, when it's time like midterm elections, who the fuck's gonna show up? Because that's the problem. If you don't show up, you lose. If you don't show up as a candidate with the right messaging that's gonna reach people and change people's minds, you're going to lose. You can't just blame the electorate all the time. You have to convince them. It's your job as a politician to convince these people that they're making the right choice to vote for you. That's the job, man. And if you lose doing that, right, then it's your fault. I don't know what else to say on top of that. The Democrats can't blame the electorate for not voting for them. They got to go out this time and they have to convince the electorate that they made the wrong choice last time and they need to correct their mistakes. And then the Republicans need to go out and convince the people that they made the right choice the last time and they'll make the right choice again by voting for them. And then the people show up and they vote and they count the votes and we get who we get. You know what I mean? Then we fight about it for 2 years into the midterms. That's how it goes.
But you can't also say that, well, we gotta convince our neighbors and our friends rubs to get out there and vote. But they can't blame the electorate. No, it is on the electorate. It is on the electorate. If I have a message and I've only got so much time, because when Kamala Harris jumped in the race, it was very short amount of time. She was very last minute. Okay. She didn't have a lot of time to get her message put out there as well as it could have been, as it should have been. And that was a problem that the Democrats created because they put Biden up there. But here's the calculus that they were using. They put Biden up there because they knew, just like I just said a little while ago, America will vote for a white man before they will vote for a black or other minority, woman, whatever. And that's just a fact. And if people can argue and cry about that all they want, but look at the history of this country. Okay. So the calculus that they used that, hey, we'll put Biden up there. He was aligned with Obama. Obama had some popular policies for most Americans, and he's a white man. And look, he won. And there wasn't really anything new that Kamala was running on that Biden didn't run on. In fact, they were damn near the same platform. But for some reason, Kamala didn't get voted in. Why is that? Okay, why is that? There has to be a reason. And no amount of messaging from Kamala could have changed that. I'm sorry. That's just the way that it is. If people
not.
like you are saying, "Hey, I don't like the way
Maybe
she
not.
talks," her attitude, who cares about that crap? If Donald Trump was competent, I wouldn't care if he said some stupid shit from time to time. But he's not at all competent. And the fact that he could be elected president, but people were mad because Obama wore a tan suit or because Kamala came off with a funny laugh. Man,
That's
come on, get real.
America.
That is
We
your
know
electorate.
America.
That is your it
We
is, and that is your
and
electorate.
you got to and they've been operating around that same electorate for many years. And let me clarify. Wasn't personally saying I didn't like the way she talked or the way she acted, but that was a point when talking to other people that I heard come up again and again, was that I don't want to say the way she talks, but like she couldn't articulate her points. And that's what I mean. That's a better way to say it. And I watched her. I knew what her points were. You know what I mean? I get it. It is what it is. At the end of the day, you vote for who you think is gonna best serve you, because that is the politician. Supposed to be the politician's job, is to serve the people, you know. But we never hold their feet to the fire. We hold our neighbors' feet to the fire. We hold our family members' feet to the fire. You know, we judge them, we alienate them because they voted differently from us. That's that's what I'm trying to stop. That's what I wish we could get away from. You know. Joseph, what's up,
Is
brother?
it safe to jump in now? Is
You
playing
can jump
hopscotch
in.
right now. How y'all doing? What's up, Cisco?
Yeah,
What's up,
I gotta
man?
read some of these chats, but we're gonna let Joseph say what he gotta say. Um, welcome back, bro. It's been a minute, so salute to you.
What's up, man? I'm on
Well,
my
go
way
ahead,
on your
man.
side
How,
of
how
town
you feel,
soon.
man?
Feeling it's like 100 degrees out here, bro. But I like it.
It's,
I love the heat.
it's hot as hell out here, man.
People complaining about it, and they complain about winter. It's like, well, this is the Midwest. Make up your mind. But see, Cisco, he would never understand because he get perfect 80-degree weather year round. So he's just a hater just by proxy. So he would never understand how this is for us as a relief. Yeah, give me 90-degree weather all day long. Compared to winters, man.
Yeah, well, I think it's
Yeah,
gonna be
you've never been
98
in the
out
Central
here.
Valley in California, obviously, because our heat blasts your heat way out the water. So that's cool
I
though.
passed through the desert and I felt it passing through the desert, 110, 115-degree heat going to San Diego. And I said never again. I didn't want to, I was confused. I didn't know it. I didn't know it could get that hot outside. So no,
The
I agree
hottest
with you.
place on the planet Earth is in California. So I'm not sure what
Really?
you were saying, but yeah, absolutely. You've heard of Death Valley before, right? It's the
I might have
hottest
drove
place on the
through it.
planet.
I did not
I
know that.
doubt it, but I doubt it.
He said I
But
might
go
have
ahead, brother.
drove
You
through
got
I
you
it.
got
doubt
points
it.
But
though.
anyway, you got the floor, man. You got the floor. Let's see
You
what
want
you
to talk
gotta
about the
say. But
weather?
a
You've been
reminder,
jumping, want to jump in. You talking about the weather?
a reminder, a reminder. The topic of the stream tonight: we all lose navigating today's political world. That's just the topic, man. I'm not saying you gotta talk about it, but
I'm sorry, what was that? Oh, navigating today's political world. We
we
all
all lose.
lose.
We all lose.
We all can lose. So, how I like how Cisco said earlier that people have to be more educated and informed about politics because there's no escaping it. That's just a fact of life. It's a part of life. It's you can't cover your eyes and cover your ears and say la 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 la. It doesn't apply to me. Because eventually it will, and it can show in something as simple as gas prices. And I don't know why gas is so high all of a sudden. It's because of certain policies and things taking place, wars you might not be aware of, that you have no opinion on or no thoughts about. So you can have willful ignorance, but most people can't afford to be willfully ignorant about politics unless you are the one who controls the policies, make the laws, and or have a level of wealth where policies or the majority of them don't have much effect on you or your family. So
Okay.
that's that.
You running
Oh,
for
and
office?
Cisco. Oh, real quick. You said maybe it's just me, but I spoke to a lot of people who were Kamala supporters, who didn't vote for Trump, they didn't vote for her. So they set out of the race, and it's primarily because of the way in which she she wasn't voted through the primaries. No one She didn't go through the process, the stomping grounds, going out, traveling, making speeches, putting in the work to get that support that even as much as you may have Trump, he put in the work to do that. to build that base that you call fools and that you despise. But she didn't even go out and do that to build her base in the way that a Bernie Sanders did or the way that a Hillary did. She just got installed, 4 months before the election. That's not, even if Trump had did
Hey,
something like
she didn't
that,
have time.
it would have been, well, they knew we saw, we saw how Biden was performing, so much so that even Trump, you can say he's immoral, but even he was like, oh, this is bad. He felt sorry for him. So they knew his condition before he got up on stage. So they had enough time for him to step down and give Kamala time to go through the normal democratic process of allowing people to vote for their candidate. They voted for Biden. They didn't vote for Kamala to be the primary candidate for the Democratic Party. And that was kind of like a slap in the face to them. These are coming from the people who, like, preferred to have voted for Biden, would have voted for Kamala, but felt that they were being grossly disrespected. In the same way that people who voted for Trump, if he just was installed or someone came and he replaced them all of a sudden out of the whim, out the blue, it would have been like, wait a second, yeah, I support, this is my party, but we can't get down like this, because if I'm voting for that, then you're setting the precedent in the future for how future voting will go about. We can just install anyone, pretend as if you're voting for this person, but we're going to do the switcheroo. No, that wasn't the right thing to do. So had she got into office, that would have been a precedent that this is okay to do, and it was not okay to do. That is the primary reason why they chose not to vote for her. It wasn't because she was a black woman, it's because she was well, not black woman, but she called herself minority, whatever she calls herself, Indian, or that she was a woman. In the same way, people had the same feelings about Obama. Oh, he's half black. He's black. He's a black man. It's not going to happen, and it happened. He had the charisma, the charm, the cadence, the intelligence. He people threw a lot of hard questions at him. He held himself together. Kamala did not, and it's mostly because she just did not have the time and experience on the world stage in order to know how to combat and come back with effective questioning and answering. She was just bad. She was way outside of her league, and it's only because
She was literally the most qualified person to ever run for the president of the United States. That is objectively true.
objectively true. Well, you can be qualified, and like Cisco said, you can be qualified to do a thing, but if you can't
On
communicate
paper.
your points and make things in such a way that you get people on your side and you become unlikable from a lot of different things, if you don't have that charisma, I don't care how bright you are, how intelligent you are, if you can't communicate and convey that intelligence to the people and your abilities to be the leader of the free world, then you're not going to get elected. That's just the way it is. People are going to look at how you speak to them, how they feel about you, in addition to the knowledge that you present or lack thereof. That's just the way it is.
And
Cisco.
believe it or not, a lot of people
I got a
like
lot to say
Trump.
about what he just said. So
Wait,
when I get a chance,
believe it or not, a lot of people like Trump. Whether we like him or not, a lot of people liked him and believed in him. I think he's lost a lot of that support, but a lot of people liked him. You know what I mean? Or was willing to give him a shot. Obviously, twice. You know what I mean? But like Joseph was saying, man, like you have to be a politician, man, and not just on paper. You have to be it like when you show up at rallies. Like I don't think she had enough time. I don't think she had enough time. I know she had $1 billion, bro. She had $1 billion to spend, man. That's a lot of fucking money, man.
It's a lot.
I think they need to take that money. Public. I don't know. I don't want to get into it, but I don't think that's ever going to happen where we remove corporate money out of politics. I know the Democrats tried it, it didn't work, but the bottom line is, like I said earlier, if Kamala showed up with a polished agenda,
she literally had an
delivery,
internet platform out there for everyone to see.
Bro, it wasn't good, Cisco. You believed it, but I'm telling you,
you said you didn't even look at it.
I'm telling you, I didn't look at all of it, but I knew the point. She laid the points out. Did I have to read every one of them? I didn't have to read it. It was right
you're
there.
Voting for the president of the United States.
It's the same Democratic platform. You said, like, it's the same platform that Biden
Did you read
was
that one?
pushing.
Did you read that one? You
Yes,
didn't read that
yes.
one
And
either,
I
probably.
voted for him. I voted for Biden, bro.
Okay, so if you voted for him, why did you not vote for her?
There were two different people,
Who said who I voted for?
I'm saying
Like, I didn't
if
have to
you
vote
didn't
for.
vote for her, why did you not vote for her?
two different candidates, two
Okay,
totally
but
different.
here's
They're
the
not the
thing.
same
Here's the
person, bro.
thing. They're not
Same
the same
platform,
person.
different
They're not the
messaging,
same
bro.
person.
Different time.
Well,
You know what I mean? Like,
first
it,
of
it
all,
is.
first of all, Joseph blew up his own argument. It didn't even make any sense because he's saying, well, the people that didn't vote for Kamala, they didn't vote for her because they felt like she was just put in there and they didn't have a choice. But
Oh,
the
there are
reason
people who
why
are not gonna vote
They
for her
didn't have a
regardless. It
choice.
don't matter. Like you said, there are people that's not gonna vote for her because she's a woman. There's people that's not gonna vote for her because the color of her skin. That's absolutely true, right? Well, what do we so if you believe that, why even put her on the fucking ticket?
Hillary
Excuse my
almost made
language.
right.
it.
Why put
And
her
Hillary
let me
on
almost
the
made
and
ticket
it.
at all
let me
if you
explain
didn't
it to you.
believe that
I'm
she could
trying to explain it.
overcome that?
Right. And I'm trying to explain it to you guys.
Explain this
So,
to me.
right. So here's the thing.
Why come she didn't go through the regular democratic process, the primaries? Why did she? Why was she able to skip all that and just, oh, here I am,
But
surprise?
and
Explain that to me, Cisco.
Let me know when you're ready to listen.
Go ahead.
and
Okay.
more importantly, what are they gonna do next time?
Okay. So you guys are throwing a lot on my plate. Let me answer all of it. Okay. So as I said earlier, the calculus of the Democratic Party, because they understand history, they understand the electorate. The Democratic Party is not stupid. Okay. As as the Republican Party, the strategists, they're not stupid. Okay. They go about things differently, but they're not stupid. The Democratic Party understands the temperature of America most of the time. Okay, they'll push the edge a little bit, but they pretty much understand kind of the temperature of America. When they wanted to win the presidency, okay, after Trump, okay, they knew what they needed to do because how did we get Trump in the first place? We had 8 years of a black president. That is why we got Donald Trump. Okay, there's a huge part of the American population that was just they lost their minds when a black man became president of the United States. They felt like they were losing their country and we're just going to be run out of here. That's why we
Oh
got
my
Donald Trump.
goodness.
Hold on.
Okay.
So let me finish.
Go ahead.
That's a big reason why Donald Trump got elected president of the United States because a black man was president for 8 years, and it was a backlash. Okay, and so when they had to run somebody, okay, against Donald Trump after he did his first 4 years, they're not going to come back with a black woman. They're not going to come back with a black man. They're going to say, you know what? America, the temperature right now, we need a white man in there. And who's a white man that we can put in there that is palatable enough to both sides that he could win? Who is it? Joe Biden. Because Joe Biden, he was already a vice president before. He's kind of to me center right, just as Obama was center right. They're not really left leaning at all, but he was center right. He was palatable. And guess what happened? He won. He got elected president. So when it comes time for him to re-up, we need another 4 years. They're not going to take out Biden in the middle of him, being president for the first 4 years and put somebody else. That's not how it works in this country. You don't run another president after you had a president for 4 years already. You run the same guy. Whether
Mhm.
they knew what his medical issues were or not, I don't know. They probably did. But the calculus was we need to put him in there. We're going to lose the White House if we don't put him in there. So they did. Now, was that a mistake on their part? Yeah, I think it probably was. But what were their other options? What else could they have done? They're going to go against history and install another president who's already had his first 4 years. They're going to jump ship midstream. No, that's never happened before. So they put him in there. Now, when his health started deteriorating and shit became obvious that this dude he's not capable to be president of the United States, by the time that happened, they were already running their campaign for him to be, to go in. And so Kamala, Joseph said himself, she got put in at the last minute. Why was there no time for us to pick somebody? Because there wasn't time to pick anybody. There were months between the time when they said, "Hey, Joe Biden's gonna step back, Kamala's gonna step up." There were months. You know how long it takes to
Do
put
do
wait, hold on. You know how long it takes to put a primary together to decide who's going to be it takes a long time. There was no time. This was
do you think she would
unprecedented.
have won? Do you think she would have won if she
wait.
had the full election cycle?
Like my boy Richard says, I'm trying to land a plane. She had no time. She had to go in there. It was not up to Kamala. She didn't make the decision, hey, I think I'm going to take just a few months to run a presidential campaign. That wasn't her idea. She wasn't the one that thought of that. She had to agree to it, yeah. But what is your option? What other option do you have? Continue to let Biden, who's obviously not capable, or do you put somebody else in? And who else would you put in besides Kamala? I would ask that to any Republican. Who else do you think should have gone in there on the Democratic side? But here's the thing.
Would she win if she had the full election cycle? Do you think
I don't
so?
know. I don't know. Possibly. But it's definitely not a given. But here's the thing, people are bitching and complaining about, Kamala this, Kamala that, Kamala this, Kamala that. But we've got a guy who's literally been civilly held liable for raping a woman. We've got a guy who's literally convicted of 34 felonies. We got a guy who has been sued and found guilty of racist practices in his businesses and in his buildings. This guy is one of the worst examples of a human being, not even an American, of a human being that has ever walked the face of the earth. And if you have a different opinion than that, I don't know what to tell you. But the stuff that this guy has done, the stuff that this guy has said, up until now, this guy's falling asleep in the damn meetings in the White House. As much as they were crying about Biden, this dude's literally on camera falling asleep multiple times. Again, talking about grabbing women by the pussy. If that wasn't disqualifying right there in and of itself, the enrichment that he's doing for his family right now, all the shady backroom shit that he's doing, and some of the stuff is out in the open. You're going to hold Kamala. You're going to say, oh, we can't vote for Kamala because I don't like the way she talked. Get the hell out of here. And so for me, yeah, it is a very uninformed and ignorant electorate that holds these superficial things of, well, you got to be a politician. But when they're a politician, you don't like it when they're a politician. Well, just talk to me straight. So when they talk to you straight, it's like, well, I don't like what they're saying. I wish they would have been a politician. You can't have it both ways. Okay, Kamala was trying to come in there and she laid a platform out. It was very clear what her platform was. If you guys didn't look that up, if you guys weren't aware of what it was, I can't help you with that. But people can't say, well, I just didn't like that she did this superficial crap. Look, I'm gonna land the plane on this, okay? If you had two doctors sitting in front of you, okay, one of them was just not a very personable guy. He just was not a very personable guy. He just seemed like, not very friendly, not somebody you'd want to go have a beer with. But he went to all the best colleges. He's performed the kind of surgery that you need many, 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 many times. And then you've got another doctor who's just the coolest fucking guy, man. The kind of guy you'd love to go have a beer with. But you know what? He just got out of fucking med school. He's never performed these surgeries before. He's got a little bit of a sketchy past, but he's just a cool guy. Who are you going to have do that heart surgery for you? The cool guy that you drink a beer with that's a little sketchy and has a checkered past, or the fucking guy that I don't want to have a beer with him, but you know what? You're going to pick the best one. And that is the problem with our electorate, is that they're picking the guy that they want to have a beer with. They're not picking the person who's the best one. So I don't know what you can do as a professional person when that is the people who are electing people. That's the bottom line. America gets what America deserves. That's what I feel.
I get it, but I'm going to keep saying it. You got to be a politician. It's your job to change the people's mind, bro. I'm sorry. That it is what it is, man. This is America, bro. And your electorate is your electorate. You got some smart, you got some not so smart, and you got some idiots. That's it. You got some racist, some sexist, misogynist. That's the electorate, man. What are you going to do about it? Besides get out there and inform the people, bro. Like, what else can you do? What can I do? I can't force my neighbor to vote for Kamala. He sees the Kamala that's presented to him, or through whatever lens he sees her through. You know what I'm saying? But that election is over. Trump, Kamala is not going to happen again. What about the next one?
It's probably going to be Gavin Newsom. It's going to be Gavin Newsom. It's probably going to be Gavin Newsom. And he can probably win.
Not the person, us. You know what I mean? Is this going to divide us more? Are we going to be calling our neighbors stupid because they didn't vote the way, you know what I mean, we voted? What if a Republican wins again? What if fucking, what's his name? I can't even think of his name right now.
J.D. Vance?
Rubio. JD
Marco
Vance,
Rubio.
who probably JD Vance, who honestly scares me more than Trump. You know what I mean? Because he's just way more articulate. I think he thinks damn near exactly the same. He's more articulate than Trump. You know, he can actually give a decent speech. You know what I mean? I think he's more dangerous than Trump. You know what I mean? What if he wins, man? What are we gonna do about it? Are we gonna sit around and call the electorate stupid again? Are we gonna stop talking to family members again? You know, like what are we gonna do? And then the opposite the other way. You know, if Kamala runs again and she wins, like I said, I hope she runs again. If Gavin Newsom runs, I don't know who else is gonna Mayor Pete. He ain't even mayor no more, but Pete Buttigieg. You know what
I
I'm
can tell
saying?
you right
Like,
now, it's not
is
going to
that
be a
gonna
minority. It's not going to be a minority in any way, shape, or form. If anybody wants to put some money on that with me right now, let me know. It is not going to be it is going
oh
to be
no,
a
I don't
white
get a
male
say in it.
that gets the Democratic nomination. It will be a white male. Period.
Who
And
cares
and
if
there's and it's
whoever
funny.
does the best
I'll say
job,
this too
dude?
real quick. Yeah, right. That's why we got Trump.
Some
He was
people
the best choice. You're right.
let
There's some
let
people
let
in the
let
comments
Joseph
that
talk, man.
Man, he
Let
can
real
Joseph
talk.
quick,
talk, please,
I'll let
for a
him go.
minute, man.
It's cool.
there's some, yeah, I mean, like I said, I try to make the points that I could make, and I was getting talked over too. So all I'm saying is, there's just a lot of double talk. We're going to pick the best candidate, but Trump's the president, so that's not true, obviously. And there's people making comments in the comments they think are really zingers. And it's like I wish I could speak to all of these, because it's just very apparent to me that how little people really understand the political process. And people can say, oh, are you talking down to us? I'm not i'm not talking down to you, but you need to understand what your shortcomings are in understanding the political process in this country. And there's people who obviously just do not understand it. I'm just reading their comments. I'm like, it's obvious that they don't understand it.
Or
Even
they just
Joseph was
don't
saying,
think like
well,
you, or
don't
they
you
don't have the
understand?
same
It has
values
nothing to
as
do.
you.
It
They
has
don't have
nothing
the
to do
same
with
have the
thinking like
same
me.
values
It has
as
nothing to do with
values. Maybe
thinking
they
like me,
don't
though. It has nothing
values.
to do with
Maybe they
thinking
don't
like
have the
me.
same values, morals. That like for me, like I said before, man, I don't know a person's true morals and values, but just by what they're saying in the comment section, man. We could try to
I don't either.
gauge
I don't
it.
either. And that's
We
not
could
what I'm
try to
saying.
gauge it, but I know the one thing that is that there's um different views on politics here. You know what I'm saying? And that's all it is. That's all it is, bro. It has real world consequences, who we vote for, but is it worth losing relationships over?
Some of them, yeah, for sure.
Some of
I'm
them, yeah. The
sorry.
ones that
I'm
don't matter,
sorry.
the ones that don't
No,
matter,
no,
yeah.
no, 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 no. I don't care who you are. And I'm gonna use this analogy. If you were in Nazi Germany, okay, in the 1930s, okay, and Adolf Hitler was, doing his thing, okay, are you going to be the person that says, well, I'm not really for or against him, I'm in the middle? Then you're with him
Trump is
then.
not. Trump is
I'm not
not
saying,
Hitler.
look, and this is the thing, I'm not saying he's Hitler. I'm giving you an analogy. I'm giving you an analogy so that it's clear what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is sometimes when people are saying that, I'm just not going to vote because I just don't like either party, it's usually because they don't know enough about either candidate to really make an informed decision. That's really what they're saying, but they're not going to admit that. Okay, so they're just going to say, well,
Oh,
I'm not going to vote because I don't like either candidate. Okay, cool. But if you
I mean,
know, you don't, if your vote means that the worst candidate is going to be elected, then your no vote is a vote for the worst candidate. And that's just the way that it is.
the but see, this your framing. I think is that a lot of people are kind of pushing back. It's like either
could be a
you
politician.
think the way I
Because I'm
think,
not a
or you're
politician.
wrong.
Because I'm not a
No,
politician.
it's either like
No,
you
that's
think
not
the
what I
way I
think.
think, or I'm wrong.
That's not what I think. You're
It
putting words
just
in my
comes
mouth.
across that way. No, I'm
Right,
just
because
saying
people don't
that's the
like
way
to
it
hear,
seems, man.
because I'm not a
And it's like,
politician,
oh,
Blizzard. I'm not a
it
What you're
politician.
wasn't
talking
me
is very
either. Like we just up here
political.
talking.
Is politician like. Now you may not be aware of it, but if you have a group of people saying, "Hey, man, you sound like you talking about double speak," I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but it's kind of like the gaslighting. I'm not saying people are stupid, but they're stupid. I'm not saying people are retarded, but they're retarded. Like what the?
I
I
never
mean,
said any
this
of that.
The foolishness?
Yeah, I don't
Foolishness
know if
is
you said that or
when
not.
you call someone
I never
foolish,
said that.
you're
Somebody's a
insinuating that
fool.
they're
Somebody's a fool if they voted for Donald Trump for president of the United States. They're a fool. That is
oh,
demonstrably true.
oh,
You're a
you
fool.
prove my point. So, and people are going to look
Yeah.
at that and say, okay, this guy, he must be, you think you feel like you believe you have a level of knowledge and intelligence and wisdom that the average Trump voter doesn't have, or even greater than wisdom than someone who didn't vote for either Kamala or Trump. You say, well, they both are foolish because the person who didn't vote for either side is voting for the enemy.
But
Okay,
it's
cool. I mean, listen, you don't know
like I
what
said,
those individual
I'm not
people.
trying to follow. I mean, Joseph, you the same way for Trump, bro.
I,
Like, come on, man. You the same exact way for
Me?
Trump, bro. Yeah,
How,
you a Trumper.
what are you talking about?
You a Trumper,
No,
man. We've had these
no,
conversations before.
no, sir. Not a Trumper. Not a Trumper. Not a. I voted for Obama. Who was the guy after?
I don't know.
I
All
was.
these political conversations we ever had, and I never heard you say one bad thing about Trump, bro.
That is not. Well, you have to understand the conversations can go on for hours.
mean,
You're not going to remember every single thing. I personally believe that the conservative stance on when it comes to like unions um, is very wrong. Um, because I remember Biden putting in things into place. I think it was Chicago, if I'm not mistaken, where people were getting jobs and things like that of the sort. They're much bigger supporters of unions, and people getting workers getting fair rights in the workplace. Conservatives are much more not like that, especially Trump. He's a billionaire. His naturally he's not going to be in support of it. And a lot of people are going to gaslight people and say, well, you don't need unions. Everyone should have a right to vote or right to work and, hired, be fired. And I think that's wrong. So the busting of the collective union agreement, which is why Bezos and the Facebook CEO Zuckerberg would show up in support of Trump, even though they might outwardly say we don't support him. They support the fact that he supports big business. Another example would be of me not supporting Trump is I'm in Michigan. I'm in Detroit. I am pretty irate about the fact that he's holding up our bridge. We have a beautiful bridge. I drive by it and I don't know what it's called. It's not the Ambassador Bridge, but the Ambassador Bridge is being held by a billionaire. And apparently the billionaire got into, I think, the Secretary of Treasurer's ear, who then got into Trump's ear, who then decided, well, since I'm the president, I'm not going to allow this bridge to be open because apparently this billionaire bridger, gave a significant size donation to the campaign. So
Wow.
to say that I'm a Trumper for life or I'm always been about Trump is not true.
You
But
present
there are
like
some things
I don't
on the
want to
other
say
side where
that
I'm
you
like, come on,
present
dude.
like a Trumper. You
Well,
presented like a Trumper
I
here.
just
So
I just
I'm
gave
just saying,
examples on
bro.
how
I
I'm not.
get it. Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So it's
Yeah.
like it's people are more nuanced than people think. Now, if I'm speaking about one topic, about something I agree on the conservative side of things, it can be easy to say, oh, well, that person leans to the right. But like I said, I don't want to. Cisco's right about this. A lot of people say they're in the middle, but they're really not. They they might lean more to the left than they think, more to the right than they think. I don't know which way I lean. I
Mhm.
just know that this is what I believe. This is what I feel, and again, I'm for unions. I know Republicans are not 1,000%, but that doesn't mean I won't vote Republican. I'm going to look at the overall picture and say, okay, I know that this is something I don't disagree with, but by and large, I have a list. I write it down, positives and negatives, overwhelming positive, overwhelming negative, which side wins. Okay, this one etched out this side this time, conservative. This time, this side, okay, liberal. And that's just the way I've been my entire life, back and forth, back and forth. Obama, Trump, Biden, Hillary. So it just depends on what policies I genuinely feel and believe at that particular point in time will help the American people by and large. But it's going to be impossible for any one candidate to satisfy every single agenda that people want to have in this country because it's a country, right? It's going to be they're not going to
It's
satisfy everybody, even those who voted for them. They're not going to satisfy
a country
everybody.
made up of individuals at the end of the day. You know,
Well, with different
when it comes
agendas
down
and
to it.
communities, yeah. but there's again, just people are going to have their people are going to have the person that they rock with, the person they don't rock with. Tribalism is a thing. That's a human nature aspect. People have to fight against that to educate themselves about certain candidates that they don't like, because they might find out like they actually like that person, and that a person actually might do more better, might do better
Right.
for the country than the other. So, but a lot of people don't want to. It's uncomfortable. So you have to study, you have to read, you have to really find the time. You have to do a lot of reading, a lot of research, and say, okay, I thought I didn't like this person. Now I'm starting to warm up to this person. But a lot of people don't have that. They kind of make up their mind. I like Trump. I like Kamala. I'm Democrat. I'm Republican. Whatever. And they typically go down that line. It takes so much effort to do the research and studying and put in the time and effort that I know Cisco has done in order to make an informed decision. Oh, okay, forget about what I voted for last time, conservative or liberal. Who is going to be good for the country? I believe most likely potential this time, and you try your best to pick the right person. Sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong,
Yeah.
and that's just the way
Because
life
they're
is.
they're all imperfect, just like us. They're all imperfect, just like us. Some more clearly than others. You know what I mean? But at the end of the
Agreed.
day, like, you may choose wrong. You may be ostracized for it. It is what it is. Rudd. I don't know who Rudd is, but I'm gonna let you up. My finger on the trigger real quick because I don't know who this is, but you're up.
Rudd has problems.
Russ.
Russ has missed typos in everything I do tonight.
Oh, okay. It said Rudd. I'm
So
like, who the, as soon as I heard the voice, I'm like, okay,
I got
okay.
problems. I got
Salute,
problems.
bro. Salute, bro.
I'm just
Like I said,
here
I
as the
did, and let me.
diagonal on my screen counterpart to my friend Cisco here to give some
Okay.
support because I, Cisco, we're not all crazy. I too cannot understand really anybody voting for this criminal. However, in the Kamala thing, I just didn't think she could win. I voted for her. I know we were in a jam because of the timing and all the stuff with Biden and his, but it's just, it was just depressing because it looked like we were going to lose, and that's what happened, and that's just history. So we got to do better in the future. But I think it's just a lot of cultural. If we can't beat the Trumps, we as the Democratic Party or whatever, if we can't beat those people, we definitely need to do some retrospection because it should those should be easy wins. So I don't know what the answer is. I feel like sometimes, yeah, it's tons of racism, all that. Got to deal with it. It's not going away as soon as we would like if it does go away. But somehow, on some of these cultural issues, maybe we're going to have to bring people along more slowly than we'd like to, as challenging as that is, because we just can't win to these scumbags like Trump. I mean, we got to be able to beat
Bottom
them,
line,
you know?
the bottom line is a lot of people that you're writing off. You're gonna have to campaign to them. Not you, not any of us. You're going to have to campaign to some of these people that we're calling stupid and racist, and you're not gonna change a lot of their minds. You might change a few. A certain percentage points is all you need, but you have to go talk to them. You have to campaign and appeal to them and show them why you're the better option. But if we just write them off, you're gonna lose again. You're gonna
I
lose
agree.
again because
I,
those
I
are your
agree with that.
citizenship. That's your citizenry, and you have to, no matter what. If you do win, you're gonna be representing them. They're American citizens too, whether we like it, whether we agree with them or not. And the decisions that you make as a politician and as a leader will affect them also. Whether or not the last guy did it or not, it don't fucking matter what they did or not. What are we gonna do now? How are we gonna get there now? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I
Like
think
I keep saying,
Cisco's dream
midterm
is to
elections.
educate people more, but I just don't know. It's just like
I mean, but you
it's
don't
such
need
a
to educate the people who already agree with you. You need to talk to the people who
Well,
don't
that's what he's trying to do now. He's trying to
And
argue.
those
okay.
people have no
Point.
interest in being educated, Blizzard. Those people have no interest in being educated because they've already made up their minds based on what little tiny bit of information that they have, that they think, like I said, their little library at home is equivalent to the actual library. And it's not.
Yeah.
And when you tell people the truth, like I said, to counter Joseph's point, I don't talk like a politician. Nothing that I'm saying up here is anything you've ever heard a politician say before. Okay. The stuff that I'm
Yeah.
saying right now is pissing people off because one, I'm telling the truth, and two, it counters against their tiny little narrative that they have. And like I said, if that comes off as disrespectful or condescending, then so be it. But it's like I can't, I can't put everything that you need to know to have a real conversation about this stuff in your brain. I can't do that. You have to
It's
do
not your
that.
job
And
to
you
do it.
when
You're not a
it's not
politician,
it's
like
not
you
my job
said.
to do it, but you're telling me, and you're telling people like me that we have to go have conversations with people that just don't want to be educated and think that they know enough. It's that Dunning-Kruger syndrome. That's what they have. And they don't even know what they don't know, and they're so confident in their ignorance that I can't break through it. And
That's
some of the
not
stuff, like I said,
that's not true, man. You
What I'm
can't.
saying is this,
It
it's
Cisco.
absolutely
Trump
That's
did
what
it.
I'm
true.
saying,
It's
Cisco, bro.
absolutely true
I'm not, and like
Trump
because
did
here's
it.
the thing.
and
Here's the thing. You know, Joseph made a comment about, well, doesn't Cisco know that white people? Yeah, absolutely. There are a huge amount of white people in the country that voted for Obama. I never said anything about white people doing this or doing that. I never even mentioned that.
Said
Okay.
racism and black
I
and
Yeah,
this
but what does
this
that have to do with?
can I
Well,
just
hold
say
on, hold
this?
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
'Cause
on,
you,
hold on, hold on. I listen to everybody talk. Right, I didn't say a
I
word.
know, but I gotta try to
I mean, it's your
go
show,
ahead,
Blizz.
go
I
ahead,
mean,
go
I
ahead, go
sat there and
ahead,
listened
go
to all
ahead.
kinds of stuff, and I couldn't say a word. You know, I didn't say anything about white people. You automatically assume when I said the word racism that I was talking about white people. So to me, that's pretty racist. So I didn't say anything about white people. What I said that there's racism. It's not just white people that are racist or prejudiced against minorities. Guess what? There's a lot of minorities who are racist and prejudiced against minorities. Okay. And so for me, there's misogyny, there's racism, there's all kinds of things. You got Saran in there talking about that Kamala's a known alcoholic, that she's a dimwit and all this stuff. It's total nonsense, man. There's no evidence for any of that outside of whatever Newsmax or Fox News he's listening to in the country that's not even his own country. He's in another country. So how much he could even know about what's going on in the U.S., I don't know. But where he's getting his information from, that she's an alcoholic, she's a drug addict, like, what are you talking about? How do you talk to people like that? So again, when he says, "Don't I realize that?" Yeah, I do realize that, and thank goodness that there are people who are rational and reasonable that come in all shapes, colors, sizes, and genders. Because if it wasn't for that, we'd be in a way worse of a situation that we're in right now. But like I said, I can't put everything that people need to know. If I did a poll right now, okay, and I took the test that non-US citizens have to pass in order to become US citizens, if I took that test and gave it to everybody in this thing right here right now, the vast majority wouldn't even pass it. They wouldn't even pass it.
you
Okay.
think you would?
I
That's
absolutely know I would because I've
crazy.
taken it.
This is
I
what I'm
absolutely know I
saying,
would because
bro.
I've taken
But
it.
listen, just
So
listen
here's
to
the
me, bro.
thing.
And
I
I'm not
can't
trying to
I
tell you what
can't
to
teach
do.
people
I'm
what
not
they
trying
don't
to tell
want to
you what to
know.
do. Give me a second. Give me a second.
I'm not here
It's
to
not
win
you.
votes.
It's not your job, bro. Like I said, you're not a politician. You know what I mean? But you vote for politicians who don't do that effort enough, that I believe. You know what I mean? It's not your job. I mean, and I always say this, it's not our job to change anyone else's mind. At least I'm not out here trying to really change anybody's mind. I'm just giving you my opinion, the way I think, the way I believe shit. That's all. That's all we can do as regular everyday people, right? But it is our politicians' job to go out there and change people's minds and get people to vote for them. And if they don't do that, it's on them, bro. We understand that some people are just not going to vote a certain way. They're not. You know what I mean? But at the same time, and another thing that I kind of want you to see and us to see, because you said one thing. You said, like, I'm gonna paraphrase you. It was something like, people are comfortable in their ignorance or something like that, right? But it's like,
Yeah.
don't get too comfortable in your knowledge either, bro. We gotta be in the middle ground because there's things that
Nah.
all of us don't know. There's things
Wait,
that
He
wait,
we
wait,
doesn't
wait,
believe
all
wait,
that.
can
wait,
learn,
wait,
He
bro.
wait,
doesn't
wait,
believe
wait,
that.
wait,
Like
wait, wait, wait. Okay, just
I
listen to
know
what I'm saying.
everything. I
Okay, yeah.
know.
Fortunately,
it comes.
I don't wait, hold on. Let me respond to that. Fortunately, I don't my brain doesn't work like Joseph does. I don't deal in extremes of black and white. Okay. I can see
What?
there's many shades of things. Okay.
Wait,
So he basically just
you're
characterized
projecting.
me.
Okay.
He basically just characterized me, okay, as saying, I know everything. I never said I know everything. But
This is the consensus, brother.
me
Sorry.
saying me saying that I know more than you do on a subject, that I can demonstrate that I know more than you on a subject, is not me saying I know everything. Okay. There are things that Joseph knows that I don't know. There are subjects and things that he can bring to the table right now that I don't have his knowledge or expertise on. I don't think thinks he knows everything, but he can demonstrate that he knows more than me about something. Okay. And that's all I'm saying. I think the people that are in this chat right now, the vast majority of them, based on their comments, that's all I'm basing it on. Based on their comments and how they say things, I can tell they're not very knowledgeable about this stuff. The stuff that they're saying proves that they're not very knowledgeable. They're saying things are like, talking points. They're saying things that are like memes that there's no evidence or no backing for, but it's convinced them that they're right, and they're completely wrong. So how do you convince somebody who thinks that they're 100% right and they're demonstrably wrong if they're not willing to listen, if they're not willing to educate themselves, if what you have to teach them goes so far beyond their ability to comprehend because they're so far behind in
Ooh,
learning about this stuff? Yeah, it
see
sounds
that?
bad, but you know what? It sounds
It's
bad, but you know
crazy.
what? It is bad. We've got a guy
Those are the
who's a
people that
literal
those are
rapist
people
in the
that we
White
can't
House,
reach.
Joseph.
You,
These are the
you
people
ain't
that
gonna reach
voted
all
for
of
this
them.
guy.
You ain't
What do
gonna
you
reach
like? It
everybody.
sounds bad, but you know what's really bad? We got a guy who, once those Epstein files are released, what are you going to say to these people that voted for this guy? What are you going to say to people that are cool with all the stuff that he's doing right now? What are you going to say to those people? You're going to say, "Hey, let's kumbaya, let's hug." No, man, I'm not with all that. If you want to revel in your ignorance, that's cool. And if you get upset and get offended by that, I don't care, because this is not we're not playing tiddlywinks. My life, my kid's life is on the line every single day that this clown is in office. And some of you are too outside of what's going on to understand that. But like I said, do you guys even know that he's mobilizing DHS to be at polling stations? That he's going to have
Yes.
DHS be going around polling stations? Why would you do that? What American president would
Yes.
do that? If Obama had done that, what would they be saying right now? You
But
guys are
this is what I'm
so out of
saying.
the loop. Some of you guys are
No,
so out of the loop
what
on
are
this.
your politicians gonna do about it, bro? This is what I'm saying, bro.
Not my
Who has the power
politicians.
to do something?
That's a good question. That's a
Me?
good question.
You?
Yeah,
Or the
we do.
people that we voted to put in power?
Both.
This is what I'm saying.
Both do.
That's who the argument is with.
But
That's
we
who
but
is
we can't
there to
we can't have
do
that
it.
conversation though, Blizzard. If we in this chat right here, and you said something earlier
That's what
that
I'm
that
saying,
that
the whole monologue,
you
bro.
said
Like
something
this is
earlier. You don't have conversations with people to change their mind. I absolutely do. I don't want to have a conversation with somebody who I can't learn from, or that I can't teach something. Changing somebody's mind doesn't mean aligning their thought with mine. Okay. I don't necessarily want people to think just like I do, but I want the process by which people come to their conclusions to be something that's rational, logical, not just built on feelings and emotions and, a lack of knowledge about the subject. It should be based on, hey, I'm an informed person. Hey, you know what? I come to my conclusions through like a scientific method, not just because it makes me feel good or because I just don't like the way this person looks. I do want to change people's mind. That's why we're having this conversation. Why,
Or you
why
just say
else
you
would we
didn't
even having
want
this
to.
conversation?
You
I
just
didn't
say you
say.
didn't want to change people's minds,
I
and
said
then you
I
just said
do want
you
to change
do.
no, he
people's
said he
mind.
do.
I never
He
said I
said he do.
didn't want to change people. I said
He
I
said he do
absolutely
want to
do,
change.
Joseph. Listen to what I'm
I
saying. This
don't
is the
need
problem.
to.
You don't listen,
That's the
bro.
thing. I don't need to do that though. I don't need to do it. If it happens, it happens.
You
I can
don't.
still have a good conversation with you, bro. You know what I
So
mean? Like I
you're,
don't need to change anybody's
but
mind.
that's
I
not what
don't
this
feel like
conversation is about,
that's
though.
the goal. You know what I mean?
That's not what this
If we
conversation is
can, we
about, though.
can. But this whole thing, and this is where I wanted to try to
What's the
avoid this
subject?
conversation. You know
What's
what I
the
mean?
topic?
Navigating today's political world, we all lose.
Right. And
Why? Because
that's
we'll
not a
get upset
conversation you
with
want to
each
have.
other and we'll argue with each other, like something you just said. Trump is mobilizing DHS to to be at polling stations. We'll get online. We'll argue with each other about it instead of writing a fucking letter or calling our senator or our congressman. That's the fucking problem. Excuse my
It's
language.
past
I'm
that.
like
It's past that.
that that's the problem, bro. We'll go after each other, man. We'll tear each other down instead of directing that anger, that frustration to where it can actually make a difference.
I,
That's
I
what I'm
think you're
saying.
right, but I think Cisco is understandably just expressing a lot of frustration. I
And
feel
I
the
get it. We
same.
just come to a
Yeah,
different avenues. You know what I mean?
yeah. I just the the guy we have in office is such a horrible human being, a criminal, enriching himself in office. Forget whatever the Democrats do. I don't understand how anybody can support this guy. There's got to be better out there.
Mm,
So it does
Let me ask
drive
you something,
some of
Russ.
us nuts when people are okay with him and we just don't understand it. I mean, he's just openly a despicable human being. The way he
No,
talks about
this is the
people,
problem.
he's talked
I
about
don't want to
people
say
that
too.
are handicapped. He's talked about said terrible things about people that are dead. The way he talks about women, calling a reporter a piggy on an airplane, all these things that are beyond the pale, things we've never seen before. But for some reason, this large segment of society is okay with it. And that drives Cisco crazy, I'm sure. Drives me crazy too. I don't know what the answer is. We're just not as
It drives
evolved
me
as we
crazy,
like to
Russ,
think
I
we
know
but
what
are.
the answer is.
it drives me crazy, Russ. But at the same time, what are we gonna do about it? You know what I mean? And there's a couple. There's something else. Damn, I lost my train of thought. What I wanted to say to you, I should have wrote it down or something. But um, it drives. Now I'm not saying all of us. It drives a lot of us crazy, right? What are we gonna do about it? You know what I mean? Like, and I said we can write off a whole section of society that's never gonna believe us, never even gonna listen to us. Yeah, we can write those people off. Those are the idiots. They do exist. They do exist. I'm not saying they don't, right? But there's people who voted for him that regret it. You know what I mean? They regret it, man. They want to move away, but they need someone else to vote for, man. They don't feel exactly the same way that you feel or Cisco feel. They don't feel that strongly about it, right? So it's not like I said, it's not Cisco's job to go campaign to them. It's not your job to go campaign to them. It's the politician's job to campaign to them.
I
But
disagree.
if you can have a conversation with somebody, right? And you can get them to open their mind. Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't you do it? Like, why wouldn't you do it? But you got to be willing to have that conversation with somebody who voted different, who thinks different, who has maybe different morals and values. Then you got to be actually willing to have that conversation, right?
Those are the
We
only
can't
people
just
I want
write
to have
them
a
off.
conversation with.
We just can't
Tho-
write them off because they voted for Trump before. You know what I'm saying?
those are the only people I
And
want
we're
to have a
willing to
conversation
do
with.
that.
But I also draw a line though too, Blizzard. Like I said, once I realize that you are just so far gone in down the rabbit hole, I'm not going to waste my time with you. And that's why that's the frustration I'm feeling right now. Because like I said, I just see how far down the rabbit hole some people are, and it's like it's pointless. It's pointless to even, have these discussions. And that's where my frustration comes from, and I'm not saying, Saranla had put a comment up there about, well, you told people not to be emotional. You're being I didn't tell people not to be emotional. What I said was, and again, this is the problem, is people don't listen.
It's
They
voice
they
effects.
they they hear what you're saying before you even say it, if you understand what I'm saying. Okay. They think they hear what you're saying before you say it. Okay. I know I'm just some dude on the internet, and I know most of you, you don't know me in real life. Okay. And you don't know my background. You don't know what I know. And I don't know any of you in your backgrounds or what you know. All you can go by is what you see here on this screen and what you see in the chat. Right. So what I did say was people shouldn't be making their decisions based on emotions. That's what I said. I didn't say anything about you shouldn't be emotional. You cannot help but be emotional. You don't control your emotions. Okay. What you do control is how you respond to your emotions. Okay. You can't control whether you feel scared or happy or sad. You can't control those things. They just happen. How you respond to those things is what you control. So what I did say was you shouldn't be using emotions to make your decisions. And I'm
I
not
see.
I'm not making my decisions based on emotions. I'm displaying frustration because, like I said, a lot of people in here, I do respect and I do care about. I have extremely different views from them politically, and that's fine. But I want to have these conversations with those people, and I want to know that I can change their mind or that they can educate me and change my mind. Because either way, I feel like I win, you know. But if you're so far down a rabbit hole and you're just saying stuff that is just completely way out in left field, I don't even know where to begin with you. So that's where my frustration is coming from.
Yeah. They're not your target audience, though. You know what I mean?
No,
They're
these
not your
people are my
target
target
audience.
audience. The people in this chat are my
Yeah.
target audience. Absolutely.
I mean,
They are absolutely my target audience.
the people you're saying are so far down that rabbit hole.
A
They're
couple of
not
the,
your target
yeah, a
audience.
couple of
The
them.
people that are willing to listen and to hear you out,
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
those are the people you want to have this conversation with. Like you say, you don't want to have this conversation with someone who is racist and is never gonna. You know what I mean? Like you don't want to have that conversation. Those people, for me, are the lost causes. You
And
know.
I want to make it clear that there's nobody in this chat room right now that I think is racist or any that's one thing I don't get that vibe from anybody in this whole entire
Me
chat
either.
that somebody's racist.
Me either.
I'll make that perfectly clear right now. Not one person.
Icy, how you doing, Icy?
Hola, hola. Can you hear me, guys?
Bring some
We hear
levity,
you.
please.
Okay, I think it needs like cute break time.
Break.
You guys are pretty heated. No, I was just I was just asking if tacos are allowed and outsiders are allowed in this conversation.
Yes, they gotta come up though. That's the thing. Is the link is in there. They just gotta be
So
willing to
I
come up and
do
have a
have a
conversation.
question though. I really do have a question as an outsider. And I think I've voiced this out, but for people who are new in the channel, please subscribe, like, and share. Charot. Diba? And also to the panel, Cisco on my side. Guys, please do check them all out and type MINE. But anyways, regarding the segue, the question is like the way America is going right now, as of this moment. I wonder if Americans do understand how do they, or as an individual, as a regular, average, normal man and woman, do you guys understand or updated to the policies and the rights that have been passed or not have been passed, abolished, and also partly this is an individual question because it seems like everybody's political anyways. But in an individual level, do you understand what is your responsibility or how are you going to fight for the things that are being done in a smaller kind of way, like part of the town or as a group, as a community? Is there something that, as an outsider, as an individual, and as an American, can you tell us Any information that you do as a normal being responsible to change what is happening in America right now. I don't know if I if I did the question correctly. So I'm sorry. But yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. Every single one of you Americans.
Okay. So
Ah,
basically two questions. Yeah, y'all got the two questions because basically
you
it's
wrote them
basically
down?
um what rights have we lost basically, and have we noticed the
Oh
rights that we
no,
actually
yes.
lost, and then on what can we do on an individual basis locally.
Yeah, so basically if you know any rights that have been passed or abolished as of recent, and if you agree or disagree with that, if it's a yes, then kind of like elaborate in kind of way.
The Voting Rights Act. The Voting Rights Act was put into place because there were a lot of states in the South that were making it difficult, if not impossible, specifically for Black people to vote. And the Voting Rights Act came out because they were trying to make it illegal to do what those Southern states were doing, which was, doing a lot of the gerrymandering, having poll taxes, intimidating people from going to vote. So the Voting Rights Act, was put on paper to try to put an end to all that. And for the most part, it was successful. And, again, the stuff that I'm saying is going to irritate people and make people mad because, again, they don't understand history. Because I don't know any other way that would make you mad unless you just don't understand history. After the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act, things took a very, you know, upward turn, specifically for Black people in the United States, because there was more of a level playing field, right? And this wasn't the first time this has happened. After the Civil War ended and Black people were able to vote, Black people were able to run for office, okay, and they were actually doing very well for a short time until certain people in this country didn't like that, and they started creating these what they call Jim Crow laws, which kind of just turned everything back upside down again. And it's a pattern that's repeated itself many times throughout the history of the United States. And I'm speaking specifically on Black people, but it doesn't apply just to Black people. When Black people start getting more equality, more equal rights, they start coming up, there's a certain faction in America that wants to push them back down. And I'm not talking about white people, I'm talking about anyone who just doesn't want to see people succeed who aren't like them. Okay, so it's happened many times, and it's historical fact. And so the Voting Rights Act was put in place to keep a lot of this kind of activity from happening again. The Supreme Court just ruled that pretty much it just set aside the Voting Rights Act. And now immediately we're seeing all these states that were the problems in the past, the states that were the reason for the Voting Rights Act to be put in place in the first place. Those same states now are going back to doing the same things they were doing back before that. And so that's one thing that has definitely been eroded and taken away. And it should scare every single person who considers themselves an American, because if they can do it to someone else, they can do it to you. And it just hasn't hit you yet. But when it does, you're going to wonder where everybody is that's supposed to help you. And well, you weren't there to help them. So who the hell's going to be there to help you? That's the kind of point that I'm trying to make to a lot of people here, is that a lot of this stuff, I'm not talking about black or white in terms of one's good and one's bad. What I'm saying is there are facts that have happened in the history of this country, and there are individuals who have perpetrated those acts. Whatever their race or ethnicity is, to me it's irrelevant. It's just their actions, what they did, have put us in the position that we're in today. And the position that we're in today is we have this guy who's the president of the United States, who is the worst of what America has to offer. And people are just still too focused on Kamala. They don't like her laugh. Obama has a tan suit, stupid stuff. Meanwhile, this guy's just enriching his family billions and billions and billions of dollars since he's been president. Him and his family have literally just increase their wealth. That's just one thing that they've done that's just sickening. And these same people want to just say, well, all politicians do it. No, not like this. There's never been a president of the United States that's done and is doing what this guy's doing. Not even close. And like I said, it's just, to me, it's baffling why people get so upset about the things they're getting upset about. Meanwhile, this guy's doing what he's doing. So that's the biggest, that's one of the biggest things that we've lost, I see, is that Voting Rights Act, the protection that it gave all Americans, not just Black Americans, all Americans, in their right to vote.
So my question to you, Cisco, is what exactly in this Voting Rights Act did they decimate, or what is
The
it? What is
question,
the
the
thing?
question, man. The question. Just answer. Can you please, if you don't mind, just answer
For
the
me?
question for Nicey? Yeah. If you don't mind, we could come back to
Um,
that. I just want to get everybody's opinion on it.
okay.
Yeah, Joseph. Don't be delinquent. I'm gonna palo you later, huh? Yeah, answer my question.
What was the first question, sis? Bliss.
What rights have we lost recently? I don't know if you want. If I think you can expand on that, but basically, what rights have we lost recently that you notice?
Well, I mean, I would just second what Cisco is saying. If that's true, I would have to go and look into that more deeply. Currently, this happened maybe a month or two ago. I would have to look deeper into seeing what the issue was, what the case was about, what rights supposedly we
They've been
lost or didn't lose, or what stayed intact. What is the perception? What is reality? I have to
been
look
trying to get
into
rid
all
of
of
that
that.
shit forever, though, man. They've been trying forever, bro. They finally did it.
But get it. I mean, it could be exactly what you're saying, but the thing is, I can't confirm nor deny it for myself because I haven't looked into it. Um, it would be crazy if I was to walk up to my local polling station and find out for whatever reason I'm not allowed to vote. From my understanding, a lot of the issue was the mail-in ballots and stuffing ballots. That was kind of like the whole I
I
guess.
mean, you could just get purged off the voter roll. You know what I mean? Like, you just
I
purge
mean,
it,
but
bro.
or even things
Um,
like I remember they're talking about not having a driver's license, not having identification to be a registered voter, and having a bunch. So it seems like it was a lot of this is the perception. Conservatives saying, well, we have a lot of people who shouldn't be voting who are voting, and we need to put an end to that. And but then you have a lot of people on the other side saying, well, no, these people have a right to vote, or they shouldn't be discriminated against. So it appears that it's like a people two sides button heads. To me, I believe that you should have a driver's license. You should have a license. You should have an
so you
ID.
ain't noticed
You should
nothing with no rights,
you should
basically.
you if you have an ID, if you're an American citizen, I can't see. Again, I have to look at it, the details, the fine print, whatever, to see what that actually entails. If it comes a time where I go to my local polling station this October for midterms, and I find out, oh, I can't vote because I'm Black, or I can't vote because of this and that. I've never had an issue with it. All I needed was an ID, proof that I'm an American citizen, and I think that should be it. And also, I know the second issue that they had was that
You don't
we
need
don't
either
like
one
all
of those
this.
two things to vote, by the way.
I'm sorry. Oh, what,
You don't
an
need either one
ID?
of those two. You don't need an ID or proof that you're an American citizen to vote. You
But
don't need
so
either one of those two things.
great point. So my question is to you: if you're not an American citizen, why should you be available to work? Why should you be allowed to vote if you're not an American citizen
You're
and you
not.
don't have a base ID? I'm sorry.
You're not.
Nah, voter fraud is actually
Wait, what?
very, very overstated. Um, very small instances of voter fraud, man. It's a crock, bro. It's a
You know,
crock. It's a
I
crock,
don't.
bro.
Hey,
You can believe
possibly.
if
I
you
don't know.
want to. I'm gonna say, and it's a further back, man, but this is one that stands out to me is the Patriot Act, man. The Patriot Act, and I know a
Let's
lot.
see.
It was a long time ago. You know, it was right after 9/11, um, and the Patriot Act did a lot of damage to us. Wiretapping, spying on Americans. Um, I forgot the name of it, but it's like peek and seek warrants. Um, basically, Especially we see it now with all the facial recognition shit and AI that people are worried about. That stems from that, the way they're able to use it. So that's one. I know it probably wasn't going to come up because this administration didn't pass it, but that's a big one and it still affects us to this day. So the Patriot Act.
So I'm looking at some of the just Googling Voting Rights Act. Yeah, I would have to go and deep dive into this. I had to take some personal time to because you can read the headlines and say, "Oh God, this is what it is," and then you look deeper into it. It's like, oh, okay, they over exaggerated this, or maybe they understated this. There's always going to be some nuance here. So I wish I could give a more thorough answer, but again, the idea that they're taking our rights away, their ability to vote, and my question is
You
like,
got
well,
time to
okay, you
look it
don't.
up, though.
I
You
think
got
Not right
time to
now.
look it up
I'm
if
just
you want.
saying,
Not
to
right
me,
now, but you know.
the question is, and I stand on this. To me, it's just common sense. We talk about common sense. If you're not an American citizen, why should you be allowed to vote in the country you're not a citizen of?
You're
To me,
not.
that's just basic. You
You're
saying I'm
not.
not. Tell me how I'm
If
not.
you're not a citizen of the United States, you cannot vote. You can't. It's illegal.
Agreed.
So what are you
Where's that
saying? Why should
happening
you be
at?
allowed to? It's not happening anywhere because when they go and they actually, if you go and this is something else you can Google, look up the number of people that have been convicted of voter fraud, and it's like 0.001%. It's like it's such a tiny number. It's such an exaggerated thing because again, there's people in this country who want you to believe that there's immigrants flooding into the country, they're taking your jobs, they're
you
voting,
dog.
they're doing all this stuff. It's a bunch of bullshit. But because they're playing on your fears, they're playing on your prejudices, it strikes a chord with you and you believe it because you want to believe it when it's actually not true. And this is what I'm saying when I can't have a conversation on a level playing field when these basic things people don't even understand. It's like we're talking different languages. And like I said, the reason why the Voting Rights Act was so important is because those states that were committing the most egregious acts of violating people's rights, their constitutional rights to vote, those were the states that were covered under that law. They couldn't even change their voting laws within their own state because the federal law prohibited it. But the Supreme Court has taken that away. So these states are going buck wild again. And it's the
Yeah,
same people
I
back
agree.
in those days that are doing it
I
now.
agree.
And
And I
and
see it in the southern states.
again, it's the southern states. And gee, I want what is it about those southern states? I don't know, maybe about 150 or so years ago. What happened back then? Wasn't there something that happened back then with those states? Oh yeah, I remember. They tried to break away from the United States. They were a bunch of traitors and treasonous people who tried to break away from the United States. And we literally had a war about it. And unfortunately, instead of doing like Germany and purging those people out of our country and making it illegal to behave in that manner ever again, we just welcomed them with open arms and let's work together again, guys. And meanwhile, they continued doing what they were doing. So this is why we're in the position that we're in. And
Who's on that one?
until we do something like Germany did, we'll be right back where we are again 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now.
And
Well,
and and
Joseph,
and
also
this
to
is this.
digress,
Oh, go ahead, Russ. My bad. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's just a minor point, but to digress just for a second. Yeah, people can go in and potentially vote that shouldn't be able to vote. But all of those votes are compared with voter rolls, and those illegitimate votes would be rejected. So, like Cisco was saying and Liz was saying, it's an overblown non issue. So, it's just one of those many issues used to stir people up, like Cisco said, that have fears about whatever, that the boogeyman's coming to get us by crossing the border and voting illegally or whatever. But it's not a real thing. What was a real thing was what happened at the Capitol on January 6th, and people were beating the crap out of policemen, and Trump just sat on his hands for hours, just waiting to see how it would play out.
and
They
pardoned
were
all of them.
trying to bring it, pardoned all of them. They created a group of fake electors and were basically trying to overthrow the government. And now that's who is our president again, because, like Cisco said, people don't read about these things and inform themselves,
The
or
one
for whatever
there's
reason
a
they don't
comment right
understand.
there. I'm sorry, Russ, but there's a comment right there. And this is why they do it, because you'll have people believing it, just like AJ is believing it right there. He says voter fraud is big in certain states, just underreported. Just like the fraud in wait, you took it away.
Oh, my bad,
just
my
like
bad, my bad.
just like the fraud in Minnesota and California, and there's more states to come. He couldn't tell you one fact
I
that
disagree.
supports that. He can't tell you one fact that supports that. It's
Yeah.
just this vague idea that there's voter fraud going on. It's just underreported, guys. Believe me. That's what they're telling people like AJ, and he's believing it without any kind of evidence, without any kind of facts. Just trust me, guys, it's happening. How else could we be losing? Yeah,
And
our ideas are not accepted by the vast majority of the American public, but please just trust that when we tell you there's voter fraud going on, it's rampant. Meanwhile, the real voter fraud is these states that are doing what they're doing once again because there's no restrictions on them now. The Voting Rights Act has been taken away. So now they're the ones that
yeah,
are committing the voter fraud, and
and
they're the
and
ones
and like
pointing the finger that other people are voting. I mean, come on, it's
the thing about
textbook, man.
the
It's
voters right,
textbook
the Voter Right Act, like I said, they've been trying to get rid of it for years. We're
until it was
not
put
gonna
into
fill it.
place.
Yeah, we're not gonna fill it. Joseph, you live in a blue state, I believe. Cisco, you live in a blue state, right? I live in a blue state. We're not
No,
gonna
you're
feel
gonna
the
feel it.
effects.
No, you're gonna feel
You
it. You're gonna feel
not
it. No,
not home like Joseph showing up and being somehow purged off the voter roll. He's not gonna feel that personally, but we will feel it
no, I will feel it
nationwide.
because
You know,
no, I will feel it. I don't know about your state. I'm sure it's exactly the same as mine, though. Maybe we're not where exactly where you live, but where I live, it's a very red area. I'm in California, but I'm in
oh,
like the
okay, okay.
Alabama. I'm in the Alabama of California. Okay. I'm in the Central Valley. It's very red here. And so the stuff that they're doing down there in the South, they'd love to do it here. They would love to do it here. And the only thing that's stopping them is California has its own laws. Okay. So it's going to take time for a lot of this stuff to play out. And it's going to take time for, to get through the courts once again. It'll probably be somewhere down the line. We might all be dead, but it'll probably get again something similar to the Voting Rights Act will happen again. It'll just take, hopefully, if our country is still in one piece, it'll take coming to our senses and saying, okay, no more Trumps, no more of this MAGA shit. Let's get serious, and start buckling down and figuring shit out. Let's go back to where what we had when we were making laws that were stopping people from doing this kind of stuff. It's going to take a while for that to happen, but in the meantime, it is going to affect us. It will affect us, even in our own states that are so-called blue.
So I'm
I
looking.
see that.
Yeah, I did not. It currently happened in April, and it will affect the southern states. Particularly, they focus on Louisiana. Looking at campaignlegal.org, and they're giving a good summary, in my opinion, of the situation. I was just skimming through it while I was listening to you all talk, and apparently, like with Louisiana, they had uh, because of the congressional map. So basically, it's like a targeting of congressional map and giving Black voters a chance to actually have representation at the local, state, and federal level, which they were able to achieve with two congressional leaders, I guess in the last 5 or 10 years or whatever. And so it was because of this, what is this amendment that took place, Louisiana versus Calais, that allowed that to happen. And yet, apparently, as of April of this year, that amendment to the Voting Rights Act, which allowed for um, fair representation amongst Black voters in the South, has been apparently decimated. At least that's what it's looking like. So I had to look at this more over, saying the Supreme
Chipping
Court's decision
away,
was a major setback.
chipping
And it's
away.
like, that's interesting.
Yeah,
They
the
should have cemented
Republicans
it.
do
They should
not
have
want
cemented
black
it into
people to be
law.
able to vote. The Republicans are trying to do everything they can to stop black people from voting
I wouldn't
because
just say Republicans, Russ. I would say racist people. Racist people
fair enough,
don't
fair enough,
want black people to vote. Let's just say
fair
that.
enough, fair enough. But there's enough of those racist Republicans that they're succeeding in rolling back these protections. And I don't know how anybody, like, I just don't get. I try not to speak on black issues. I'm not black. I feel like
Wait, what?
I'm out of my
Russ?
lane. I know you thought I was. I know you thought I
Russ.
was.
Come
I'm
on, man. I
sorry.
thought
I've just outed myself. I've outed myself.
damn
But
it.
I don't know how, if I were black, I do not think I could vote for a Republican because that's the
They're
party
black
that's making these
Republicans,
things
man.
happen.
They
I
are
know
black
there are. I just
Republicans.
don't understand. I don't understand it. I don't get
And
it.
and
You
and in
tell
saying that, I want to add a caveat because I know what I understand how some people's brains work. He's not saying that Democrats are perfect and that there's not racist Democrats. That's not what he's saying. But I'll put it to you like this. It, if not all Republicans are Nazis or racist, but the people who tend to be Nazis and racist tend to be Republicans. And that is
Yes.
a demonstrable fact. It doesn't mean that there's not some who are Democrats, but when you look at the bulk of them, that's where they line up with. Okay, it doesn't mean all Republicans, but come on, let's keep it real. I mean, that's just the way that it's been in this country. And before, and I know how people's brains work. Before you say, well, the Democrats were the ones that were the KKK, and then yes, you're right. That was true back then. And then there was this thing called the Southern Strategy that came around, and they tried to pull all those racist people out of the Democratic Party into the Republican Party because in the South they wanted to build up some strength for the Republican Party, and they knew that in the South they had the best shot if they could get all the racists and all the people who were aggrieved in that community on their side. And that's where you saw the big switch between the conservatives being Democrats, suddenly they became Republicans. And if you don't understand what the hell I'm talking about, there's this thing called Google that if you look up Southern strategy, it will explain the whole thing to you. So I just
Yep.
want to make that clear before anybody goes, well, what about?
Yeah,
it was
I hate hearing that argument, bro. It's so tired and old,
because you
man,
got people who would say the other
and
side,
and
oh well,
lazy
it was the
lazy.
Democrats and it was the Republican and they flipped. So it depends on which. It really does depend on which side you believe, and you would say, "Well, my facts are right," and it was actually they're the ones who flipped. No, the other side was the ones who flipped. But I think the reality is that both folks, it's become so difficult for us to identify who flipped and what. Is that they basically all infiltrated these racists or whoever they are who are pushing these agendas. They infiltrated both sides from my perspective. There's a lot of things I'm like, Biden said some weird things that I'm like, that's weird. If you ain't voting for me, you ain't black. I mean, you can look at that, and, aha, that's funny and jest, but it's like, there's a lot of truth in just in the way we joke about things. And I can also look at some things that Trump has done and be like, that's interesting. But it depends on which side typically you vote for or you side with. You'll typically gloss over what this other side did that's racist and say, well, this person is more racist. But in reality, they're both have their elements of racism. And as Cisco said earlier, some people go 15 miles an hour, some people go 25 miles an hour. But the reality is also that they switch. So sometimes the conservatives, they go 15 miles an hour, and sometimes the other side goes full speed ahead. That was I guess you could say the KKK era, and it flips. Now the other side is going a certain speed. So it doesn't matter. They're all going down the lane of discrimination and racism. So I don't know what, pick your poison in a
Well,
weird way.
this is why I don't really subscribe to the Democrats and Republicans labels because to me those things are very they can be interchangeable depending on what area you're looking at. But one thing that doesn't change is conservative and progressive. Those two things do not change. Pretty much all of the best things that this country stands for are because of progressive ideals, not conservative ideals. And you could just pick anything that you think makes America great. It's because pretty much progressive people pushed for it and made it happen, not conservative people. Conservative people want things to stay the same. Conservative people like the status quo, and that's just not what makes America really great. What makes America really great is when we evolve and we change and we get better to serve more people, not less people. Somebody was in the chat there saying that they wanted smaller government. I tend to believe that when people say they want smaller government, it basically means they want their vision of government not to be fooled around with. And those people are actually the ones who really want bigger government. They want to be able to tell people what to do with their bodies. They want to be able to tell people how they can love people, that they want to love. But they say they want smaller government. So, again, like I said, to me, it's more or less about conservative and progressive values. It has nothing to do with Republican and Democrat because that's just a losing argument to even say, "Oh, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican." What does that even mean? Are you progressive or are you conservative? That's what I care about.
So progressive can be a
Good one,
Republican
good one.
and
Hold
I
that
don't
a
know
thought.
any progressive
Democrat.
Republicans
Hold
though.
that thought. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. We got Super Trez in the building with the 999. Where is it? Salute, my brother. How you been, Trez? Thank you, man. We appreciate it. And for that, you get the TJ Super Chat. Thank you,
Where you
thank you,
at,
thank you,
TJ?
man. Let me read what he said. He said, "What transcends political affiliation since the dawn of society is corruption. Look at the latest prison scandal revealed by Hector Bravo, and I'm from Cali."
I don't know
I
anything
don't know
about
what he's alluding to. Hector Bravo. Let me write that down.
President Kendall.
I don't understand the point that's trying to be made, but I don't know what that means. What
What
transcends
transcends
political
political?
affiliation
Just the top.
is corruption. So yeah, corruption happens in all political affiliations. If that's what he's saying, yeah, I agree with that.
That's just the way it is. And you
So
just
what's
hope.
your point though? I don't understand what the
Where
point
am
is
I?
though.
Where am I?
We all agree with that. I mean, I don't understand what's the point.
Yeah, we do.
Hmm.
Where am
I guess you
I?
just kind of hope, not hope, or do as best as you can to limit that amount of corruption because there's corruption everywhere. And
The
it's like,
lesser of
damn,
two evils,
it's,
right? The lesser of two
it's,
evils.
it's, well, I even hate to say that, but it's kind of like,
I hate that saying, man, but
but
Yeah,
I hate it.
but it's a
it's
fact
true.
though.
It's
It
true.
is
It's
fact.
true.
I
It's
mean, I hate it,
absolutely
but it's
true.
true. It's like,
Should it
okay,
be that
well,
way? No, it shouldn't be that way.
shouldn't
But that's
be.
where we find ourselves. That's where we find ourselves. So what are you going to do? Say, I don't like the choice, so I'm just not going to make a choice. Well, you just made a choice.
Yeah,
Hmm.
not making a choice is a choice. I don't agree with it. Um, Absolutely don't agree with it. But we shouldn't
It's been
have to
like
choose.
this for
The
ever.
lesser of two evils is still evil, you know. But you do have to make a choice between the two of them, and you got to live with it.
I would say, would any of you prefer to have the current state of our government today or the state of the government in, say, Iran or North Korea or even Russia, if
I
given
don't
a
know the
choice?
state of their government. I don't know the state of their government. I know what I've been told about it.
Well, I would say there whatever rights that we have and enjoy here, as much as we may complain about how we have so little, I would argue that they have almost none in comparison. Gun rights, freedom of speech
Oh,
being a major one.
That
I mean,
doesn't make me feel better. That's like saying, would you rather be in a cell with a rapist or a murderer? I mean, I don't. That
I
doesn't make me feel
I
better.
I
If the
know,
bar is North Korea or the bar is Russia or the bar is Iran, we're comparing our government to those places. Like, well, it could be those places, guys. That's a horrible. That's terrible, bro. Come on now. I thought
but
we
that,
were
but
America.
but the reality is those governments do exist. So I know
But
obvious the obvious
there's
answer would
better
be ours,
governments
but
than ours too. I mean, there's better. I'm more focused on trying to strive to be more like that than look and say, well, we could be this. No, man, That's negative thinking right there.
I mean, of
I get
course,
what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Joseph.
anybody
But
would say
man,
no. I'd
that's just
rather be here,
negative.
but still,
Man, come
bro,
on.
it's the United States
That's
of
a low
America, bro.
bar. It's a low
We
bar.
live
That's
in the
how
United
far we've
States of America,
fallen. That's how
but
far we've fallen.
I wish
I still
people.
say, God,
I
brother.
was just. I wish people would take the time to think about who is having a positive impact on their lives, the lives of their family members, friends. Really think about that and then vote accordingly. I don't know if people are doing that. It kind of seems like we have a lot of people that probably the same people that go to the wrestling shows and stuff, that value comic book characters more than actual people and actual legislation and making society better. But for serious people, I think you need to really look at who is trying to make your life better, to make things more affordable, to make things more decent, to make society more compassionate, all those things. And it's pretty easy for me to see which one seems to be doing that, but that I'll leave to the individual. But, if you want to contribute a little bit and do your part as a citizen, yeah, do a little homework, look at the legislation, look at the tax law, see how working blue collar wages have not gone up in the last 30, 40 years. And so people are just struggling to survive. And who is trying to do anything about it? Who has a plan to do something about it? Yeah, there are assholes that are Democrats and assholes that are Republicans, but the groups are still very different and their goals are very different. One seems to be to enrich themselves as much as possible, and the other seems a combination of some doing that and some actually trying to help people. And yeah, I think if you dig into the realities of what's going on, you can see the truth, but it does take a little time. Fox News is very good at what they do, and getting
So is
people spun up.
MSNBC, man. So is
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
but there's a
MSNBC.
difference though, Blizzard. But there's a difference though,
No, not in
and
not in my eyes.
There is no
well,
difference.
because you're definitely looking at it through a skewed lens though, because it's you can look. There's a I'll have to send it to you, bro. There's a I don't know what you call it. It's like a chart, and it shows like so there's a line down the middle, which would be the center, right? And then you got to the left of that all the left leaning media. And then to the right, you got all the right leaning media, right? And then the further away you are from the center, the further you lean left or right. And then the up or down is the information that they're putting out, how factual it is. And that is an objective thing that you can actually quantify. All you got to do is say they reported on this issue. All these news outlets reported on this issue. Which one was factual, not opinion based, not tilting it or spinning it, but just saying the facts. So in other words, the further down the chart you are, the more you're giving misinformation or just straight up lying. The further up the chart you are, the more you're giving facts and being honest and forthright and all that good stuff. So if you look at like a lot of the right leaning stuff, it's way out here and way down here. A lot of these major news organizations that a lot of these MAGA people listen to. Now, granted, a lot of the left leaning people, some of their stuff is spun for sure. Okay, but it doesn't tend to be way down here as far as the misinformation and the lies. It tends to be much higher. And there are agencies, news agencies that are more like towards the top and in the middle. And so if you listen to like BBC, Al Jazeera, Reuters, okay, those tend to be a little bit more in the center and more fact based, right? And again, yeah,
Al
MSNBC,
Jazeera,
yeah,
that's your
not
source.
who?
Yeah,
You said Al Jazeera. You cited it as a credible
send
news
it to
source.
me.
They're absolutely one of
Al
the more
Jazeera.
credible.
Send it to
The,
me. I
And
I I
and
read
again,
Al Jazeera from time to time.
do you even know what that is, Joseph?
Send it to me.
Do you know what organization
I
that is? Do
do
you even know?
I do know that it is a political affiliation for the let's just say not so good Muslims.
Just say you don't know, bro. Just say it
I
sounds
do.
Muslim and you
I'm
don't trust
telling
it. That's
you.
cool. That's
I'm
cool.
telling you what it is. You're going to say it's from Muslims who are good meaning. It is a political arm that's used as propaganda that was developed by the people who are not very good Muslims. But yet it gives the appearance of good Muslims are reporting this news by unbiasedly, and that's not true. Um,
Okay. Well,
so
you're
that's just
wrong.
my opinion.
So
Now you can say
and
it's
that is a
credible.
wrong opinion. I can
Okay,
say it and I can also back it up. But anyway, in any case, like I
sure.
said, you guys can go look that up for yourselves. Go look that chart up for yourself. Okay. What the point of what I'm saying is that again, we can't compare apples to oranges. Okay, we can't say like somebody said, oh, they're all wings on the same bird. No, they're not. Okay, there's definitely a difference between what's going on the left leaning media and what's going on the right leaning media. There's definitely something different about left leaning politicians and right leaning politicians. And if your cop out is that, well, all politicians are the same, oh, they're all corrupt, it's a cop out because you don't want to do the work to actually see the difference between these parties. They're not all perfect. And I know that's what people are hearing. Oh, he's saying the Democrats are perfect. And they're just, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there's different grades of corruption. Corruption's bad. We all understand it, but there's different levels of corruption, right? Lies are bad. We all agree with that. But there's some lies that are way worse than others. Okay. So if you can understand that, then you should be able to understand that while one party and the other party both have their faults and they both do some of the same stupid shit, one party is way over here with their stuff, where one party is not that far at all. They're not where they should be, but they're nowhere where this party's at. And that is our current state of progressive and conservative in this country. There's nothing that compares to MAGA on the left. Nothing. There's nothing. Are there some crazy liberals? Are there some crazy Democrats? Are there some crazy Yeah, but there's nothing like MAGA over there. Nothing. So you cannot compare those apples to oranges. And I just want to say one thing too before I shut up. Sis Angel, I see a lot of your comments. Thank you for a lot of stuff you're saying, and a lot of the other people. I want to make it clear. I respect everybody in this chat. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I will respect you, but I will disrespect the hell out of your ideas if I don't agree with them. And I challenge you to do the same to me. Please respect me, but if you don't like my ideas, you can disrespect the hell out of them. But come with facts. Come with real shit. Don't come with I just think I heard. Nah, man, that's not gonna work.
Yeah, I know I haven't gotten to a lot of the chat because I want to keep the focus on the conversation. So I apologize to everybody in the chat. I'm trying to highlight them and at least give us some time to react to them. We've been up here 3 hours. I hope you guys, if you didn't hear my monologue, please go back and listen to it. You know what I mean? Because I explained a lot of where I'm coming from and my point of view on what I'm talking about. Um, Everybody up here has a good point. I don't think anybody up here is coming from a bad, you know, a bad place or a place where they want to harm people. I think for the most part, we agree on some major things. You know what I mean? And we disagree on some major things. You know, I always say I'm in the middle. And the reason why I say I'm in the middle is because I really do try to listen to both sides and try to understand where they're coming from. Does that mean I agree? I agree with the left more than I agree with the right. Absolutely. Absolutely. A lot more. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't mean that they have my vote signed and sealed every time they show up. You still have to convince me that you're the better option than the other side. Just being a Democrat is not enough, man. Because I don't prescribe to the whole party. I don't give a fuck what party you are. Tell me what you stand for. and tell me what you're going to do for me and my family. Most of the time, I think, personally, I think it's the Democrat. But when I don't, then I choose to vote the other way. You know what I mean? And nobody else gets to decide that for me or the people I'm responsible for. And if you want to judge me just on that alone, if you don't want to be friends with me, or you don't want to be, you want to disown me from your family, I think it's wrong, but you have that absolute right. You know, I'm tired of seeing people just cut people off. Just don't give somebody a chance just because they have a different viewpoint. You know, and that's just me. I think that's just the type of person I am. Yeah, you guys see it. I for the most part, I listen. I let you talk, man. Occasionally, occasionally I'm gonna say something and jump in, but I do generally want to hear what people have to say, man, from both sides, man. And I think we need to learn how to do more of that, right? The
But how do
people
you
that
how
are the people that are far out there, they're gone. Maybe they are gone. There are such things as lost causes. I believe in it. Absolutely. There are things, there's such a thing as a lost cause. You know, I don't want to talk to those people either. Will I listen to them occasionally? Maybe they learn something. Maybe, yeah. But I want to talk to the more of the people that are willing to sit down and actually have a conversation. You know,
how do
those are
you
the
talk to
people
somebody
that
that says, if you're not a Christian, get out? How do you talk to
Right.
somebody like that?
Right.
you don't. He got the right to say it though. If that's
No,
his
you do got the
belief,
right to say
you
it,
don't got to
but
talk. You don't.
nah. But how
You
do
know
you
how I
talk to
feel
somebody
on
like that?
religion. You know.
You said
I mean,
that's wild. That's that's crazy. I think I saw that
Yeah,
comment. I disagree
I
with that.
saw it.
And, I
That's
believe
just
in
That
you.
God,
guy's not big on the separation of church and state, I guess.
You know,
I
and
mean,
maybe I
I
hope
believe there are some
that
things.
he believe that's surrounded by. Salute to him. He has a
I
right
mean,
to have that opinion. I hope he
I look
believes
at.
it wholeheartedly, and I don't agree with it. But
I
like I
mean,
said,
there are some things that are conservative. I look at the
people are
Ten
right.
Commandments. I think that for the most part, that's pretty solid. I mean, I don't see no reason. What is there to progress from that? Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not lie. Thou shalt not steal. But it just seems like these. You progress. You can progress towards things that can be um very unnatural or unseemly. You and it gives the illusion of evolving towards something greater or better than what has always been, and what just makes common sense to even people who are atheists. Like this, okay, at the very least, the Ten Commandments.
even people who are atheists, what does
Can
that
we at
mean?
least stick to that? But no, we have to constantly push and progress beyond even that. Okay, that's strange. So we shouldn't do that. So I see some weird things happening that the conservative aspect of, as Cisco said, they want to keep things the same. There are some things that should be kept the same because some things just, well, at least as Solomon always said, you, man, what is the term? What is he? Shit. Lost my train of thought.
You gonna cut the baby in half? Talking about that one?
I lost my train of thought.
Right? Say
Oh,
something about Solomon. I don't know.
I lost my train of thought. So, but no, the point is that some things are the way they are for a reason. Is there a reason to go to progress past certain things that's just fundamental human moral truths? For example,
There's
and I
another
know this is
comment.
going
I'm
to get
like,
this is going to
what?
get some heat. I do not take the position whatsoever that when people talking about women should have the right to choose to terminate a child. You're not having the right to choose to terminate your life, but it's the life of someone else. So to me, that's thou shalt not murder. To me, that's basic, simple human decency. But I understand a lot of people who are of the atheist or even liberal persuasion. Well, women should have the right to choose who they give birth to. Well, that's odd, right? Because now that entity has a life, but you're choosing to end that life for whatever reason that you say it is. That's not Oh, whatever. I'm
We
not gonna
had
get
this
into that.
argument though. We had that argument already.
We did,
Yeah,
When
we
you
did, but
scratch
I'm
your head,
yeah.
you're killing more life than an abortion does. But
you
you don't
cannot be
think twice
serious.
about it.
You're not
Do
serious.
you or do you not kill a bunch of cells when you scratch your skin or when you scratch your head? Do you do that? Yeah, you do.
You
Okay.
compare
And
a
any one
fetus
of those, any
to
one of
scratching
those,
my head and what lice
listen,
or cells on
Joseph,
my. That's
Joseph, Joseph,
insane.
Joseph, Joseph, understand that any one of those cells, okay, under the right circumstances, could
Could be a
become
baby.
a human, could be a baby. Yeah,
No,
that's
dude, this
absolutely
is so
true.
nonsensical. That's but
If you
eventually
don't want to
you'll
believe science, Joseph, that's cool. But your arguments are based on things that are like not logical sometimes. And like I
even
said,
Blizzard's like,
if
what?
your argument, okay,
You just
I
compare
get the
the
point he's
cell.
making.
pick up
I get the point he's making.
It's not about book.
when a sperm listen, when a sperm and an
I'm
egg comes
listening.
together, you understand that that's not a baby, right? When a sperm and an egg comes together, that's not instantly a baby, right? You understand that, right?
So okay,
Like that's a
Cisco,
cell, right? It's a
Cisco.
cell that
What?
splits and replicates, right?
I got it, Cisco.
It's
One question.
you've heard of a blastocyst before? That's not a baby. So
Cisco,
all of the
please, sir.
cells in your body, all of the cells in your body carry the building blocks to become a human being. Now, they're not made to
Cisco,
do that, but if you understand that, you'll get what my point is.
Cisco, I only have one question for you. If what you're saying is true, why is it that, and this is by the law, if a woman gets deleted with a even as small as a fetus in her stomach, is considered a double homicide? Why would you consider a double homicide if it's just clumps of cells or just some things on the top of my head that could randomly, spontaneously become this nebulous human entity that may or may not even be have a just an automaton? Why would that be the case?
Because
Why
you were
call it
never
a double
given the right to
homicide?
take that
I don't
life,
know
no matter
because
what. You
I
weren't
don't
You
know
given
don't
the right to
because
know.
take
I
that
don't
life.
believe
I
that.
know why. I know why. Because you weren't
Why?
given the right to take that life, bro. Not
Thank
you.
you. That's
You
common
weren't.
sense.
No,
You
the
weren't.
person that did
The
the
woman
murder did
was.
wasn't the person that had the right to do it
Right, but
because
why call it a homicide
That
of
the
person.
why
law
not
but
just
the law has nothing to do with morality though. It has nothing to do with morality most of the time. Okay,
I wouldn't
so
call it a homicide. The point is that you don't call something a homicide if it's not recognized as a human being. You don't. You just don't.
I agree, and that's why I
Thank
believe
you.
that
We agree
law,
on this.
and I believe that that law
Is erroneous.
should not be the law. Yeah, that should not be
You
the
are
law. If you
I
murder
well
someone, you murder someone. What I mean, if you want to call a clump of cells that's inside of a woman's uterus a life or a baby, I mean, we can have that debate. But what I'm saying is, your point was, well, why does the law say that? I don't know why the law says it because people who don't understand biology made those laws, and
oh
I don't necessarily
I
agree with
see.
it. But
I
you
But
know,
it's
see.
the
like I
You're
law,
said,
bro.
smarter
just
than
It's
because
the
people
something's a
law,
created
man.
that.
law, just because
I'm,
something's a law doesn't make it moral. It doesn't make it moral just because it's a
I
law. Do you
even for
understand that?
yourself, if you was to be
It's
around
the
a
law.
woman with a child, you have this innate thing where your protective instinct, at least I would hope, would kick in, and you would on a some level that you say I don't doesn't exist, you would feel like okay, you recognize there's something about that woman with a child with a stomach. You can't emotionally allow yourself to get there. But I guess logically, you allow yourself to say, oh, that's just a woman with some things in her stomach, some clump of cells that was scratched off the top of her head, potentially. Who thinks that way? That is not, that is, you can say you're logical and rational, but that is cold and calculated Elon Musk type. It is, it's, I'm a
Joseph,
loss for words.
just
I'm
because you
sorry.
don't
It's confusing.
just because you don't understand the biology of what I'm saying, it doesn't make it not true. And it's not cold and calculating. I'm not comparing, okay? I'm not comparing the cells on your arm, okay, to a blastocyst or a fetus. I'm not saying that those things are equal, okay? What I'm trying to get, the point I'm trying to make to you is, okay, you're talking about if a woman at some point in her pregnancy decides that she wants to terminate that pregnancy for whatever reason, okay, I do believe that
Eliminate the
there
child. Just call it what it is. The euphemisms is cool,
Can I
right?
finish what I'm saying,
Go
bro?
ahead.
Can I
Go
finish
ahead.
what I'm
Finish.
saying? A clump of cells is not a child, Joseph. It's
Okay.
not a
Cool.
child, is what I'm trying to get you to understand. Okay.
Wild.
I know it's
So what are
wild.
you?
And
Well, you're just a couple of cells. I'm sorry.
At some
You're.
point.
Am I talking to a robot, an automaton? You're a couple of cells. So basically, I
this
could
is
have
Blizzard.
terminated
This is
you.
why you can't talk to people, because
No, no,
they don't
no.
even know what they
Right.
don't know. And I
This is
can't,
the
first of all,
arrogance.
I can't even get a word in edgewise. I sat here and listened to all what he had to say, and now I'm trying to respond to what he's saying, but he doesn't want to hear what I'm saying.
I'm hearing,
He wants to
brother.
put in my words what he thinks. He's not letting me get my words out. And again, if I'm
All
talking to
right, let him
somebody
talk.
who
Go
doesn't
ahead,
even understand the
Cisco.
basic
Let him
biology
talk, Joseph.
of the human body, it's like, what can I can't teach you this stuff right now. I'm not a
Brother,
biology
stop.
teacher.
The
I'm not a
condescending has
biology
got
teacher.
to
It's not condescending. You were just saying I'm wild. What are you talking about, bro? You're
the
just saying wild
condescension
because I
has to
told
stop.
you, and you're still interrupting me. So go on, man. It's your floor is
Let him
yours.
talk, Joseph. Cisco, say what you got to say.
No, I'm good, man. Because like I said, it's just, it's frustrating, man. It's frustrating to get up here and talk because, again, um, there's just basic things that, you gotta have understanding of basic things to have these kind of conversations. And if you don't have that basic understanding, and if you want to say that I'm talking down to you or whatever, that's fine. But if you can't put your ego down and say, hey, you know what? I don't know enough. You didn't even know about the Voting Rights Act being gutted, bro. Come on. If you don't know these
It doesn't
things,
have to do with this.
how it has to do with it, because
It has
it's
nothing to
another
do with.
subject. And again, you're interrupting, man. It
Stop.
has to do with
Don't.
it
Do
because
not compare.
No, we gotta let people talk, man. I'm sorry if I gotta mute people. We gotta let people talk, man. Oh, there you go. You're gone. Damn, Joseph, come on, man.
take your ball and go home then. But look, at the end of the day, the point I'm trying to make is, if you're so unaware that the Supreme Court literally took away the Voting Rights Act that was protecting millions of people in this country and their right to vote since 1960s. Okay, since 1965, that law has been in place to protect people from abuses by the government. We talk about, oh, we want small government, but people aren't even aware that this has happened. And if you're not aware
Well,
of
he know
that,
now, and
and
that's the
you're
point. Like, see, with people like Joseph, like,
you're
I give him
unaware of
some
these things,
leeway.
and you're
I give him
unaware
some
of the
leeway
biology of how human
until I
biology
actually go
works.
look it up.
Yeah, look it
You know what I
up,
mean?
but
I
I don't have
understood.
the time or the knowledge. I can tell you right now, I don't have a big enough ego to say that I know everything about biology and I know everything about politics. There's things I don't know, and I'm literally telling you right now, I don't have the ability to teach Joseph everything that he needs to know to have this kind of conversation that we're having about biology. It's a very, very complex issue, abortion. I don't know why we even got in that subject, but it's a very complex issue. It's not a black and white issue. For some people, it is. In their mind, it is a black and white issue. But those people are wrong, because it's a very complex issue. And there's not a one size fits all. I'm one of those people that I say, I wish that abortions didn't have to happen. I am not pro abortion. What I am pro is a woman's choice, because at the end of the day, we can argue about what a baby is, what a baby isn't, but at the end of the day, what we can all agree on is that whatever you want to call it, a baby, a clump of cells, whatever you call it, it's inside that woman's body. And if we have to disagree on everything else, the one thing we can agree on is that it's in that woman's body, and ultimately it should be up to her what she decides to do with it.
Yeah,
And I mean, like I said, I would like there to be a line drawn
that's
somewhere. Where
it
that
was a
line gets drawn, it's
miscommunication.
hard to say. It is. There's a lot of miscommunication, because, like
It
I
was.
said, if you can't even stop and listen, if you're hearing the things that you want to hear in the words that I'm saying, you're not listening to the words that I'm actually saying. I can't talk to you. I can't argue with you. I can't debate with you, because you've already made up your mind what's coming out of my mouth,
But,
and that's kind of where
but
Joseph comes from.
what I can say is
I wish Joseph
I've
would come
never
back.
muted I never muted anybody like that. But it if it's a reoccurring thing, because Like I said, y'all see me. It's my damn channel, and not that that means anything, but I'm patient enough to sit here and listen to people talk, even if they're saying something that I don't agree with. You know what I mean? I just let them get it out, man. We've been here 3 hours and 20 minutes. Like, there's no reason to cut people off. Like, you'll get your turn. Let them say it. You know what I mean? Like, that's a pet peeve of mine because people do that a lot to me. You know what I mean? And I'm a fucking listener. You know what I mean? Like, so I gotta sit here listening, let you talk for 10 minutes. I can't get 2 words out. You know,
Well,
so I
Joseph, I
understand.
wish you would come
I
back.
got
I
yeah.
think
Joseph knows.
his
I
perspective
hope he
is
don't take it
helpful.
personal.
Yeah, I
Don't
hope
take it
not too,
personal, bro.
because
Like,
his
I've never
perspective
done
is
that before,
helpful,
but
and his perspective is representative of a lot of the population. So, we need those perspectives here to have these discussions.
But they
So,
have to be willing
Joseph,
to
if you're
listen
listening,
and learn, man. You got to be
they
willing to
do. But
listen. You got to be
even
willing to
if
learn.
ideally, ideally, but even if not, even just hearing the thought processes of somebody that disagrees with us is valuable.
Absolutely.
it is if
Yeah.
you're
So,
willing to listen. If we're willing to actually listen. And what I'm
Here,
seeing nowadays is
here,
that people just don't know how to listen. They're so quick to they can't even let you get the point out and they're responding to it. And sometimes you're like, bro, you even what are you responding to? I only got 2 words out. You know what I mean? Like, how can you
yeah.
possibly respond to what I'm saying?
I've
You
got
know,
the tip of the iceberg out on what I'm trying to say. There's a whole layer underneath the water, and you haven't even seen it yet. But you're looking at the tip of the iceberg. But I'm going to
that's
use
not
this example Ray says right here. Abortion shouldn't be an option at all unless medically necessary. Okay, well, why shouldn't it be an option? Like, what are you basing it on? Why should it not be an option? But then you're giving the caveat, unless medically necessary. So my question would be, why don't you think it should be an option? Answer that question first. But then why would you overlook whatever that reason is to say, well, if it's medically necessary, then it's okay? Like, that is, how do you put those two together? I don't even understand it. It makes no sense. In my opinion, you are either 100%, you have to be either 100% against any type of abortion, or you are okay with somebody choosing it. There's really no middle ground that you can justify reasonably,
well,
because
I'm
if you're
guessing
if
he
you're
might be talking about, if it's one of those situations where you have to do an abortion to save the life of the mother or something like that.
no, no,
I'm
I get
guessing
that.
that's what he might be talking about, but he'd
But
have to
why
speak
wouldn't
for
you allow
himself.
it in other circumstances though? Let's
Yeah,
say a
that I
woman
can understand.
realizes.
But
That's what I'm saying. Like,
like
what is your reason for not allowing
I
it
agree
in
with
another
this.
case? Did he
I don't
respond to it?
no no no. I'm another
Oh,
comment. But like I said, I don't agree with abortion. Like, I absolutely don't. But it's not my choice. It's
well,
not
let me
my
let me ask you
choice.
this,
You know what I
and
mean, and I get a
this
vote
is
on
the
it, but it's not my choice, and not going to advocate against it. I'm absolutely not going to advocate against a woman's choice. It's not my choice. It's the woman's choice. It's not mine. I'm not gonna. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about it. I'm definitely
I'm
not going to
against
well,
it.
advocate against abortion.
I'm against it so far as, if a woman chooses to do it, that's her choice. But here's the thing, again, like I said, if people are saying, you know, they're against it, 100% against it, okay, I can at least say, well, you're taking a stance. But anybody who does anything less than that, like Ray said, it should never happen unless it's medically necessary. Okay, like I said, why are you making an adjustment for if it's medically necessary? Why can't you do that for any other reason? To me, it just doesn't make any sense. Now, look, if I came to you and said, "Hey, look, I'm a doctor, and I've been a doctor for 30 something years, and right now there's a certain medical condition that's going on with your wife and your unborn child, that if your wife goes into labor and she has this baby, your wife is going to die. She's going to bleed and she's going to die. And there's nothing we can do medically to help her. Okay. So right now you have to make a choice. We either abort this fetus, baby, whatever you want to call it, and your wife will live, or Your wife has this baby, and potentially both of them will die, but for sure your wife will die. Now, if you're put in that situation, and people get put in that situation sometimes, okay, that's one of the worst things that I could possibly think of being in. Okay. But at that point, between that man and his woman or his wife, whatever you want to call it, that's their choice. And whatever choice they make is the best choice for them. I can't insert my own personal feelings on that because that's their choice. And ultimately, it
Yeah.
really is the woman's choice. I'm not going to force a woman to have a baby that could potentially kill her. I'm not going to force a woman to have a baby of a rapist. I'm not going to do that, you know? And for people that say, well, it's a life, it's a life. Okay, cool, it's a life. But those same people, strangely enough, tend to believe in the death penalty. So it has nothing to do with being pro-life. It has to do with
And yeah,
control.
and
Control.
wars
You
to
want to
protect Israel.
control. Well, that's a whole other that's a whole other topic. Which by the way,
Sneak
abortion is
that in
legal.
there.
Abortion is legal in Israel too, by the way.
Ray did come out
Like,
and make
yeah,
another statement, which was just pulled up, and I think it is a complex subject, and I think it's not surprising that people have arguments about the subject. I think this is one of the fundamental subjects in politics that people struggle with. And there are people that see it like Cisco, and I tend to have myself aligned with the thoughts that he's discussed. And but at the same time, I can understand just the idea. Nobody wants to kill a baby, hopefully,
fucking
but who is who should say, should the government have a role in telling a woman, you know like Cisco was talking about, it starts with a couple cells and then ultimately grows to be a human being with experiences and memories and relationships and all these things. But that's a long path, and you are killing cells, as Cisco mentioned, every day, all the time. So you can't really just be in love with cells because they're quote unquote living, because we don't care that much about living things because we're eating living things every day, we're killing cells all the time. So we have to be clear, even if it's a complex subject, on why we feel the way we do. And then we have to make difficult decisions if we're going to legislate things like what people do with their bodies. And Joseph, one of the things, it looks like he's back, that I wanted to ask
he's
him
back.
is is he basing his thoughts on religious beliefs? And if he is, that's cool. I have no problem with that. But my question would be, I'm just interested in the answers. Uh, my understanding of the Bible is, you will ultimately have to face your maker and deal with the decisions you made. So why not let God take care of it if you believe in God and you believe that that's how things work? Why should the government be involved? I don't get it.
Especially
And
when you
if
want especially when you want small government.
yeah,
Makes no
yeah,
sense.
Joseph, God, man. If you want to answer that,
Oh, me?
yeah,
yeah. If
Oh,
if you want to answer Russ's question or not, yeah.
um, it's based off. You can say religious. To me, it's fundamental morality, moral fundamentals. Um, whether it's a fetus, whether it's a conflict in the prison, um, I don't want to see it. I understand that is the reality of the world. Women are still going to do it regardless. They were doing it before it became Planned Parenthood in the most dangerous of ways. So you say, well, why not provide them the opportunity to do it in a sanitized environment with as little, I guess, shame as possible? Um, so I'm not against. You're right. People have the choice. Everyone has the choice to pull the gun to someone's head and pull the trigger. Everyone has free will to do things to other people, whether it's lie, cheat, steal, murder, whatever. I just call it what it is. That's what I have an issue with. But I also accept the fact that abortion is just going to be what it is. People are going to make that choice, whether it be for, as Cisco said, a woman who doesn't want to carry the child of rape. I can never put myself in the position of a woman and say, well, you should carry it anyways because of that. That doesn't mean that her decision doesn't have any more complications for herself. Nor does it mean that I'm going to divest myself from that child that is still a product of rape, but still a human being. So it's complicated. Or even someone who's
It is
medically,
complicated. Yeah.
it's very complicated. So it's
It's,
not. I don't have this black
not
and
for
white.
me. Not that complicated for me.
I don't
Well,
have a.
but these cells, this cell, you know, you jerk off in the shower or whatever. A lot of cells that just went down the drain, all potential babies.
Joseph
You
doesn't jerk
know,
off though.
Not at
yeah.
all. Only sometimes.
Not at all.
But for me,
So
it's not that. For me, it's not that complicated. Like I said, I'm not for abortion. I'm not advocating for abortion. I'm not advocating against abortion. For me personally, if the woman I was with wanted to have an abortion, by law, she's allowed to seek and procure that procedure. You know,
By
I
law,
can't do shit about it. By
no, the
law,
law.
well, I live in Connecticut. I live in Connecticut. By
It's the
law,
law.
yes, she can. She can go. Is that gonna break my damn heart? Yes. Am I gonna wish it didn't happen? Yes. But it's her choice. It's not my choice. There's no choice for us to make in this. Well, at the ballot box, of course, but even that wasn't. We didn't strike down. Um, we didn't personally didn't strike down Roe versus Wade. The Supreme Court did. Um, who Trump put the majority there. But saying all that, at the end of the day, man, it's not my choice. I don't get a choice in this, and I'm gonna stick with that. For me, whether the law is struck down or not, it's her choice, man. But
I
there's
don't know
always
if
a
y'all
bunch
ever.
of men sitting around trying to dictate.
Well, let's wait.
You
Hold
know what I'm
on.
saying? I'm a
So
man.
I don't.
I'm a
Wait a
man
second.
trying to dictate what women can do with their bodies. I
Now,
absolutely do not agree with that.
now wait. Just wait 1 second. Now I know someone personally who went and still dealing with the trauma of that today. The woman made the choice to terminate the abortion, and it devastated him for almost a decade. It took him a decade to recover from that. If it's just a lump of cells that you can, that doesn't make any difference whether you jack it off in the shower or scratch it off the top of your head, why would you be affected emotionally from just a clump of cells? And it's not to say that she wasn't affected. She made the choice she made, but she did it.
Because of the
She did
value
it.
we put on it, though. We
What I'm
put
saying
value on those
basically
clump of cells, bro.
is it takes two people to create a child. I guess that's biology, right? That's factual and that's science. It's not created in a vacuum. It's not just the ovum, it's also the sperm. So when a woman is the only one who can make the choice to basically, it's kind of like I think of like a queen on top of her throne who goes off with his head, right? She is the ultimate executor, or she can grant this entity life. And it's kind of like so
You have
where's the
Whose
where
body
listen
whose
now,
body is
man.
it growing in? Whose body is it in though? How much of the pregnancy are you how many months out of the pregnancy are you carrying that child? Zero. You can call it unfair all day long. You know what? Guess what, Joseph?
so if it was your own child,
You're probably
so
stronger than any woman you've dated. You probably can lift more than any woman you've dated. So is it unfair that you can lift more? No, it's just biology. And right now it happens to be that biology says that women carry fetuses, women carry children, women carry the building blocks that are needed to have an egg and a sperm come together to create what ultimately becomes a human life. It's in her body, and that's where it's at. And you got to draw a line somewhere. Now we could all sit here and say, well, it shouldn't be the man's choice. No, you know why? Because look, if the man said, you know what, I don't want the baby, or I want the baby, and the woman says I don't want the baby, and there was a medical way that they could take the cells, whatever point in the process that it is, they could take it out of the woman, put it in the man, and the man could carry it for 9 months and have the baby. I'd be all for that. I would prefer that to an abortion myself. But I doubt there's very many men that would actually do that. I know a lot of men that would, but there's most men probably wouldn't do that. But that's not a reality right now. Until that becomes a reality, that is in a woman's body. That's why we say it's her choice. And for the people saying, well, you're killing somebody and you're doing all this, that's a great argument. But like I said, those same people are the same people I always hear talking about the death penalty. And they want to kill child molesters and they want to kill rapists and they want to kill everybody that's over in Iran and they want to bomb people. So it's not about life, really, is not what it's about. Like I said, it's about control. And you have to ask yourself, why are you so concerned about what that woman's doing with her body? And you can say, well, because I care about babies. You don't care anything about babies when there are people getting bombed over in Iran right now. You don't care about those babies when people in Palestine, people in Venezuela, people in Philippines, wherever else, they're getting bombed and people coming to this country to get away from that stuff. And you're telling them, get the hell out of here. People with children, by the way, trying to escape to America, and you're telling them, get the fuck out of here. You don't care about kids. You care about control. So think on that.
Okay. You told me exactly. You told, man, you sure told me exactly how I think and how I feel and my, I guess, lack of morality and hypocrisy. Great job. I appreciate that.
Well,
You spoke
Joseph,
for
If
me.
if if you took that
It's like,
personally and you thought I was talking to you personally, Joseph, that's on you. That's not on me.
Joseph,
Oh,
I just want
wait,
to
I got a
interject.
you
comment.
see, you
Let
see
me
I,
that?
answer this
Joseph,
comment.
That's
Joseph,
the
No, no.
Joseph, I think you're
go
a
ahead.
really nice guy, and I think uh, I really enjoy listening to you and getting your perspective. And I think you're always coming from a really good, compassionate place. And I really like that. And I like to hear what you think. And sometimes the things that you say have an impact on me. So I hope you keep being involved in these conversations.
Me too.
Well, I mean,
I
it's
I
it's
second I
just
second that.
it's a little bizarre to compare, the innocence of a child to a child molester, rapist, and all these other things, and saying, well, you would advocate for the death. It's like so you would prefer to get released in the streets and have the potentiality to harm more children.
So
And
here,
not to
here we
say that the
go.
death
Here we go
penalty
with
is
the extremes again. That's not what I'm saying, Joseph. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if the sanctity of life is what you're worried about, when you're ending a life, abortion ends a beating heart. Well, so does the death penalty. And then if your argument is, well, they deserve it because okay, but then again, don't make the point that it's about life. It's about something else. What is it about? Because you can't say you are pro-life when you are pro-death in other situations. You can't say that. I'm not talking about you personally, Joseph, because I don't know what your stance is on the death penalty. And that's why I said what I said earlier. If you're taking that personally, I never said you personally. I meant in general, you people in general who are anti-abortion but are pro-death penalty. I don't see how you can put those two together. How can you be pro-life but pro-death? It doesn't make any sense to me. But again, as I said, I want to make it clear. I wish abortions did not have to happen. I wish that whether medically or just because somebody got raped or just because a woman decides, you know what, I just don't feel like having a baby, I'm aborting it. I wish none of that had to happen. But unfortunately, that's not the world we live in. And there are women who literally, medically, like Ray said, need to have it happen or they could die. Okay. And I don't want to take that right away from a woman to say, well, I don't want to die by having this baby. I would rather terminate this pregnancy than me die. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And that leads me to say, again, if you're okay with abortions for medical reasons, why are you not okay with it for other reasons? It just doesn't make any sense.
There's I'm getting like some feedback or something from somebody. I don't know who it is.
Somebody's playing with like those balls that spin in their hand or something. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Pause. But you know what I'm talking
I'm not playing with my balls.
about.
Like
Joseph, are
I
you
get
playing
it.
with your
See
balls?
this is personal. Like, all right, so I'm gonna respond to and I'm gonna we can we're still on the topic of
I'm
abortion.
still dealing with
This
trauma.
person,
Answer that.
yeah, he
The
said,
lie that
I'm
it does
still
not
dealing with
affect us.
trauma, and they lied that it does not affect us.
See,
And I
it's
guess
just the
this is
clump
a
of cells,
man.
though.
Wait, let me answer it.
What are we
This is a
talking about?
man, right? I'm saying this is a woman's picture, but I'm just by looking at it, I don't know if this is a lie or not. But I mean, a man or not, but I guess he was responding about how, like, when I said that, it's not my choice. And if it happened to me, I would be devastated, but I still wouldn't have a say in it because it's the woman's choice. You know what I mean? And I could see how it affects people personally. I believe that's a woman that I was with previously had an abortion and lied to me about it. I believe that happened to me. I was devastated. You know what I mean? But I still had no choice in it. What was I supposed to do? Tried to convince her to keep it. Made sure she knew I wanted it and I would be there for her. Just like I'm there for my son that I still have, that I raised by myself. You know what I mean? As a single parent. You know, I don't wish single parenthood on anybody. That shit is hard. I don't wish being poor, having to raise a child and then on anybody. It's not up to me to dictate how someone else lives their life and the choices that they make for themselves. It's up to them to make the best choice for themselves. Where do we get off saying, oh, you should live this way because this is the way I live and this is what I believe in? And just because I was hurt by it, you don't have an option anymore. That's not right. That's not America I want to live in. Where my life is dictated by someone else's hurt or pain or fear. That's not an America I want to live in, man. I absolutely don't. We lose enough freedoms now. So yes, I say it's the woman's choice because that's the way it is. No matter what, even if you live in a red state, you know, that started restricting abortion rights, it's still not your damn choice. It's still the woman's choice. It's still not a man's choice. You can't make a woman keep a baby. Like, y'all are wilding, bro.
I would love to see this Kabu person because I honestly think they're a troll. But I would, if they're not, I would love to have them come up on the panel and have a conversation because the stuff that they're saying sounds very trollish and not well thought out. But I could be wrong. But I mean, again, this is just another one of those people commenting that I look at what they're saying and I realize like this person is not either they're not a serious person or they have a very poor understanding of a lot of things that this conversation requires you to understand to have a real conversation about it.
It's wild, bro.
You know,
But that's
I recently read a story about this couple who, because of the technology we have today, they were able to find out that the child was well, they were looking forward to having a child, and the child was going to 100% have some sort of very bad Down syndrome condition. And they, I guess, for better or worse, made a decision to share that story with the world on how they made a collective decision to terminate that pregnancy because of that revelation or the knowledge of thereof. Um, there were a lot of people who were outraged about that, but then it was like, well, hmm. There was also people who said, well, if you were in that situation and you knew what could come with that, the responsibility, the stress, the turmoil. I know people with autistic kids who struggle, but this is like a level that of mental and you know, I guess degradation to child that would supersede autism at the mildest level. And they said, well, if you had to make that choice, but the point, would you make what decision would you make? So the same people who are being outraged, who are out, an outrage about this couple terminating the pregnancy because this child was going to have Down syndrome. The question was posed to them, well, if you had to make that choice, what would you do? And of course, the majority would say, well, of course, I would choose to keep the child. But because they're not in that position, it's easy to say what you would do if you're not in a position to have to make that choice.
Absolutely.
So, so this is the balanced perspective that I have, right? Where it can appear to be that, yes, I'm absolutely for life, and I understand realistically choices have to be made. And those choices are not going to be in my hands, no matter how much I'm against it. Ultimately, um, it has to fall on the woman's hands, because even I cannot say. And I had to ask myself that question. I said, well, what choice would I have made? As much as I'm saying I'm for life, I'm pro life, I would say that that would be the absolute most challenging part of my belief and faith in God. And that I might or might not choose to be, I guess, selfish in that respect and say, I'm not dealing with this. I hope I don't. I think most people who believe and have a pro-life stance as I do would say, of course I'm gonna choose life for the child that I'm gonna have to raise basically for the rest of my life. But it's easy to say that when you're not in a position to have to make that decision. Similar to how Christians would say, yeah, of course I would be persecuted, but they're not in Africa where they're actually persecuted with machine guns and machetes. The persecution here is what they call persecution. That's just people talking words. I understand the difference. But if I ask them the same question, well, why don't you go over to Africa and go in those churches where their lives are actually at risk? And they tell you either you believe in what we believe, Muhammad or being whatever,
Abu
or
is here.
stop believing in God, or stop believing in Jesus, or else we're going to hack you to death. And they actually do this over there. Would you say, I disown Jesus, I disown God? Of course they'll say out their mouths, oh, of course I would say that. But you can't say that because you don't know. So um, I'm fair and balanced. I'm not this radical pro-life person, but I understand the moral implications of someone who chooses to make that decision outside of a child perhaps being severely retarded, or as they used to call it back in the day, or rape cases, or whatever the situation, or medical. Outside of that, women who choose to make that decision as a form of contraception, I think fundamentally is wrong, and it does more damage to them than they realize until after the deed has been done.
That can also be true. You're
I
absolutely
agree.
right. I agree. I agree
Welcome,
with all that.
welcome to
Well,
the
it's all
panel.
so complicated
Hi,
because, yeah.
I'm a real
Hold on, let
person.
me.
I'm a woman. Okay.
How you
Let's
doing?
hear the
How you
woman's
doing?
perspective.
So we're gonna
I'm
let you
good. Thank you
speak
for
and
asking. How
speak.
y'all doing?
We're gonna let you speak. We're doing good. We're gonna let you speak and just tell us how you feel and tell us
Well, I just logged
what you
into
want to
the
say.
stream, so I mean, I think I was only on for about 5 minutes, and then I hear all this. Um, you know, I'm Christian. I had abortions. Like I had 2 abortions, so I didn't know that the abortions would affect me negatively, and they did, and I still struggle from them. We are told as women that, be free, live a good life, don't be held down by children, don't be a single mother. Um, we bought into that lie. And here I am, I don't have my children. I'm sitting with the realization that I've killed my family members. That was my duty as a woman and as a mother to protect my family members. And I did not do that. I failed them. And there's lots of women out there like me, who regret their abortions, and we're not allowed to tell our piece. We're being stopped. I mean, you can watch Lila Rose's channel. There's a lot of women that go up there. I mean, me myself, before I had one of the abortions, I had people come up to me and give me some sort of counseling to try and convince me not to have children or not to have the abortion. And I didn't listen to them because I wanted to be free. I sacrificed my family members on the altar of free living. These women, I'm not talking about women who have been raped. Okay, that's a different situation. I'm not going to talk on them. I don't understand that. It's obviously a horrible situation. but they're less than 1% of the abortions. So we're talking about rape, we're talking about fatal pregnancies. That's less than 1%. The rest of it, the 98%, the 99%, is women who freely lay there. We have contraceptives, we have condoms, we have Plan Bs, we have the pill. So we bypass all those measures, lay there, get pregnant, and then we want to sentence that child to death. For what crime? What crime did they do? Simply exist? And I hear you men sitting there, well, I'm not gonna tell a woman what to do. Well, women tell you guys what to do with your wallet. When women have their children, they take money out of your wallet. There's many men out there who would rather not pay child support, but the government is forcing a man and telling a man what to do with his money. Why can't men opt out of fatherhood? Why are women allowed to opt out of fatherhood, but of motherhood, but not men? I thought this was a 50-50 society.
You
I mean, I
heard
get what
wrong.
you're
How, how,
saying.
how do you
No,
think
You
I
heard
things
get what
should
you're
wrong.
be?
saying. Hold on, we all can't talk at once. I I get what you're saying. What's the option for the everyday man? What is the option for the everyday man in this scenario? Do I tie my woman to a bed? Of
I mean,
course I'm
obviously
gonna try
not.
to
We
of
already
course I'm
have a
gonna try to
system.
talk her out of it. Of course I'm gonna try to talk her out of it and hope she seeks counseling. But in the end, my hands are tied. What is the options for the everyday man? I do not want to abortion. I do not advocate for abortion. I do not believe in it. But the everyday man, his hands are tied by law. If we like, I'm pretty sure if it was legal to force that woman somehow to have that baby, there are a lot of men who would choose that option. But it's not. It's just not.
Should a woman be able to
Like I
tell a
said, I
man he
love being a father. I love being a father. It's the greatest gift that I've ever experienced, you know? And I wouldn't give it up for anything. It's the greatest gift I've ever had in my life. But unfortunately, we have, one input into that. And that's laying with a woman, sleeping with a woman, and ejaculating inside of a woman. And once we leave that sperm inside of the woman, she takes it the whole 9 months, 10 months, whatever it is. From there, it's on her. It's on you guys. You know, hopefully we can choose the right woman. But I can't tell you what a woman goes through emotionally, mentally, physically. Um, that's why I can't decide. It's
Well,
not.
you not right now, right? The system is already against you, but you guys have created this panel and have opened the floor to this subject, right? And I'm hearing you guys say, well, I can't tell a woman what to do. Yes, you can through voting. Why aren't men mobilizing and voting for these measures that okay, woman, you laid there, you bypassed all these measures to not get pregnant. Now you're pregnant, you're gonna have it unless it's threatening your life or it's rape, right? Fine, you can do that. It's a democracy. Men can mobilize with other women like me to vote for more rights for you guys, so you guys have more of a choice in these scenarios. We have to protect our children. Black people are being killed in the womb. We are killing our own children. We should not be okay with that. And as
Still
black
wouldn't
men,
vote.
y'all
I
should
still
not be
wouldn't vote
speaking
against
like that.
abortion.
You should
Not
not be
to cut
speaking
you
like
off. I'm
that.
sorry. I still wouldn't vote against abortion.
See,
I won't.
that's the problem. You're sitting there saying, "Oh, what can we do?" But there, I gave you a solution.
what
Mobilize.
if we
Let's vote
decided to
against it.
vote? What if we decided to vote that women shouldn't even be able to speak in public? Should we do that?
You
You
making that
could,
comparison?
We
you could
could.
if you get enough people.
In
It's a
fact,
democracy.
I can support that biblically. I can support that. But here's the thing, we don't do that because in this country, we don't base our laws on religious practices. We base our laws on agreed upon morality that includes all kinds of different understandings and beliefs and morality systems. And before I get any deeper into that, I just want to say I respect you for coming up on the panel, because 99.9% of people won't come up here for whatever reason. I'm not throwing shade on anybody, but 99% of people won't do that. So thank you for coming up on the panel and at least showing that you're a real person, not a troll. You're not some fake person. So I appreciate that. Second thing, I want to say I'm very sorry that you had such a traumatic outcome to your choice to have an abortion. Abortions, I think you said you had more than
Two.
one, two. So I'm very sorry that you had that outcome. It's not something I would wish on anybody. I have a daughter who lost a child. It wasn't through abortion, but I understand the trauma from her explaining to me and telling me about it. That's as best I can understand it. But so I understand a little bit of what you may have gone through, and I have sympathy and empathy for that. That being said, there's a lot of women who are the opposite of you, who, while they aren't running around jumping for joy, oh yeah, I had an abortion, they're very happy with the choice they made, and they understand that their life is better for it. That they knew that, for instance, some women know that they're not in a position to take care of a child. Okay, financially, emotionally, physically, they're not in a position to be able to carry a child for that length of time. There's all sorts of reasons why women decide to make this choice. And it's not a one size fits all. And everybody's going to have a different reason. Everybody's going to have a different outcome. So while I can respect where you're coming from and I can appreciate what you're saying, there's many, many women who are on a completely different spectrum than you. And for me, I can't say, well, just because this woman or this group of women had this bad experience, I'm going to take that choice away from all women. And my point is, look, again, like Blizzard said, everybody wants to blame the woman. Well, she laid there. She knew she could get pregnant. Well, check it out, dude. You went up in her too. You had the choice to go up in her without protection, and you knew what could happen. You knew what the laws were at the time you did it, regardless of what changing laws and voting all that shit down the line. Right now, the law says that you can do it in certain states. You knew that, so you're asked out, bud. That's the way that it goes. And here's the last thing I'll say. I would love somebody to answer this question. Should women have the right to tell men that they cannot have a vasectomy? If a woman told any man up here on the panel or any man in the chat, if you decide you want to have a vasectomy because you're done having kids, if your woman told you, nope, legally you can't do it without my permission, how cool would you be with that? Anyone?
Wait,
I don't have
a
an
woman
answer for that, but while somebody's thinking about it,
You
I'll
have to
say also that we shouldn't pretend
each
that
life.
we all really care about life so much that we just want to prevent every death, because death is happening around us all the time and we don't act. So that's not to say we should kill more people, but it's just, you know, it just seems odd that we pretend that we care so much about every conception, but we go out of our way to avoid them as much as possible a lot of the time, trying not
Turning
to have
away
a
turning
baby,
away kids at
wearing
the border.
condoms. Yeah, just doing everything to prevent having kids around. So it is complicated. And, you know, if you want to care for children, there are children all over that we don't care for. So I don't know. I think women should have the choice. Maybe they'll have regret later on, but we make choices all the time that we have regrets later on. And you could also regret being forced to have a child that you don't want to have. A lot of children are obviously conceived by children themselves that aren't mature enough to make the right decisions, and that's why they're in that situation. And at what part of the gestation do we care about? We women have eggs, men have sperm, and we're just wasting those constantly all the time. And when they come together, it's only by a religious belief that's a very special, extraordinary thing, and that's okay if that's what you believe. But I
Let
just
me get Beat Your Life
think
in.
we're
He's been
inconsistent.
waiting in the back. Thank you, Russ, man. Beat Your Life. Welcome to the panel, my brother.
Oh, hey, welcome Kabu to the conversation as well. Can I get a mic check? I got a fan on in this room. Is it bothering
You're
anybody?
good, bro. You're good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's noticeable, but not. It's not a hindrance.
It
Yeah, you're good.
is.
You're
It's not a
good. You're
hindrance,
L-
though.
good.
Dude, let me turn it off real quick.
That I should have said.
All right. Hopefully that's better. Yeah, Kabu, welcome to the conversation. Can I just say I've been listening for a while, not since the beginning, but in these kinds of arguments and debates that we have on this channel and elsewhere, I think it's appropriate to recognize that the arguments have become very high level and there's a lot of crosstalk. There's a lot of rhetorical back and forth. And it's because there's no framework in the discussion. When the discussion gets on something like abortion, there needs to be a discussion on the terms and what they mean. What do you mean by life? What is life to you? Otherwise, you're debating personal understanding of a word against another person's personal understanding of the word. It doesn't work. That's one thing. Two, on Icy's question from earlier, I think people kind of missed it or maybe they skipped it. But I believe she was trying to say, how do you affect change at the individual local level? And within our system of society here in the US, well, I'm in the Philippines now, but I'm an American. We have a rich history of going against the grain. I'm not that old, but I grew up hearing about the Rainbow Coalition. Now, that's not the LGBTQ thing. That's actually a civil rights movement that was started by the Black Panthers in the 60s. But I digress that we have a rich history of movements collaborating with each other to affect change. And there still are those movements happening today. I'm a very staunch pro speech person. I don't believe in hate speech. I think all speech is legitimate speech. Obviously, there's repercussions to your speech. However, I don't believe that any speech should be curtailed or coerced. I believe in the marketplace of ideas philosophy, where we have a marketplace where ideas can come and share each other. That's how we understand each other more, and we can say, I actually don't agree with that. I like this better. Because if you didn't have that free speech, we wouldn't have any discussion. So I applaud that, but that's where I come from. But I hope I helped with Icy's question. There's a lot of grassroots movements that are doing lots of things, many of which I don't agree with, but I applaud that they're happening, because if they're not happening, that's not the kind of society I would like to live in. And one last thing, when we talk about politics, and I was talking about defining things, we need to come together as a community or as a panel at some point and define what your role of the government should be. What is your idea of what the government can and can't do? The Constitution lays out the framework, kind of like the rule book for the NFL. It tells you what a touchdown is and what everything else, but it doesn't tell you, like, are we going to run a pass heavy offense or are we going to rush heavy offense, etc. That's what the whole voting thing. That's what the whole Bill of Rights is about, and that's where the discussion should be had. Is what is the role of our government and how do we affect that? That's all I wanted to contribute to the panel so far. And Cisco, it's really nice to see you, bud.
Same to you,
Good
brother.
points, man.
Thank
Good
you.
points,
Thank you for
brother.
bringing a
Thank you,
little bit
man.
of stability into the conversation. I think we all needed it.
Yeah, I'm here. I just muted myself. That's all.
Yeah. All right. So, nah, I absolutely agree. And I think we'll get better at doing that as time goes on. Something I really need to be reminded of. Um, but I do want to let Kabul. Are we saying that right? Kabul.
No, it's
Can
Kabu.
you say it?
Kabu.
Kabul.
Yeah.
Kabul.
Mhm.
All right, Kabul. I do want to let you respond because we don't get a lot of ladies up here except Icy. So I want you to, feel comfortable and you can respond and just if you want to, if you feel like it.
I mean, I wish I wrote notes. I mean, I wanted to respond to a lot of what R said. I don't know what his name is, the guy with the R.
Russ.
Um, but I don't remember his points. And
Yeah, Kabu, my name is Russ, and it's nice to meet you. I admire you so much for being so brave to come up and talk about your story and your experiences.
thank you, Russ. And the guy that was waiting, the guy that just spoke, what's your name?
Beat your life.
Michael, the Beach of Life is my
Okay,
channel name, but
Michael.
my name is Michael. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I like your questions on how we should frame our responses and our ideas. I still need to understand what I want the role of government to be. I think, just observing Americans, I have a superficial idea of what government should be. Oh, understanding what a government should be. I think Russ said something about, or the guy above me. What's your name? I apologize.
Cisco.
Cisco. He said, this is America. We don't force people to do such and such. I didn't want to interrupt him. I had to bite my tongue. Um, I was going to interject and add that, non-believers, they impose their ideals on us. Why are we following their ideals? You know,
For
they,
example,
for example, abortion. That's not a Christian ideal. Sex out of wedlock. It's not a Christian ideal, right? So
well, that's not true.
why are they able to impose their beliefs and their ideals on us as Americans, and we're not able to impose our ideals on them? It's a democracy. We all share a role and a part in it. So they come with their ideals, we come with our ideals, and we push. They push on us, we push on them. Whichever ideal wins. And quite frankly, abortion is evil. It's a wrong ideal. It's not something that Americans should hold. Americans, we should be about life. We should be about protecting the weakest amongst us. Why are we not that way? Why don't we want to protect the weakest amongst us? Why do we not want to protect our family members, our future American citizens, our future voters? Why do we not want to do that? That's weird. That's odd. I
Well,
mean, it's
I'm a
not going to hurt her. She's going to be pregnant for 9 months. She can give it up, right? Everybody was going to be fine. The child's going to have his life because he has rights to it. She's going to have her life. She can move on and opt out of motherhood. We do not force people to be mothers. Mothers can give up their rights to motherhood. But we do, however, force men to be fathers, which is odd.
we actually don't. Can I say something real quick? Um, just to make it clear, you were not forced to have abortions, correct? Okay, I don't. I'm unaware of anyone who's been forced to have an abortion. So nobody's forcing abortion on anybody.
The
So
ideal
to
of
speak to that
abortion, the
point,
freedom
right?
to
But
have it, yeah,
right,
the
but people
ideal.
have the freedom. People have the freedom to choose whether they want it or not. You can't stop people from putting an idea out there into the world. You can't stop you from putting ideas out there that you have to hear unless you go hide in a cave somewhere. The idea that you're going to stop people from putting ideas out there that you don't agree with is just I don't that doesn't even make any sense. But nobody can force you to follow through on those ideas, is what I'm saying. Nobody's forcing you to have an abortion. Nobody's forcing another religion on you. Nobody's forcing those things on you. You have the right to say no to those things. That's number one. And the fact that marriage out of wedlock is not biblical, I think you said, or it's not a Christian ideal. Is that what you said? I seem to remember this guy named Lot. Are you familiar with Lot from the
Yeah,
Bible?
yeah. The guy who his daughter slept with him, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Hmm.
Creepy, but I want to say that that is part of the Bible. In fact, those were the chosen people of God in the Bible, if I'm not mistaken. Those were people that escaped Sodom and Gomorrah, in fact. So the fact that you're saying sex out of wedlock is not, like, those are literally daughters raping their father, by the way. They got their father drunk so that they could have sex with him because they were worried that his line was going to not continue. Is that am I misrepresenting that, or
I mean, in
that's kind of how it
American
went down,
terms,
right?
it's non-consensual, I guess.
Right, exactly. Yeah, yeah. When you get somebody drunk and you have sex with them, yeah, that's called rape in America. But anyway, I digress. So my point is, I to me, I get a little offended when people say non-believers are pushing their ideas on us, or pushing their. If anything, it's literally the opposite. Um, Religious people tend to want other people to follow their religion, right? And when other people are not following the religion, they somehow take it offense to themselves. I honestly don't care what religion you or anybody else is, as long as what you're doing affects only you. Couldn't care less. But once what you're doing is affecting other people, whether it's your religious belief or your political belief or whatever, that's when other people have a right to tell you that you're wrong, and other people have a right to stop you from doing whatever it is that you're trying to enforce on them. So, me personally, I'm not somebody who's religious. I'm not somebody who's a believer in religious, you know, principles and practices for the most part. But I don't want to stop anybody from, if that's their choice to believe whatever religion, I'm not going to stop them. I believe, like what Beach of Life says, freedom of speech means freedom to say what you want to say. And freedom of religion means you have a right to practice your religion, but it also means you have the right to not practice a religion, because you live in you're in America, right? I wanted You're in America. Okay. So, in America, you have the right to practice your religion, but you also have the right to not have other religions enforced upon you. You can't practice your religion without freedom of religion, right? And if you're somebody who's not a religious person, that's also freedom of religion, to not have a religion. So I definitely don't believe in forcing people to do things that are harmful to them. But to say that people who are not believers are forcing abortion on you, I think that's wildly inaccurate. So I just want to make that clear, that nobody's forcing abortions on anybody. And the idea of abortion, there's a lot of ideas that are out there that you might not agree with, but you can't stop ideas. You can stop actions, but you can't stop ideas.
Okay, fair enough. But these ideals have become real, right? Because people can actually go out there and have abortions. These ideals have consequences, real life consequences, right? Children are being murdered in the womb. So it's no longer just some abstract idea up in the ether anymore. It's real, Millions of Americans, millions of Black children are being murdered by their mothers every day. And we're endorsing that as Americans. That should be a problem.
Well, I don't know about millions
Where
every
does it
day,
stop? Where does it
but
stop?
yeah.
Where do you draw the line on what the government is able to force you to do or not allow you to do? This is one issue. This is one issue, and I get it. You're passionate about it. But would you be, okay with the government infringing further into your life in other areas? Or is it just this one issue because you are passionate about it
I mean,
and it
I
has
just believe in
affected you?
democracy. I mean, we put it to a vote. That's all I'm saying. Put it to a vote. Um,
We
Let
did.
people who feel like me put it
We
to a
did.
vote. We did, and we should do again until we
And
get our way.
we had Roe
I mean, we
versus Wade.
lost,
It went
right?
all the way to the Supreme Court, and now we got a different Supreme Court. So they're taking it out of the hands of voters now. So
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I mean, what I'm okay. So here's what I'm trying to get at is it hurts me to see Christian men like you guys speak the way that you do. You
I'm
know,
not a
I'm not a
Christian,
Christian man. I'm definitely not a
you're
Christian
not a
man.
Christian. Okay.
100% not a Christian.
but
Well,
I would
black.
I believe
identify
in
as a
I
Christian.
You're a
I believe in
Christian.
your right to
I would
believe whatever
identify
you
as a
believe.
Christian. Yeah.
Well, okay. I'll just say, Christians. I don't know. You didn't say much. I'm not really good at retaining names. Okay. The first try.
Michael.
But Russ, I've retained because of that R. Um, I mean, I've spoken to Christians. You know, I'm part of a group every Thursday that that I'm a part of, and I can see why Christian ideals are failing in America because we have Christians who speak like everyone else and are okay with abortion. I mean, you can't call yourself a Christian and be okay with it. You should be just as passionate as I am. You know, I believe
I
that's
would
what a Christian.
respectfully disagree, but okay. I
Mhm.
see where you're coming from, though.
Yeah, yeah, and so I came on here thinking, taking for granted that most of you guys here are Christians, and I don't hear anybody saying, "Hey, I'm willing to do, to take measures, put a vote in, you know, against abortion." I'm what I'm hearing is, I don't have the right to tell a woman what to do with her body, and that's just something a Christian should not say.
Well,
Yeah,
if I
Wait,
can
wait. You
interject,
said a
Could
Christian.
you
Wait, wait,
explain
wait,
why
wait.
a Christian
Yeah.
shouldn't do
Say that
that,
again.
or should?
that's what I
Yeah,
was going to
just
ask.
restate it.
Oh, a Christian should not say that I do not have the right to tell a woman what to do with her body.
So if I told you just to keep your mouth closed and don't say another word the whole time in this panel, you're just going to do it just because
Are
I'm
you
a
a Christian
man?
man? Are you a Christian man?
For the purpose of this discussion, yes, I've just recently converted to Christianity. And
Okay.
if I told you, hey, Kabu, I need you just to not talk anymore. As a woman, you are to submit to me. I'm a man. God put me at the forefront of the household. I'm not part of your household, but I am a man. And therefore, I need you to just be quiet and not talk. If you're cool with that, that's completely up to you. But a lot of women are not cool with that. And a lot of men too are not cool with that. And I think that's where the problems start is, you have other people deciding what other people should do with their bodies. We're not advocating for that. We're advocating for the opposite of that. We're advocating for women to be able to decide what to do with their body. It just so happens that this again, whatever you want to call it, at different stages of the process, it's called different things: a blastocyst, a cell, a fetus, a baby, a child. It's called all of these different things. And like Feature Life said, I think a lot of the words that we're using, we're speaking past each other. We're speaking different languages. You're using the words baby and child, which I understand what you're saying, but I also understand that I don't think that at different points of the process that we could call four cells that are clumped together a baby. It's not a child. It's not a person. It has the potential to become one. Okay. But at that point in time, it's not yet one. And so at what
She's
point,
not debating that.
yeah, no,
She's asking about why Christians don't speak up to other people about having abortions. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, and I'm also
they
saying that
do.
because of views like this, how many of you guys on here are Christian?
It doesn't really matter how many are Christians, but let's just
Well, my
focus on
point
your
well,
being,
argument for a second.
it matters if she wants to know.
yeah, I
So,
mean, thank
We
you.
already
yeah,
answered
it matter.
that. Some people
Yeah.
raised
Well,
their
it
hands,
matter.
some people didn't.
So, I mean,
Joseph,
Sister, let
I
us have an opportunity to
think,
answer
but
the
he can speak
question.
for himself.
Yeah,
yeah,
I
just
can
the mere
speak for
fact that
myself.
Christians are not standing up for life is the issue.
They are though.
Ah,
They are though.
yeah, I believe they are.
I don't know if they are or not. You
Yeah.
know,
So
They are every
The
day.
majority of the people I see with the pro-life signs at outside abortion clinics probably would identify as some form of Abrahamic religion. I
oh
mean,
yeah,
that's
is
yeah,
just
sure.
American is America a Christian country?
No,
Well,
It
not anymore
shouldn't be.
because
I don't.
it
Christians aren't
never it
standing
never
up.
has been.
It,
It
it
never
I
has
has.
don't
been.
I
believe it.
mean, in our Declaration of Independence is very clear. You know that
if you have
our
two
founding
Christian people come together and create a family in a house, does that become a Christian household?
if two people,
If two people that identify as Christian, they follow the Lord Jesus Christ, and they build a house and they have a family in that house, and they would it be okay to for them to say this is a Christian household, a Christian home?
yeah.
That's what I
No,
look at with when someone
not unless they're
says that.
practicing Christianity. You know, just because
Well, if
they
I'm just
Well,
saying that in
just
regards to
what
the
if
United States,
what if we had
if the country was created on paper, that is, by quote unquote Christian men, rich white landowning Christian men, would that does that mean that the country is now a Christian house? That's what I'm saying.
if
Is
that
we've
happened, maybe you could make the argument, but that's not what happened. So why are we even having that
no, I'm
argument?
agreeing with you. That's what I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It's a false equivalent to even just identify a country as a. I mean, if the government, for instance, there's uh, a religious majority in a Middle Eastern country that identifies as Muslim, they can say whatever they can say. Hey, we're a Muslim country, but you go to the populace, and there's probably plenty of people who don't practice Muslim. So
yeah.
it's just like
That's why I
it's
asked
just
that
a
because
weird it's just a weird
I know,
question.
Yeah. It's a
no, I asked
misunderstanding of
that.
history is what
I
it
asked
is,
it.
basically.
I asked it because a lot of people think that America is a Christian society, and it's not. People actually still do think that, and I was just
Well, I
asking
I think
her.
that's very
Her,
odd.
I was asking her because she keeps bringing Christianity up and saying that we're not fighting for our rights as Christians. So that's why I was asking her
Yeah,
if
my
she
take on
believed.
that is that Christians for a
Well,
long
I'll
time
give her
were
a chance to
very
answer.
active in society and sort of controlling a lot of what was going on in society. They were a large cohesive group. And over the last few decades, I think that has changed, and the less people consider themselves Christians. And with regard to the government, there is the separation of church and state because would be a very dangerous practice to try to have the government involved in religion because what religion and there are a lot of people in the US with different religions, so it really needs to be separate. Like you said, it needs to be dealt with a vote, but I think all of us need to have as much autonomy as possible with regard to killing babies. It's a horrible thought to just kill a baby. I am curious, Baku, the when do you feel like those cells become a baby?
So at conception, so life
Okay,
begins at conception.
okay, okay. And
The modern
you're not
debate.
alone, of course.
Why is that though?
Because it's just true, right? Life,
No, it's
only
not
life
actually.
grows, like nothing dead grows. If something is dead, it doesn't grow. So that fetus
Simple.
or four-celled, whatever you want to call it, in the womb is growing. So that's life. It's growing, it's eating. So,
Would you
and
argue
it's
that a sperm is a
consuming.
life? Would you argue
Hmm?
that a sperm is a life?
I can go so far as to
Yes,
say sperm is life,
Right?
but
And an
absolutely.
egg is a
that's,
life too,
excuse me?
right? An egg is a life too, right?
No. I mean, it's
It's not.
alive, but
Right.
it's not
It's
a
alive.
life.
So what's the difference between being alive and a life?
Okay, well,
Aha.
I'll have to work on that.
I know that's a
So
good question,
so
huh?
so alive, like the egg is alive in the sense that it it can still function, right? And it's dead if it no longer functions, or
Right.
not
How does
alive,
that differ
right?
from life?
Life, wow, I've never life. That's a good one. Let me
And
let me
while you're
think about that
while
a
you're
little bit.
thinking of that, because this is the thing. This is not the first time I've had this conversation, if you guys can tell, but this is the thing. I feel like I get where you're coming from because I used to think just like you think. I was raised by people who think just like you think. And for me to be where I'm at now, I've had to ask myself these very difficult and hard to answer questions. And so that's literally what it takes for you to get to a place where you can look at this from a more objective standpoint, And again, I think that nobody in here, I'm going to go ahead and speak for everybody in here. Nobody in here wants any, whatever you want to call it, a child, a baby, blasts, all that. Nobody wants that to be the outcome more than they want that child to be, or that clump of cells, or whatever you want to call it, to grow up to become a person. Ultimately, I think most of us, that's what we would want. But we all agree that there are circumstances that it's not always cut and dry. Even the people in here who are saying they're anti-abortion, I keep hearing them say, unless it's for medical reasons or unless it's a rape. I don't understand why you would even make those
Exceptions
exceptions. If you
should be a
believe
hard line.
it either is or it isn't murder. It either is or it isn't murder. If you believe that abortion is murder, it is murder when you kill it because of a rape. It is murder when you kill it because of medical reasons. Okay. And if that's your argument, then again, I would ask you, what's more important? Is there a difference in importance between the life of the mother and the life of the unborn child, or whatever you want to call it? In your opinion, Baku, is one life more important than the other?
I'm thinking of it in terms of the ability to win, the ability to bring more people to my side. So I look at it as, if I include the mothers whose lives are threatened by pregnancies and children who are raped, right? I would lose votes. I would lose people coming to my side to help pass, pass this
There's your
law against
politician right
abortion.
there.
Against abortion.
There's your
That's
politician
how I
right
see
there.
it,
So it's not about right or wrong. It's about who I can pull to my side.
Well, it's about what will bring the greater good. What can I save? What can I do? What can I save? And as far as I can tell, what I can save and what I can fight for are the kids whose mother and parents did choose to lay there and get it. You know, I
Okay.
can save those. I can't save everybody, but at least I'm trying. I mean, I wouldn't be against anybody who comes in and brings in a proposition to include, at-risk pregnancies and rape. I wouldn't. I mean, if I could see a win, I'll cast my lot with them. But I don't
I
see
mean,
that.
no disrespect, but that just seems so unprincipled to me. It seems just
Yeah, I
very
get that.
shallow and disingenuous. And this is what I'm saying when I was saying earlier how people want people to be politicians instead of just telling the truth. I will not be a politician. I'm not going to tell you things just to make you feel better or to pull you to my side. I'm going to be principled in what I'm saying, and you don't have to agree. But I guarantee you, if you're going to have a discussion with me, I'm going to ask you some hard questions, and I'm going to put you in uncomfortable positions. And I might even make you feel disrespected because of the things that I'm saying. But I will not pander to you, and I will not be unprincipled just because I want to pull you to my side. And that is the opposite of a politician. I just want to make that clear.
Well,
So
Baku, the
I
way
did not say I'm not going to endorse. I don't. I haven't. I haven't endorsed. You know, letting people who have been raped have an abortion. I haven't endorsed that. I just haven't touched that subject. I just left that out. But I mean, if you're forcing me to say something, yeah, that's my answer. I would love, if the world was a perfect place, yeah, I would be out loud and proud with it.
It's not a perfect
Baku,
place though. So I mean,
how do you feel about birth control?
I mean, I use birth control as as proof that these women who are getting pregnant um are being sadistic. They're being sadistic. If we
Is
have other measures, right, to prevent a pregnancy to begin with, why haven't they
is
taken that on? I
is
don't have
birth
a problem
control
with.
Is birth control against the Bible? The be fruitful and multiply, or is using birth control killing the natural mechanism that would produce a birth? So is it kind of like an abortion?
Killing life? Yeah, you're
No, it's
killing
not,
life.
because life has not happened or occurred
A
to
sperm and
kill,
an egg
right?
are both alive. They both are life.
Yeah, but it doesn't kill the egg, or it doesn't kill the
Wait, huh?
sperm.
Wait, what kind of birth control are you on? If you don't mind me asking, that doesn't kill the sperm or egg.
Okay, okay, fine. Let's say condoms kill the sperm. Fine.
Okay.
Um, I don't know how the eggs are being killed
You're
by
killing
using.
sperm, you're killing life.
I will say real quick, there is a part in the Bible, and I can't ignore it myself, in that I think somebody, Onan, I think, who spilled his seed, and he was punished for spilling his seed because he was
Mhm.
supposed to impregnate someone's brother. So there is that one part in the Bible I remember. I was
Out
like,
of wedlock, by the way.
out of wet. Well, shit. So it is life. Um, and if you was to ask me the same question, because I can see she struggled with it, I myself, I can't deny the fact that my sperm has life. I when I'm not you know, uh releasing that and keeping it, then it absolutely gives me life, a lot of energy. So, and when it comes out, most every man I know would agree that, oh man, I just feel so drained. I just want a sandwich. It takes something out of you because
Shout out
that's life.
Joseph.
And not to be vulgar, but that's the truth. We all like,
Ain't
man,
nothing
this is,
vulgar about it, man.
I
That's
just want
life.
to. So
That's
there is life in it. So how do you, so to Russ's question, how do you rectify the whole birth control situation where in order for there not to be a birth to take place, there has to be a killing of the sperm or the life or a killing of the egg? I can't rectify it yet. I haven't figured out the answer to that question. And that's a tough one. So I have to actually sit back and think about it and ponder on it and think of something and wait for something to come to me, do some research and figure out a way to answer that question. Just because I'm curious.
You can
Is it
tell.
death? I don't
You
know.
can tell I'm not prepared, so I haven't even worked on it, you know?
Baku, again, I want to tell you, I have
No, no.
so much
Kabu.
respect for you. Kabu, I'm
Kabu.
sorry. I apologize for that. Kabu, I'm terrible with names too. That's why I was laughing earlier. I am horrible with names. Horrible. So I feel you. I want to tell you, I have so much respect for you. Whether I agree with your opinions or not, that's irrelevant. And I always try to make that clear to people. Don't get it mixed up that your opinion, when I attack your opinions, I'm attacking you. That's not my intention. You know, your ideas, my ideas, they're all out there on the playing field as far as I'm concerned. But you as a person, I respect you so much for, like Russ said, for coming up here. Okay, you've never
Yeah.
been in here before. You've never met any of us. You got yourself up here on camera. You're taking fire from everybody. You're getting grenades thrown at you, and you're still here considering what's being said to you. You're not running away. You're not, crying. You're not getting upset. You're trying to answer questions, and they're hard questions. So I just want to make it very clear. Please don't mistake, for me personally, please don't mistake my questioning or my not agreeing with your opinions as disrespect to you, because it is the complete opposite. I have very much respect for you. I respect you so much that I will disagree with your opinions so that I can give you whatever knowledge I have in my brain. Whatever you do with it is up to you. And I will accept whatever knowledge is coming out of your mouth into my brain, and I will play around with it. And whatever I do with it, again, it's up to me. But please, I just want to make that clear. Thank you for coming up here in this panel. And you're you're
Thank you
you're
for
taking it
having
from,
me,
you're literally
guys.
surrounded. You're surrounded right
Thank you.
now.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you. Thank you.
the guy who spilled his sperm, he was married to all those women.
Oh,
According
was
to
it?
Jewish
Oh.
law, when a
Hmm.
brother dies, the brother who's not married has to give an heir to his brother. So he has to marry his brother's wife and give his brother an heir. And so yeah, so that's what was happening there.
Oh, okay. I got to
And
read
then
back on that then.
with the rape that you mentioned, the Moabites, uh they weren't Christian or Israeli. You know, Israel did not exist then. Um, uh, yeah, because I think Isaac was not even promised. I think Isaac was promised already, but he wasn't born yet, and Israel was not around yet. So those laws did not exist yet. The out of wedlock laws did not exist yet. And as far as life, I'm gonna work on that definition. I'm gonna have to decide what life is. And yeah, as a Christian, looking at the Bible, sperm is life. We should not be spilling it. So I'll just go back to just being a politician, will be my answer for now.
Please
I can
don't.
control men.
Please don't.
Hey, well, Baku, I wanted to quickly echo what Cisco said really quick. And also say some of my questions are really just to learn from you because you seem like you have a great vibe, seem like a very thoughtful person. And so it's not really to make a point as much as be curious and, learn from you. So I just want to throw that out there.
Thank you guys. I don't have too much longer up here because I do have to go to work in like 3 hours. So
We're
I'm
not
gonna
trying to
give
hear
me a
all
little
that.
bit of sleep. I'm gonna give me a little bit of sleep, and then we coming back tomorrow. We coming back tomorrow. So Kabu, you are absolutely welcome back to this channel anytime. Every conversation is not like this, not this tough, but we do like to have conversations where we can talk and learn from each other, without, getting upset, getting angry, cursing each other out. That's the goal of this channel at the heart of it. We don't always agree, you know, but we always respect each other. We always welcome new people. So, like I said, beat your
I mean,
life.
I
He already
respect
knows.
your channel. I mean, you guys have not been disrespectful to me. You guys have been welcoming and accommodating. I really appreciate that. And I liked that it was a black man's channel. When I saw that, I'm like, oh yeah, I want to go listen in on that. I need to listen in more on, black channels.
Blizzard makes music too, so check that out also.
Who?
The
Thank you.
host,
Thank
Blizzard
you.
Abroad, top left. He makes
Oh,
music
okay,
too, so check that
great.
out.
Okay,
It's pretty fire music too, by the way.
okay,
It is
great.
great
Thank you.
music.
Appreciate that,
It is
brother. I
great
appreciate
music.
that.
Yeah,
Thank you
it is
guys.
really awesome. And I will say that I'm not black, but one time here somebody said I was a real one, and I thought that was so great. So I might change the R to from Russ to real one because that's so
There
funny.
you go.
All right. All right.
Hey, I
All
just want to
right.
show
I'm
something
gonna
real
say-
quick.
Beat your
Just
life a
so
real one. Beat your life's a real one.
hey, everybody up there's a real one as far as I'm concerned. Hey, can I show you guys something real quick, just so that everybody doesn't think I'm a complete heathen and I just I'm rebelling against God or something. I want people to understand something about me. I don't know if you guys can see that. Is it backwards? I don't know. But this book has a lot of creases in
Yeah,
it.
do it again. Do it again.
Here you go.
Book of Mormon, Doctrine and Covenants, Pearl of Great Price.
So there's like notes in here. This book has been read. Okay. I've also got this book right here.
The
Damn,
Quran.
you making me
Some of
work,
you
bro.
might have heard of it. I got notes in here. I got things highlighted. Here's another book that I have
Teaching
for
the Buddha.
people that didn't think that I had books. I heard one time. Again, these books are, they're read. I'm in the process of reading this one right now. I've read it before, but I'm reading it again. And then there's this book. Some of you might have heard of. You
Never heard
know,
of it.
I'm not seeing
yeah.
anything. Why am I not seeing anything?
You see
Oh,
that?
there it is.
It's the
Okay.
Bible.
Okay. And again, I've looked at this book a little bit too in my life. There's a couple times I've opened it up, but I got stuff underlined and read and all kinds of stuff in there. So, I don't just come into these live stream guys just talking out of my ass. Again, I'm not an expert on anything, but I'm not going to talk about things that I don't know anything about. And it's one thing, it's been my experience that, as a non-believer, I tend to know a lot more about people's religions than they do, you know? And so I'm not coming from a place of, superiority or condescension. I'm just saying I put in the work. I put in the work to build my knowledge up. It doesn't mean that I'm smarter than everybody, but there are some subjects that I have put the work in on that I take very seriously. None of this stuff that I talked about today do I think is a joking matter. This is all life or death things, that we deal with every day in this country, whether we realize it or not. And I know that, some of the religious people on this panel might, have heard that before, where, fighting spiritual battles, right? I know you guys have heard that before. I'm not somebody who necessarily believes in spirit per se, but I do understand the meaning behind that, spiritual battles, because all of us are trying to live in a world where we feel safe and comfortable, and how we do that we have differing opinions on. But the only way we can come together and try to have understanding, as somebody was saying earlier in the chat, is if we really take the time to listen to each other, and we put in the work to really learn not only what we believe but what other people believe. That's how we come together. Like Beach of Life said, we're just talking past each other so much, and it's like we're just making no progress. And that's what these panels are for. I think if we can start talking, speaking the same language, sometimes have agree on what facts are. Let's start there. Let's agree on what facts are. We get a lot further. But I just want to again shout out to all of you guys up here. I really respect all of you. Some of your opinions I don't respect. as I'm sure you don't respect some of my opinions. And I'm totally okay with that. As long as you can respect me as a person, man, I got love for you. So all of you up there, I got love for all of you guys. And the people in the chat as well.
Absolutely, man. So if anybody want to sign off and say anything, sign off. What's up?
I was just going to ask Cisco a question. I guess this would be my sign off. Would you agree that it's one thing to have knowledge about a subject, let's say about God, the Quran and the Bible, and it's another thing entirely to have a sort of relationship or a personal thing with that you're reading about, similar to how if I was to read about your father in the book of his life, it could have a lot of facts or a lot of disinformation, but only you would know your father because you have a relationship with him that supersedes whatever book that might have been written about him in an autobiographical sense. Would you say that there is and can be a difference between the two, and that sometimes the differences can be at odds with each other?
I would say no.
I think so.
And
No.
the reason why I would say no is none of you were alive when any of these books were assembled, so you don't have
That
a
wasn't the
relationship.
question.
Well, wait, let me finish. You don't have any more of a relationship with these books than I do. There's no more information out there that you are privy to that I'm not privy to. You whatever religious background you're from, you again, like if you're reading the same Bible that I am, I don't know what it is that you have access to that I don't. You can believe that you have a relationship with God, and somehow you're special because you have a relationship, and that's fine. But me personally, I don't believe you have any more of a relationship with anything than I do. I think you're reading the same books that I am. It's just that your interpretation and how you live your life is different than what I do. So no, I don't think it's very different. That's why the analogy doesn't really work. I actually grew up with my dad. I lived with my dad. You didn't. If you just read a book, yeah, you're right. I have a much better understanding of my dad, but none of you grew up with
That's the
Jesus, as
point.
far as I know. None of you grew up with Jesus, as far as I know. None of you grew up with Buddha. None of you grew up with John Smith. I don't know what relationship you would have. Did you know Muhammad? So there's really not much more of a relationship you can have. When I was baptized as a Catholic, by the way, I grew up believing to be a Catholic. I believed a lot of the same things you guys believe. I don't know what more of a relationship you guys have that I didn't have back then. I went to church. I did all that stuff. I mean, so yeah, no, I don't think that you have any more of a relationship with these books or understanding than I do. I mean, like I said, I get up here all the time
Look,
and
I'm gonna
I
just leave.
pose.
I'm gonna just leave y'all talking, man. I'm going to sleep.
Man, you quit, Blizzard.
No, he was on a roll.
You better come back, Blizzard. So yeah, I mean, I hope that answers your question, man. I like I said, I don't think that reading a book simply makes you an expert in everything, but you guys are reading the same books that I am, as far as I know, or I hope you
I
are.
guess
So,
I guess
so
Joseph,
Michael,
you're saying you have like a personal relationship with God, and
Look at this guy.
that is something that's you don't get out of just reading books.
Love you,
it's
Blizzard.
I go so far as to say it is impossible to get that from reading any spiritual book or text, because all of those men who wrote those texts, although you're reading about their experiences with God, which is it's a good basis to start from, but it's like a foundation. And yet, a lot of people, especially other Christians, or even other Muslims, they you can look at Muslims, they'll point to certain things in the Quran and say, well, Jews are bad and infidels, and oh, we should look. They'll get something out of that. It says it in the Quran to do these things, and people give the Muslims a hard time about the things that their scriptures say. But that's because they're taking the text and they're extrapolating that God as, oh, this is what it means to be God. So it's a intellectual understanding of a being, in the same way that I can have an intellectual understanding of my father, but it's an entirely totally different story if I was to have a literal, hey dad, tell me what's going on with your life. Okay, and he tells me,
Well,
or he
well, let me
sits
let
down
me
with
let
me
me
and
let me just say
listens.
this last
It's
thing. Then I'll
very,
say this.
very different.
Let me say this, then to answer your question. I believed at a time in my life that I had every much the relationship with God that you currently think you have. I fully believed that every night when I went to bed and I said a prayer, that I was literally speaking to God. And I believed he was present in my life. He was present in the lives of people around me, whether they liked it or not. And that's how it was. And so, I mean, unless you think I wasn't a real Christian, I don't know.
I'm not
But
gonna go that far. I
yeah, I
won't go
mean,
that far. I would say,
all I'm saying is that my understanding of these religions goes beyond just me reading the text. I've felt what other Christians, Buddhists, Muslims, I've felt what they feel, to the point where I believed I saw a miracle. All of these things I've felt in my own life, but I've moved past those things through educating myself, through speaking with other people, through living my life. I've moved past those things, and I'm in a different place now than I was back then. But I still respect what's contained in these books, and the knowledge that's in them, and what I can get from them. I'm not saying that everything in here is worthless. What I'm saying is that my understanding of these books is way different now than it was when I was 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 years old.
And
and
I'll
you,
just add
okay, go ahead.
to Cisco, I wrote your name down.
Hey,
I'll just add that, and I also need to log out, but I'll just add that, Israelis, all of Israel, we've seen their relationship with God, and they still rebelled and prayed to other gods, and I bet some instances stopped believing in God.
Hmm.
In the New Testament, we have John the Baptist, right? He saw wonders come from the sky and God speaking to him, right? And he still doubted whether Jesus was the Messiah or not.
Right.
So
Yep.
that is that is normal
Normal. It's
in
normal.
yeah in the religious world, in the religious life. So it's a journey, it is a relationship. We fall away, we come back, it's all in God's hands. It doesn't mean there is no God. The whole world is evidence that there's a mind behind everything.
I disagree with that, but okay.
um so I mean, there's just no way life came out of nothing. It came from a
Nobody,
mind.
nobody says that though. Nobody says life came out of nothing. And again, these are conversations we have on another day. But
Okay.
Blizzard, thank you, brother, for giving us this
Yeah.
panel.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, bro.
Thank you.
You like that question, didn't you, Michael? I thought that was it. I mean, he answered the question, but I just had to let it rest there because I know there's something missing, but that's okay. Um, Now he believes, he feels
Wait,
strongly that
Blizzard,
he's
Blizzard, you're
involved.
muted. You're muted, bro.
We can't hear you.
Blizzard, you're
And
muted.
I'm talking. I'm
There you go.
talking. I'm like, no, 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 nope. We shutting it down, Joseph. It's a wrap,
Okay,
bro. I love
that's
y'all,
cool.
man. Y'all know that, man. And we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a lot
Salute,
lighter.
salute to you guys.
It's
Salute to
just
you
a
guys.
we just chopping it up tomorrow, and then Friday is gonna be the regular um barbershop talk. So we'll see, man. But like amazing conversation tonight, man. You know, overall, man, the topic and what the point I was trying to prove tonight is that we are stronger together, but we're divided in so many different ways, man. And we keep letting it happen. And we're enforcing it actually, man. We're divided by politics, by religion, by sex, by money, by race. What else? You name it. We're divided by it. And honestly, we can blame the people at the top, but what power do we have down here? The everyday man and woman. And that's kind of the message I wanna leave with tonight. Stop letting it happen, man. Because we all suffer together, man. Right. And with that, man, I'm gonna sign off. But thank you guys, man. Beat your
Hey,
life,
Bliss,
Joseph, Cisco,
Bliss,
Russ, Kabu. Yeah.
Bliss. Quick question for, can you lead this panel up? And even if you log off, because I want to ask Michael a question. First
Go
I know
ahead,
you
panelist.
man.
even if Icy was in here, go ahead real quick. If Icy was in here, she's my mod, I would leave it up.
What is the meaning of life?
I don't
No, I just wanted to hear his. I mean, you don't have to be here, Bliss, if you
chocolate and
don't. 'Cause I know you got to
strawberry.
sleep, but I just wanted to hear Michael's perspective on the question I asked Cisco and what he thought about it.
Uh, excuse me. I might have a little different perspective because recently Cisco and I have been able to connect on a more personal level, and he's shared his humanity and his willingness to seek answers from with questions that nobody really knows the answer to. So, with that preface said, I would revert to I think it's Psalms 27 or 28. It says, "Seek His face." It's like,
Hmm.
we're all seeking something. He just showed you. He's showed like three or four different books. He's obviously spent a large portion of his life seeking his face, and eventually, as the Bible says, you die in this life, and you wake up with the Lord. So we're all on a different journey. I get what he's saying about his dad being alive, and that's just a matter of religious perspective because I believe Christians say we like to say that we serve a living God, so he's alive. But yeah, that's just what I got to say. I mean, I applaud the brother. He's a good guy.
Well, then Carl
Yes,
Thank you.
Sagan,
bro.
I'll interject. Carl Sagan
Absolutely.
has suggested that finding God, or whatever you want to call it, the way to do that is through science and physics and understanding the real world and the nature of reality. And that's what my books are all about: physics, math, chemistry.
That
I
would
got those
become
books
like
over
a
there too.
defining what God means and what God is. That would
Yeah.
require a reboot of the live stream, and to start with that, not end with it. We would literally need to start
Yeah.
with that framework
That's a
to
whole
have a
nother
better
ride.
Blizzard,
understanding.
Blizzard, you got sick time. Stop playing.
July. Nah, I don't use it though. I'm saving that, man. Nah, my
That's a
grandson
great
got.
one, by the way, Russ, because you're a really analytical, scientific kind of guy, and I could hear it. So
It's
I think
just
you should
because I'm
join
really
that live
stupid.
stream. No, you should join that show if Blizz puts it together. But I think it should be its single topic. Like what
Yeah.
is life or what is God? Like so we can all just put our 2 cents on what that means. Because if we all just start spouting what we believe and we don't understand each
Definitely
other
lose
and what we mean
communication.
by the word, then that's just not gonna work.
You hit it on the head when you came in, bro, and you said it exactly. We're all using different words sometimes for the same things. We're using different meanings for the same words. That's really a lot of what it's about. And like you said, we're all on a different path. And at the end of the day, if people are coming into it with genuine uh, willingness to learn and listen, to me, that's right. That's all you need right there to get to the place where you're trying to go.
Yeah, I grew up with watching Carl Sagan on PBS. Bad Boy Nuts or
Hey,
Forever Man.
so
Sorry.
thank you guys. Maybe that'll be the July stream, man. But appreciate that. That insight is always great. And something that I could get better at. So I appreciate that, man. But y'all have
Oh
a
wait,
good
let me
night, good morning
hold
over
on a
there
second.
overseas, man. Take care of yourself over there. Everybody in the chat, thank you for showing up here tonight, man. Everybody that commented, hit that like button on the way out if you didn't hit it yet, man. But I appreciate y'all, man. With that, I'm signing off. We'll be back here 10 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night, 10 a.m. In the Philippines. So y'all take care of yourselves. Freedom starts in the mind, and welcome to the positive manosphere. It's how we do it over here.
Don't confuse a message for the man that was sent with it. Some lessons meant to heal, others to build. I ain't repenting shit. Now my scars are my armor, and I'm equipped with it. Pain taught me discipline, now I move different with it. They used to call me two guns, now I'm mentor to his sons. Taught them how to crawl, how to walk, and how to run. And I still sit and deliver, I ain't done. Legacy, emotion, newest chapters just begun.